In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
That's a win for Abhimanyu Mishra, and you see that he is pumped up.
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
Oh my gosh!
But Rook's the game first? No, it's mate.
And look at the smile on Alexei Serrano's face.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
Oh no! Jinx!
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
Let's go! Let's go, fam!
Today is Thursday. What does that mean? It's another day of the Pro Chess League. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me today is the chess boxing sensation, Grandmaster Aman Hamilton. Aman, great to see you back, man. How are you enjoying yourself? You ready for today in the Pro Chess League?
Hey Robert, and what's up to everyone watching? I am very excited for some more PCL action, Robert, mostly because I know that the matches today are going to be breath of fresh air after a rather disastrous Canadian chess bra result recently.
Yeah, the chess bras did not have the best week, nor did the Norway Gnomes or the Spanish Maniac Shrimps. Those were our two losers of the matchups from yesterday. But Aman, the Levitov Chess Wizards, they seem borderline invincible, and the Garden State Passers, led by our good friend James Canyon III, he's the team captain, they also look like a force to be reckoned with.
You said it best. I mean, the Levitov Wizards, to have Kostenia there, just brings such a benefit to the average rating, and one of the strongest woman players on the planet, Robert. So I was watching some of her games and just blown away. I mean, you have her on board 4, was it? And she's scoring like 50%. I mean, it's hard to go wrong with a lineup like that.
It certainly is. And she beat the board 1 for the opposing team. So did Bela Khotinashvili on the passers. Sam Sevian, he did the heavy lifting. We know Sam I Am, he takes down the Spanish Maniac Shrimps. It was not their best day. And for the Maniac Shrimps, they are one of those teams that's getting closer to elimination. Reminder to everybody, 3 wins and you're into the playoffs. And so 2 teams have secured 2 match victories, the Indian Yogis and the Levitov Chess Wizards. But Aman, the Brazil Capybaras, they also were sporting a new lineup and a new look to that squad.
Yeah, and I think you bring up one of the most important things that people need to remember when they're watching these teams. If you watch the Capybaras, in week 1, you might have thought, oh, we can count this team out. They don't look very good. But then all of a sudden, week 2 comes around, and you have to remember, Robert, these rosters that these teams have, they're so deep. They have so many lineups to try. So if you see a lineup that's just not working one week, doesn't mean that you count that team out. They came back next week. Artemiev up there. Just incredible depth to their roster.
And we see the Chess Bros there at 1-1. And you're mentioning lineup changes. A certain Magnus Carlsen lost the game. Does he need to be removed from the lineup?
One loss. What do we hire this guy for anyway? We're supposed to get perfect scores every week. That was my understanding. But you bring up a good point. We've used the same roster both weeks thus far. And we definitely have some more names that we want to get busy in our lineup as well.
Yeah, some teams may need to switch their lineups because with every match that has a winner, there is a team that loses that matchup. And as we look at some of the teams that have struggled, of course, the California Unicorns, the Blitz, they still have their second matchup ahead of them. But down in the bottom of the standings, the Spanish Maniac Shrimps and the Charlotte Cobras, are you surprised at all to see Charlotte, led by Daniel Naroditsky, down at the bottom?
Well, it's interesting about these lineups. First of all, the Charlotte team, got to have, one of the bigger fan bases, certainly a very popular team. But one thing about their lineup is they don't have as many like 2750 plus kind of players on their roster that they're able to rotate in. And I'm not saying that those are the lineups that absolutely win, but the way this PCL format works, Robert, you get benefits for having players that are well over 2700. It helps you have that even stronger lineup because a 2800 player counts as a 2700. So that could be one thing with that Charlotte roster, that they just don't have any of those 2750s that they're maximizing.
And of the teams that have not won a match yet, which do you see as maybe the biggest player in the league, a team that can make its presence felt and maybe do some destruction come playoff time?
Well, definitely, looking at what we see right here on the screen, I think we're about to get into some of the matchups that might feature those teams. For example, like how the heck are the St. Louis Archbishops down there? This is a team that has, storied success in the Pro Chess League, Robert. So I have my eyes on that team in particular to, let's say, not find itself at the bottom of the table for too long.
I'm with you. So why don't we jump right into today's matchups? We start with the Shanghai Tigers taking on the Blitz, and then we get the St. Louis Archbishops taking on MGD1. Two surprise teams that have not won their first week match. That's St. Louis and MGD1. But let's put all of our attention to Shanghai and the Blitz. So we have the one name team, the Blitz, led by Alexander Grishuk and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, captained by Kevin Bordy. And the Shanghai Tigers, I feel like every year we used to have the Chengdu Pandas. Among the teams from China, super strong.
Super strong. It also helps that there are, multiple Chinese women who are so strong that they help that average rating. You got Zhu Wenjun, who's, worth, 200 points above what she's coming in at, 2350 for the roster purposes. I mean, such value there. Hou Yifan has played in the past as well. So I feel like you're right. They always have those really, really strong lineups. And I think it's because of the women that they're able to play on their teams who are so strong. They often find themselves board 1 and board 2.
Mentioning the rosters, the lineups, let's talk about Shanghai first. Zhu Wenjun, she is the women's world champion at 25.55. She only comes against the cap at 23.50. So that's a big win for the Shanghai Tigers. And speaking of big wins, Wei Yi, that 4 out of 4 performance among, he is proving to be a powerhouse.
Absolutely. I'm really excited to see if he can keep that up this week. Our very own Magnus Carlsen wasn't able to keep that perfect unbeaten streak alive. So will we see Wei Yi keep that up? Obviously, if you have players on your roster, Robert, going 4 out of 4, I mean, you only need 4.5 points from the rest of the team, right? So you're really setting yourself up for success.
Good math by the chess boxer Amon Hamilton there. And I think while Wei Yi scored 4 out of 4 in week 1, doing that again against this Blitz roster, good luck to you, because we see Alexander Grishuk on the screen in front of us, but they also have another Super GM and another former World Blitz champion in Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
That's right. I mean, the pedigree is just so extensive here. Grishuk, obviously a player that has played for the Chess Bras in the past. I think he's a very, very strong player, tremendous in this format. He'll get in that time pressure. He'll give you a heart attack, but at the end of the day, he tends to get the job done. But imagine that your board 1 is Grishuk and your board 2 is MVL. Talk about a 1-2 punch, Robert. I mean, that's just, unstoppable.
It's freaky strong. And at the Chess Bras, you guys have they're like family, but there's literal family members on the Blitz. We see
True.
Alexander Grishuk and his wife, Katerina Lochno. We see Matthew Cornett and his wife, Demonte Derlite Cornett. And then there's Etienne Bacro and his son, Alexander Bacro. What do you make of this family-friendly lineup?
I'm getting like LeBron James and his son in the NBA vibes. That's got to be, all kidding aside, a pretty special moment to play on the same team as your son. I mean, Alexander will actually be playing today as well. So excited to see him in action at 2,400. But I definitely think that, the Blitz team has one of the strongest, camaraderies, chemistries of probably any team out there. And, we've seen teams in the Chess Olympiad, like Team Armenia, just that, tight-knit community between the team members. I think that helps a lot. So I'm excited to see this Blitz team in action, Robert.
Super strong, great people to choose from. But the teams, they have to make certain selections because this league has some rules for the lineups. And it's not just choose all your top players. You have to play with a 2550 average team rating. You have to have at
Right.
least one woman on your roster, and players over 2700, they count as 2700, and players under 2200 count as 2200. That is actually an important one that we don't talk about very much. The
Mhm.
reason that is there is so you don't have Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri, and another super GM, and then pick any player that is super low rated, because that is too stacked. And so it forces you to actually balance your lineup. And of course, women over 2350 count as 2350. So, Aman, you're with the Chess Bras. You had to use these rules to make your lineups. What do you make of them?
Well, I think there's a couple different strategies, and you'll see teams going for a kind of medium lineup. Let's say you could have, all 2550s, right? There's lineups like that, but then there's also lineups where, hey, let me get a couple 2800s, maybe a 2600, and then check a 2200 in there. Basically, sending them to the wolves. Honestly, if they score half a point or a point, you're over the moon. But ultimately, you might put a board 4 in there that you kind of expect to score 0 points, Robert, hoping that your powerhouse of a lineup might be able to pull it through. So we see all different takes on how to maximize this, and that's why the PCL is so fun. There's not just one correct answer, and every team does it differently.
Every team certainly does. And these team captains and managers, they have a tough choice to make. And let's see who the managers have trotted out today in their lineups. We see for the Shanghai Tigers, no surprises with the top two boards, Wei Yi and Zhu Jun. But we also see a balanced board 3 and 4, Shu Yi and Liu Yiping. While for the Blitz, Alexander Grishuk, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, these are the super GMs that will try to stop Wei Yi's unbeaten streak. Then we have Grandmaster Katarina Lochno and Alexander Bakro on the fourth board. So, Aman, first glance at these lineups, who do you see as the favorite and why?
Well, the interesting thing that I've noticed over the first couple weeks of the Pro Chess League, learning from our lineups and how they've performed, as well as watching some of the other teams, is I think lineups that look like the Blitz right now should actually get out to, earlier leads, whereas lineups that look like the Shanghai Tigers are probably going to score better in the later rounds when the ratings actually match up even more. So when you have these powerhouse, Grishuk, MVL, they're going to start with some easier games against board 4, board 3. That's when you need to score your points as the Blitz. So if I see the Shanghai Tigers getting out to an early lead, I actually think they might run away with this match. Whereas if the Blitz get out to an early lead, who knows? We could see some late comebacks.
And these two very balanced rosters. And I just want to point out the Blitz, their average team rating is above 2,600. It's actually 2,612 because of the league rules where Katarina Lochno only counts as 2,350. Sasha Grishuk and Maxime Vacher-Lagrave only, and I'm putting that in air quotes, counting as 2,700. It means they can boast this crazy strong roster. So let's dive right in the first round pairings. Because, Aman, you were just saying that for the Shanghai Tigers, if they can score some points in the early rounds, they might be the favorite later on. So let's start with Wei Yi with black, Alexander Grishuk, and then Zhu Jun black against Katarina Lochno. We have two of the best women playing against each other in the first round.
That's right. No, that'll be probably the biggest matchup of this very first round. I'm super excited for that one. Alexander Bakro on board 4, a 2,400, Robert. Make no mistake. He's not a 2,200 that's expected to lose all his games. 2,400 these days should be giving everyone on this roster a tough game. Wei Yi is not walking in here and expecting to get an easy victory to start things off. But if you're on the Blitz side, you are definitely expecting MVL and Grishuk try to put up some points against these opponents from Shanghai. But with such a balanced roster, I don't think any points are just gimmies here. Sometimes you see board 1 against board 4 on both sides, and you're thinking, okay, we'll win for either side. But here, I think anything could happen.
I'm with you. No obvious free points not available to the players. And let's remind everybody, especially if you're new here, of what the format is. Why we're talking board 1 versus board 4. Why don't they just play each other? All boards play the other team's 4 boards. The time control is a rapid one, 10 minutes plus 2 second increment, up to 4 rounds. Why up to? Because some teams demolish their opposition and get to 8.5 points within 3 rounds. But if when all is said and done, we have a tie, 8-8, we will go to tie breaks where the round 4 pairings is board 1 versus board 1, or 2-2, 3-3, 4-4. They will replay with colors reversed. So, Aman, we've already seen some tie breaks, including the Blitz last week. Kevin Bordy, their team captain, called them lucky to have won that week. and it was barely getting through in the tiebreak.
Truly, that was one of the most entertaining, and there's been so many entertaining matches, but that's been one of the memorable ones for me. I remember watching that live. Commentary was unreal. I mean, it just must have been crazy to be there to watch that. Obviously, I mean, I'm a fan as well. I want to see some exciting chess, Robert. So I'm not going to complain if we get some tie breaks today, but we'll have to wait and see. Lots of chess to happen before then.
For sure. And they say better lucky than good. I say best lucky and great. And that is what the Blitz were last week, where they needed some results to go their way. They did go their way. So they thrived and shown when they needed their players to do just that. And we see two players on our screen. Alexander Bakro. Is that a Botez live? I can't quite see what's on the hoodie, but it looks kind of like one of those Botez hoodies. But Wei Yi playing in the darkness. And he is saying, I'll take these black pieces. And I think he needs to win for the Tigers. Of course, it's not must win. It's the first game of the entire match I'm on. But it sets the tone for the rest of the match.
Absolutely. I mean, there's nothing better than seeing your board 4 come away with a victory against a board 1. Like, it doesn't matter. Even if that matchup is actually kind of a close one and, it's not an insane upset, that just instills confidence in the rest of the team, Robert.
Oh, we have a closed Sicilian. I grew up playing the closed Sicilian Amon. We might not see a d4 or maybe a delayed d4 after knight f3. But what do you make of this opening choice? There's only 2 moves played by white. Does this, in your mind, show a little bit of, I'm going to play a solid game? Or do you think that Alexander Bakro he's doing his own thing? He doesn't care who his opponent is.
I think, when you're playing someone as strong as Wei Yi, there is a little bit gamesmanship that goes into it. You might think to yourself, oh no, like my open Sicilian is not going to stand up to this 2700 level preparation, especially in a 10-minute game. So he might be maybe going back to something that he's more comfortable with. Players do have rapid repertoires. Really is a thing. They have certain openings that they're only willing to try and rapid, and they're just not ready for classical. But it's also just keeping the game going. It's going to be a longer game this way. It's closed, and hey, the longer the game is, maybe the more chances.
And we have seen board 4s take down their enemy team's board 1. We saw Alexandra Kostenyuk and Bela Khotinashvili do just that yesterday. And sometimes when you put the onus on your opponent and say, Wei Yi, if you want to win this game, you're going to have to do something dynamic, maybe something drastic. And we see a very solid start. I mean, look at this. No tension between the pawns. Black saying, Yuffie and Keto, let me do the same. And will white eventually play for d4 Amon? That's the big question that I have in this kind of opening. Or you play a calmer d3 and f4, then knight out and castle. Just try to use your pawns to your advantage up in advance of the 4th rank.
Well, I've seen some systems which are kind of nice. Knight ge2, d4, knight takes, and then you just bring your knight from d4 back to e2, and you just kind of sit there and play it slowly. But I think he's gone and just answered the question for us. We see the move d3. That tells me already we're not seeing d4, because if he wanted d4, he would have just gone and done it right away. Now it would be a waste of time to go d3 and then d4 a couple moves later.
Yeah, I just feel like this plays into Wei Yi's hands as a stronger player. He's got to close setups. He's likely to be able to outmaneuver pretty much anybody on the planet, but especially someone he outrates by 300 points. So while Wei Yi sits and thinks, he is going to determine his next plan, whether it's going to be plopping a knight in d4 or stopping d4 altogether. We see that 2 other games have begun. So Amon in the top right, there's a knight on b3. I thought that was on c3 between Katerina Lochno and Ju Wenjun. So that's already an odd position. And then in the bottom left, we are seeing Xu Yi against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, a 4 knights scotch with bishop c5. So which game would you prefer to dive into?
Well, let's jump into Ju Wenjun's game, because I actually thought that the thing on d6 was a pawn. It turns out it's a bishop. So we don't even know where the pieces are in that game. So let's head over there and figure that out.
Yeah, it looks like Fischer Renda will rewind, and this is a matchup between... This could be a women's world championship matchup, right? Katerina Lochno and Ju Wenjun, 2 super strong grandmasters. And how did this knight get to b3? Well, bishop c5, and then knight to d2. Okay, that's why. And just to show everybody quickly that trying to steal a pawn in the center, it often backfires when a queen slides up to d4, and there's a checkmating attack, and his knight is threatened. So don't just steal pawns because they look free. You have to be very careful. And instead, the knight ventured out to b3. So, Amon, as we get to the live position, that bishop on d6, looking like a tall pawn here. But in a closed position, we typically do prefer the knight. So, do you think white has an edge?
Yeah, maybe a very tiny edge. I think these types of positions are super standard for the opening that we've got. So I think neither player is going to be dissatisfied being here. The bishop on h4 with a nice pin against the knight, and it's difficult to break that pin as well because bishop e7 just doesn't really fit in with black's setup here. The bishop on d6 supporting e5, it's entrenched in there. Knight c4 by white coming, so the bishop kind of needs to remain on that square. So maybe g5 by black is going to be a move that needs to be seen because I'm not sure if you can live with that pin forever.
Yeah, that's such an annoying pin on the diagonal. But she was queen to e7 and knight c4 hopping right in. And unfortunately for black, it's hard to kick this knight out of here. Bishop e6 drops the pawn e5 right away. g5 breaks the pin, but it allows the bishop to join the action against this e5 pawn. And of course, anytime you play g5, you have to look out for sacrifices. So look at Ju and Jun. She cleverly slides her queen up to the e6 square and says, I'm out of the pin now. What are you going to do? e5 is defended. What next?
Yeah, that's really slick. And, taking advantage of the fact that there's no light squared bishop in white's position. So the e6 square, surprisingly, super safe. Knight on f3 doesn't have any squares to attack it. g5, d4 covered. So in the end, the knight just retreats. But this is definitely a little bit of an achievement here for black, getting out of that pin so early. We might see the knight move so that finally black can re-coordinate. And as for white, would you say maybe an idea is like to try to play f4, but it's going to need some prep.
Yeah, f4 and then a timely e5. There could be tactics in this position. And Ju and Jun developing her bishop the other way, potentially to a6 or c5 is thematic here. Shut down any possibility of white playing d4. So this is a slower approach. This is a game where they're both trying to find the best squares for the pieces. And just one tactic to point out, that knight takes e4 might be available if this knight were to move. So if we play knight b3, that could in fact be a blunder because knight takes e4 removes the guard of this knight on c4. You take what seems like a free knight, down goes your knight on c4. And if you take on d6, this knight can hop back successfully and recapture the knight on d6.
Yeah, that's a sweet tactic and definitely easy to miss if you're just not thinking about it. Knight d2, you just kind of play in stride, but I'm wondering if the knights are even going to recycle further, like knight c4 to e3, maybe looking at the f5 square, and then the knight on d2 popping into c4 as a result.
That's actually a really good plan, especially if this bishop were to leave the diagonal. Then I would immediately hop back. And now bishop takes f6 is a sort of threat. It doesn't win material, but it does compromise black's pawn structure. So these two players, they're doing a good job. No side has an advantage. We see the bar in the middle. We will come back to this game, but every single game in the Pro Chess League is of equal importance. It does not matter your rating. You contribute to the team's ultimate success. So in the top left, Alexander Bacro, Wei Yi, it's just a close Sicilian. Not a single piece has been traded. On the top right, we were just looking at that one. Why don't we head to the bottom left game between Xu Yi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, because that one is looking quite spicy.
Agreed. Yeah, we got to take a look. MVL for the Blitz is in a position here with the black pieces, which, it's ready to get really spicy. I see that pawn on d5. When you see this tension, d5 and e4, and you see neither player, willing to bite, it usually means that neither player wants to. Like, it's probably an advantage for the opponent if they were to take it. There's so many tactics to be careful of with that bishop on e3 and the rook on e8 staring down at it. You might see some rook takes e3 lines in the future.
Yeah, because I think the natural question is, answered by Xu Yi, can I just take this pawn?
Right.
Where is the full compensation for the pawn? And if you play rook takes e3, I just don't think it works out yet. But Amon has a good idea that just doesn't quite work in this line, because after queen takes, actually, queen takes wasn't even right. Maybe just take this knight on c6. It's that simple.
Exactly.
You take my bishop, I take your knight, and your rook is hanging here next.
Yeah, this would be painful. And, you kind of, I think when you're playing strong players, you shouldn't be afraid to just ask these questions sometimes. Like, they just leave a pawn loose for a couple moves. And it's like, at some point, you gotta call the bluff, right? Gotta trust your own calculation. He plays e takes d5. Can't blame him. I think at this point, if you're looking at lines like knight takes on d4, moving the knight from c6, then we could see mass trades that I'm not necessarily sure are beneficial for MVL.
Yeah, maybe he gets away with it and he's thinking. So this wasn't completely planned. But if you trade on d4, the bishop will take back. The d5 pawn survives, but I knew this is going to happen. He'll take on b5 first, and then d5 will be picked off, it would appear. Bishop takes f6, not available. Just want to show a line very quickly that the bishop takes f6. It looks like, okay, I'm removing that attacker. But once we take back, take this bishop, this queen, this king on the same diagonal, in comes this bishop to e3, protected by the rook. Thank you very much for the queen in the game.
That's right. Yeah, and I think that's why we saw bishop takes b5 and queen takes on d5. But I mean, is this just going to peter out to an immediate draw? I'm looking at bishop takes b6, and then I was wondering about queen takes a2, some kind of tricky move in between there, and that's why knight c3 is actually very good move by white here, because it's easy to think, oh yeah, we're just trading. MVL's giving me a draw, and then missing a killer in between move.
But this is trading and making a draw, because
Yeah,
queen
now
takes
we
d4
are.
is likely. It's like, let's just get all these pieces off the board, and the queens come off is completely level. A 2 rook and knight position with 6 pawns per side. So I think this one is as even as it gets. Although Maxime, he brought his queen to f5, so he's clearly playing not for a win necessarily, but he wants to keep peace on the board to give himself chances down the line. So I like his play, but the position is very even.
Agreed. Yeah, not much to see here, Robert. Queen f5. He wants to keep playing, but he's the higher rated player. I think he's kind of got that expectation, right?
Yeah, he does indeed. Well, another player who is higher rated in their matchup, as we look back at our 4-board view, is Alexander Grishuk. And look in the bottom right, Liu Yiping, strong international master for the Shanghai Tigers. He is trying to dive into those dark squares on the king side. And if you look at the top left and the bottom right, they kind of have some similarities, but it feels like in the bottom right, Liu Yiping just making more inroads into the position. So let's go to that game as Alexander Grishuk, a glutton for time trouble. He is already down 2+ minutes, and there's a bishop that has landed on h6. So, Mon, take it from here, buddy. What is happening?
Yeah, the thing is, we've seen bishop h6 in this game before black has castled, which is always an interesting decision. So if black voluntarily castled after bishop h6, white would say thanks very much, and maybe like h4, h5, launch an attack. I mean, that's kind of what white wants. But Grishuk has said, okay, I haven't committed to kingside castling yet. I'm going to take on h6, draw your queen way over there, and say, well, now I'm going to open the center. And that's kind of what we're taught, the school of chess, right? You want to react to play on the side of the board with play right down the middle of the board. So I think Grishuk has reacted really well here. But keep in mind, that black king on e8 does not really have a safe place to go. But now that I'm looking at it, Robert, white king on e1 also can't castle kingside either.
Yeah, neither king particularly safe, and there are also strategic elements here. I think white's next move might be a5 to disconnect these pawns from one another. So you would say, all right, I don't want to see a5, so let me play it myself. But then up goes this bishop to b5, potentially. So you control one square, you give up the other. So a5 does keep the b4 pawn defended, but it does give up maybe this important b5 square. So I feel like you're right, Amon. The white king has nowhere to go. The black king cannot legally castle kingside because it can't castle through check. I don't think you really want to go queenside either, because that side of the board is open. So maybe the kings will stay in the center for the time being. And Grishuk now down 3 minutes, Amon. We know that he is capable of playing with just seconds on his clock, but this is a big time lead for white and no clear plan for either side.
It's true, yeah. And it also looks like the queen might be kind of invading, but I mean, let's say if we want to just put a5 on the board, for example, white might decide to slide in there with queen to g7. And I was just thinking one of the weird lines is like queen g7, rook g8, queen to h6, and black can almost even try in that position something like g5 maybe, and really go after this queen. Rook g6, h3 is the only available square. Well, there's a bishop on c8 ready for a discovery. So when white looks like they're penetrating into the position of queen g7, it can actually backfire completely and maybe even trap the queen.
It's a really, really good point that a lot of us would just bring our queen to g7 to attack a rook and say, you have to move your rook and can't castle, but black's rook happily will step in front of the queen, and kick it away. So Grishuk's still spending time, and while he does, we're going to zoom out just for a moment. We will keep an eye on all 4 games. But if we look in the various positions here, Amon, in the top right, still very close between Katarina Lucknow and Ju Wenjun. Things
Mhm.
locked up there. In the top left, I mean, Wei Yi and Alexander Bakro, finally, pieces are trading, but white looks kind of cramped there. And then the bottom left, Zhu Yi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, it seems like it's a pretty even position. So, what do you say we go to Wei Yi's game, back to where we started?
Exactly. There's been the most developments there, and obviously this is a crucial match for both sides. I mean, obviously the Tigers going to want their board one to start with a win, but Bakro could really inspire some confidence here. I'm looking at the current position. I'm saying, okay, bishop pair for Wei Yi. Obviously, that exchange looked like it just happened on d4, and the position looks really comfortable for Black in terms of e5 could happen, blow the position wide open. Should usually benefit the bishops, but very solid position for Alexander back row. If you look at where the weaknesses are for white, maybe c2. That's about it, honestly.
Yeah, that's actually really the only one. I mean, A takes. That would actually be good news for white, so you could get the open file. The bishop
Mhm.
on G7, kind of like in some King's Indian positions, it stares into its own pawn, so it's not as strong as it could be. And if you think about it, black has this double pawns and maybe some pawns that need pieces to defend them. So E
Yeah.
takes F5 played, the queen jumps in, and now what? That's the big question. Can we take on A4? That would look like an impossibility, but the B4 pawn is loose over here.
Yeah, that's I feel like that's the kind of move that you almost reject immediately as a human player. Meanwhile, the engine's screaming for it, like, "Hey, we're up a pawn, no worries." But I would be a little frightened to do that as white. I kind of like what he's done with bishop h3. I was also thinking of knight g3, but we would drop our f4 pawn, which is a little unfortunate. So bishop h3 kind of accomplishes the same thing. But I think white has that eventual goal to play h5 or f5, and hang on a sec. Is this forced? He's got to go to
The
f7, surely.
Yeah, only two squares available, D5 and F7. And if you
Yeah.
want a draw, you go to D5. Wei Yi saying, I may be down a minute, but I'm up 300 rating points. The bishop slides back to G2. That
Did he?
seemed a little odd to me. Did he think the queen was going back to D5?
That's what it looks like to me because, I mean, the queen's not poorly placed on h3. If anything, I thought it was kind of decent there. And it looks like white has now basically lost time by this little triangulation. So, yeah, that was a weird move, Robert. It looked like he expected queen d5.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden, Wei Yi, he can try to trade those light square bishops to go after this king over here. The knight on E2 stuck defending the pawn F4, as you were mentioning. So I feel like white is a little bit tied down, and black has more space thanks to these advanced pawns. And Wei Yi down to 1 minute and 30 seconds. I am keeping an eye on all four boards. This does appear to be the most interesting game for the moment. But
Yeah.
Wei Yi has to find a move. He is really using so much of his clock.
Yeah, and he goes for the exchange of bishops here. It's just certainly going to make white's king weaker. The other interesting thing is the knight on e2 and queen on d2 are pretty tied down. Like, can't move at all, especially the knight. So for white, you're looking at that knight on f2 as, the next most eligible candidate, right? To make the next move. I'm looking at the knight on f2 and wondering where I can put it that does any good. Knight, surprisingly, to h1 to g3. Like, I'm trying to get a knight to g3, Robert, because I want to push f5.
Wow. Yeah, maybe there is a knight reroute necessary. But something that was missed in another game, as we zoom out of this one for a second, was the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Zhu Yi, where it looks like black is on the attack, but he might have missed something a little bit more. So let's see
Ooh.
where this happened. The king went to h7, the queen came to c5, and I mean already this position is starting to look good for black. Queen
Yeah.
c5, queen f4, and rook e1 check. That apparently was a mistake. So what was better than that move?
I mean,
Oh,
if not rook e1, I mean, are we looking at queen g1, surprisingly, or knight h5?
oh, brilliant, Amon. Knight h5. It just forks the queen and the pawn, and then queen g1 picks it up. Wow, that's kind of difficult to see. I don't really blame him because f7 would have been hanging and things of that
Right.
nature. But knight h5 apparently is the best move. If queen takes f7, this queen is actually almost trapped after rook e7. So the queen has to drop all the way back to b3, and then you just go pawn
Wow.
grabbing on the king side. These split pawns will not see the future. It seems like that will just be a good transition.
Yeah,
That's really
queen
difficult.
queen f8 is a funny, like, queen loss instead of queen b3. It's like, you're all the way to your opponent's side of the board, and then rook down to e1, you lose your queen down there. That's a crazy variation. Very tough to spot, and it looks like MVL has gone for, kind of a more more anticipated approach here.
Yeah, no, this is still looking like anyone's game, and MVL is up on time. He's a former World Blitz champion, so I feel like he is doing quite decently, but it should be a draw. With best play, pieces are getting traded. Shu Yi, strong player in his own right. He has no fear of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So I think we could trust these players for now. We'll hop back to it if it gets interesting, but look at the top left of your screen. Things have gone from bad to worse for Alexander Bacro as Black's queen has invaded. There's a good attack going for Wei Yi, so let's go there right now. And Wei Yi down under a minute on the clock, but Amon, he's breaking open this position now along the F file.
I think the problem with back row's position is he appears to have listened to me and played knight h1 to g3. And now he has a terrible position as a result. The engine does not like this. Obviously, time ticking down here, but should be more than enough time. Look at that rook on b7, ready to swing over, Robert. The pieces are just placed so perfectly for this attack. And I feel like white is just handicapped from the queen on d2 and knight on e2 being essentially unable to move the entire game.
Yeah, they still have not moved, and already there's a big threat of rook takes rook. Rook has to take back, and you swap everything off that drags this king away. But guess what? The king is needed to protect the knight on g3. Not to mention that if this rook ever leaves, h4 will fall. So, ooh, goodness, there must be some kind of knockout blow here. Queen f3 check is tempting him on. What else?
Yeah, knight e6, like to just bring an extra piece into the fray, also looks tempting. Some sort of mix of both of those moves looks tempting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's just barreling down at this g3 knight. And look at him go. Now he's threatening bishop takes g3, winning a knight on the spot.
Look at all these pins. This is insane.
And you know what his next move is? I was like, what happens to queen f2, threatening mate? He's going to go rook takes e2.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a nasty move. And then every single pawn that you know and love falls after that.
This is sick. Wei Yi went 4-4 last week, and he's showing that definitely was not a fluke. He was the youngest player to ever reach 2,700, and now he is just bullying his opponent, taking this knight, then the next knight, then this pawn, and that pawn. He's winning the house.
He is. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be a win for Wei Yi with great conversion. We'll just basically see the conclusion of it here, and they're going for that line, Robert. Wei Yi's played rook takes e2. Temporary, very temporary sacrifice, because look at what he's getting back.
Yeah. He's giving all these checks. What is he gaining a little bit? Oh, queen e3. I was wondering why the queen went to h6. He wanted to trade queens on e3, get himself a passed pawn, and bishop c3. Oh my gosh, a perfect game maybe by Wei Yi there.
That's insane, yeah. That's dominant, and we don't expect anything else from Wei Yi. Who's still, what is he, 5 for 5 now in the Pro Chess League, Robert?
5 for 5, keeping his perfect streak alive. And there were 2 draws. The games between Ju Wenjun and Caruana Lockno, that was all locked up in the top right. I mean, look at that. That's like checkers over there on 2 different boards. White playing on the light squares, black playing on the dark squares. And then we had a draw between Alexander Grishuk and Liu Yiping. So that's a good result for the Shanghai Tigers, which leaves us with 1 game remaining. And if Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is not winning this game, and he certainly is not winning this position at the moment, that's amazing for the Tigers.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like knight d4 check is kind of the next move, right? f3 falls, c6 falls, and then maybe you could go from there. But he's going f6, so a little bit of life in the position. Obviously, mistakes can still happen, Robert, but I would say this looks like we could be getting another draw here, and then the Tigers would eke things out early.
It's what you were saying. So maybe you're the prophet after all, Amon. You're saying if the Tigers can hold on those lower boards against the 2,700 plus players in the Blitz, then they should have the upper hand in later rounds. And Wei Yi, he gets the job done. But these super jams for the Blitz, whether it be Maxime Vachier-Lagrave or Alexander Grishuk, not getting the wins in game 1. But maybe let's not count Maxime out. He's up nearly a minute on the clock, under 20 seconds for white. And there is this g4 pawn that has to be dealt with. Like, let's say rook f4 here. How are you dealing with these dual threats?
Yeah, that's a great point. Rook f4. It looks like you might consider just moving the knight, right? Giving the G pawn and saying, okay, I'm about to take on C6 as well. So I was looking at rook F4, knight D6, rook G4, rook C6, and there's not much going on in the opposite. It looks like the best you might be able to do, Robert, is somehow get White's knight for your F pawn, but even then, it's still a draw.
Yeah, even f5, knight takes f5. That's
Right.
a known theoretical draw, nothing to worry about. So I was looking at the clock. Maybe that was motivating what I was thinking, but we see that this is just completely low. Just take it. You can take it. You don't need to, but there's no way you're going to lose rook and knight versus rook. An easy theoretical draw, but I just don't like that Shu Yi is getting so low on the clock. That's what's worrying me.
Mhm. It's funny. It was F5 played, and knight E4. It's like it's almost like a move you play just to show and prove that you can play it.
hmm And if the knight comes back to d6, well, the king will pop up to e6 here, and then you're going to run out of these sort of checks. So the game continues. I'm a bit surprised by that because Shu Yi is down so much time. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he didn't win the World Blitz. That wasn't by accident. That was clearly his strength. And so maybe he can play for tricks here and get his opponent in the time trouble.
Right. Yeah, I think that's obviously worth exploring here. White really doesn't want to sack the knight for the pawn. Like, it's almost embarrassing because you're showing that you just can't defend the position. But he's lost his pawn there. But I feel like White getting that knight to F3 has got to be a good sign.
Yeah. I mean, your knight's getting active here. So black is up a pawn. If anyone can win this game, of course, it's black. This rook needs to move. It's under attack, and there would be a fork even if it didn't move. So watch out for like an f4 rook e3 at the right moment. There's still some chances here for Maxime.
Right. hmm the knight is really, really strong where it is right now, covering F4. But White needs to make moves, and there's King F1, not the easiest move to make.
No. And the rook and the knight just are protective. I was going to say if the king went to d7, you'd bring your knight to e5. But he's not even allowing that. He's trying to create some kind of fortress, but the king runs away.
hmm
Up to e2. So this should be a hold. We're not denying that. But it's just feeling like a position with 5 seconds, 3 seconds for white.
That's
Things
right.
could go wrong. Watch out for forks. He went this way because otherwise knight d2 check with a fork.
Exactly.
Wait. Knight f2 wins the knight on e5, but you do get this pawn on f4.
And I mean, is he going to take that? He is. I mean, look, you can't get much more than what Maxime got here, right? You're kind of doing as well as you can.
And it's kind of funny because this position, it says the bar is completely level. Of course, it should be a draw, but mistakes happen, especially without time and against a knight. Knights are tricky pieces.
And hey, I've seen and competed in my fair share of Title Tuesdays, Robert. So I feel like I am a world-renowned expert at watching rook and knight.
It's one of these things where where's the fork going to happen? You want to keep your rook in line with the knight so the king can't cross. The last thing you want is to allow this king hopping over to d6 and pushing your king to the side of the board. Here comes Maxime's king, at least he hopes.
Yep. And usually, you want to create some position where, your rook goes to h8 and just stays on like h5, h4, h6 for white. And even though the white king is getting pushed towards the queen side to the a file, with that rook way over on the king side on the h file, for white, you're usually able to create some boundaries.
The king goes back to c2, so making small little progress. Knight comes up to e5, but the issue is whenever the king goes to d4, you give a check on d8. Knights are not good, like bishops are, at blocking checks. Bishops can move just one square on the diagonal and then block a check. The knights have to go so far away to do that.
And, it has to be said that Maxime is trying to win. There's no correct formula. There's no way to do it. So he's just trying his best. He's certainly making some progress here. Funny enough, rook to c4, king a5, knight c6 doesn't exist because it's been.
But he is kicking the king to the last file over here. So the a file, he doesn't give the check over here. I guess the king could have slid to c5. But now the king is just going to slink up the board to go up here and run away. But Chat, what do you think? It's on move 94. How many moves is this game going to last? I'm curious what the chat is going to say.
Yeah, this is. I mean, he's trying to make it work, but ultimately, I don't think. I don't think Zhu Yi is going to allow it. There's some nasty forks now, though.
Mm-hmm. This rook can pin the knight, but then the king would get closer. So he's doing
That's
a
right.
great job of keeping the king out of play. Oh, he is trying to slide his king in.
Yeah. And usually in these situations, you want to play like rook b3 so that you can kind of block the check with your knight on c3 and then bring the king to c6.
Yeah, you could tell that Maxim's trying to find the trickiest variation, and he wanted his knight to c5 when the king was on a5 because it would set up a mating net. That's why the king goes to a3 rather than up to a5, where it probably would have been checkmated.
Yep. I wonder if White's going to defend with rook b4 here. Always a tricky decision.
Oh, but let's bring up an analysis board. Rook b4 was a blunder. Sorry, Aman. Got to do this to you. Rook a7 check. The king has to go to b2, and then knight d3 would have been it would have one blocked the game.
Oh, it's forced as well. Oh,
Yeah.
that would be nasty. Like
So
I said,
easy
I'm a
to overlook.
professional observer, not actually playing the position.
That's how I feel often about rook and bishop versus rook. Like, okay, when I'm not playing, when there's no stress on me, I know
Nice and
exactly how to
easy.
hold.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is really good defense though by Zhu Yi here. Although I think this is the last move of the game because I see that it's pure zeros and he makes the 50 move rule.
Yeah.
But this was close. Like knight c4 now, and your king is about to deliver a checkmate. So, that was close, but it didn't quite make it. Did Maxime Vachier-Lagrave a great hold for Zhu Yi, and the Tigers, they get this draw. It'll be 2.5, 1.5. The Tigers hold a 1-point lead on.
That's right. And hey, great defense. Even though we like to talk about rook and knight like it's super easy and it should be a draw, you still have to make that draw. And against a player as strong as Maxime, time ticking down, that's no easy task. Your team needs you to perform, and he absolutely did. Hey, the two superstars there, Grishuk and MVL, with draws on their boards. This is what I was calling for before the match. I think the Blitz needed to get out to a bigger start than they have. Shanghai up 2.5 to 1.5, Robert. I think they're very happy with that first round result.
For sure, because Zhu Wenjun, Zhu Yi, and Liu Yiping, they actually had very solid games, even though they were outrated on each and every board. And then it was Wei Yi who delivered for the Shanghai Tigers. So they are now leading 2.5 to 1.5. So Aman and I will take a very quick break. The games will commence in the second round in just a few minutes. This is the Pro Chess League matchup between the Shanghai Tigers and the Blitz. You will not want to miss the rest of this match. Stay tuned.
I do like positional styled games. I may try to keep it positional, but I can also change gears. And I think that's very important in terms of, anyone trying to develop their chess game. If you do find, style of play that you enjoy, that's good, but you could also try to sharpen it by implementing, another form of into your bag, as we would call it, right?
He may be hiding in the shadows, but his play on the board lights up the score for the Shanghai Tigers. That is Super Grandmaster Wei Yi, the top board for Shanghai. Aman, he is a monster. He's an absolute tactical beast. He is now 5 out of 5 in the Pro Chess League. Can anybody stop this man?
I mean, Robert, we're still looking for the answer to that question. Wei Yi has been playing lights out so far. 5 out of 5 in the Pro Chess League. I mean, look at pedigree right here. He's world number 29, Robert, and it feels like nobody's seen him play. Like, where does he play? Because he's such a strong player, over 2,700. He's the youngest player to reach 2,700. Speaking of that, when he was 15 years old. We've all seen Wei Yi's talent over the years, but, you know, it's nice and refreshing to see him competing in the PCL here, Robert, because I feel like I just don't get enough of his classical games.
He's just really not playing over the board much. It's a shame because of how strong he is. He's only 23 years old. It feels like he's been around forever, but that's because he became a superstar at the age of 15. And during the break there, the players for the Chinese team, the Shanghai Tigers, they were laughing. They were having a good time. So you see the camaraderie, and he really leads the charge for them. He is a perfect 5 out of 5 thus far in the Pro Chess League. And coming up next, the matches do not get easier for him. He took down the board 4 for the Blitz, and now that means he gets a tougher matchup, but he does lead the way. He was the only person to score a full point for the Tigers.
Yeah, and I've actually kind of been thinking about that. Which way do you prefer the games to go? Because quite literally, every game for Wei Yi gets tougher from now on. Whereas, technically for the board 4s, every game gets easier. So which way would you rather have it, Robert, if you were playing?
I think starting with black against board 4 is a good thing. And Wei Yi, he took care of business with the black pieces. So I feel like he can build his confidence. When you're having a good day, you want to start piling up those victories. But when you're having a bad day, potentially, and you lose that first game, you're like, why couldn't I have just lost to Alexander Grishuk? So coming up next for Wei Yi, as you said, the matchups do get tougher for the board 1s. And that is clearly true with round 2 on deck. Aman, he gets the white pieces, but he's playing Caruana Lucknow. So as we look across these 4 matchups, wow, what lineups these two teams have.
Yeah, so we'll see the colors flip now, and the top two heavy hitters for the Blitz you're seeing there are going to have the white pieces against Xu Yi and Liu Yiping. So look at those boards right there on the bottom half of the lineups, Robert, because I think the Blitz, this round is really important for the Blitz to win. I think that Grishuk and MVL with the white pieces, hey, put you guys up there. We're going to need some wins on the board here. Zhu Wenjun and Alexander Bakro is another big matchup, but you pointed it out. I think board 1 is going to be one of the most exciting ones of the round, Robert.
Yes, I mean, Wei Yi, he needs to strike again for the Tigers because, as you're saying, for Alexander Grishuk, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, it's the super GM mantra. You hold with black, they just did that. Now you win with white. That is what they have to prove. But we are going to start with Wei Yi as he takes on Caruana Lucknow. I believe that will be our first matchup of the round. And Wei Yi, I mean, really unstoppable to this point. He is 5 out of 5, and it feels like he's barely been in trouble throughout those games.
Yeah, that's a great point. When you're looking at these PCL games, you have to keep in mind some players, the professionals, they're okay with a draw. They want to push their chances to the limit. They are obviously looking for a win, but ultimately we saw in the previous round, Grishuk didn't go crazy trying to win his game. He's okay with a draw. MVL the same. He didn't go nuts. He tried a rook and knight endgame. So I think that's absolutely a strategy here. And Robert, what the heck is going on here? We already got H4 on the board. I think the chat's gonna love this one.
I mean, I'm using the double exclam. I can do that since I control the board. You see, double exclam H4. Peter Spidler, one of the world's leading experts in the Grunfeld, he has said that this is a tough line to deal with. Sam Shanklin plays it, and we know how well prepared he is. H4 and no response yet from Caruana Lucknow.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'm enjoying this little double exclam you can throw on the moves now. I've never seen this before. This is awesome. I like that. C6 played in response, and I think the move H4, it kind of stops you in your tracks a little bit. you're in the rhythm, you're ready to play bishop g7, castle, maybe d5, typical Grunfeld. And then you see h4 and you're like, oh, maybe I don't even want to put my bishop on g7 all of a sudden. So Black now rethinking things, going for c6, and this might get back into like Slav territory.
Yeah, because h4 is definitely scary if you castle, as you were saying. But if you play in the center, was this really a useful move? It does give the g4 square to Black's pieces, potentially this bishop coming out to g4. That could be a bit annoying. So h4, I like it. It's showing his intentions. He wants to play ambitiously and creatively, but it's not a good sign when you play h4, your opponent plays a pretty calm move, and then you're the one thinking.
That's right. Yeah, because c6 is okay, not the strangest move ever, but it's really thrown Wei Yi into a think tank here. I mean, h5 as a follow-up, it can be played, but I'm not sure he wants to just go for it straight away. This isn't bullet chess. After knight takes h5, I'm not sure you're prepared to sack the rook the way you might be in some other less important games.
And then now we get like an exchange Slav with h4 and g6 thrown in. This is exactly what an exchange Slav looks like, but with these two moves. And I feel like the moves don't necessarily help white for the time being, but you can tell that Caruana, she wants to finish her development. She wants the castle, but also this is bishop. So if you think about this from the London perspective, with your pawn h4, your bishop is never in danger of being won because your bishop can slide back to h2 and you're on an unopposed diagonal. So maybe small advantages for Wei Yi here.
Yeah, I would probably say so. If you take the move h4 and g6 back, Black would almost always develop the bishop from e7 or the bishop from f8 on the f8 to a3 diagonal. Kind of rare in an exchange Slav like this to all of a sudden fianchetto the bishop. And as you said, the h-pawn kind of acts as if white has played h3. Of course, there are some differences at g4 square, but I think it benefits white, Robert. And we see the move queen b6 played. There are maybe some ways to already give up some pawns here for white, like either b2 or d4, depending.
Yeah, e3, queen takes b2, knight b5. That looks like fun. These kind of ideas. Oh, I apparently blundered something here, but maybe there is using this b5 square could be to white's advantage. But I guess knight b5 allows knight e4, and you might just get checkmated one way or another here. So you have to be very, very careful. But I could see a pawn sacrifice happening in this game.
Yep, either e3 to defend that, or another way to do things is sometimes on the c file with that loose bishop on c8, rook c1 or queen c2, something like that, eyeballing the bishop. So, yeah, I wonder how Wei Yi's going to proceed. Look, queen d2, if you want to just keep everything under control, is another natural move. So we might see just queen d2, e3, and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, this game for now remains relatively peaceful. We'll see if it gets spicier as the game continues. But let's look at the top right of our screens. This is theoretical territory between Ju Wenjun and Alexander Bacrot, but it's a wild affair up there. And pretty much all the games are pretty exciting and full of life. In the bottom left, Alexander Grishuk against Xu Yi. White has double pawns that he just pushed forward, but the eval bar hovering a little bit in Black's favor, potentially with a queen trade on the horizon. So let's maybe... And the bottom right is a Berlin, so we're not going to talk about that one. But let's go to the game between Ju Wenjun and Alexander Bacrot. It's a very important game because if Ju Wenjun can take down Bacrot, who lost in the first match, that would be great for the Tigers. So, Aman, do you have any experience in this opening? We can go back and see how we got here. But have you ever played these lines?
I've definitely played them only a few times and never in classical. So haven't gotten these crazy, and I mean crazy. These can go almost the entire game, Robert, without ever you having to think. You're just recalling what you've prepped and studied, because these lines have been so explored over the years. You see crazy move like g5. It looks nuts, right? But if the bishop moves away, the knight on c4 will be hanging, and this is just a long long time of analysis in the books here.
I love you don't even move the bishop. You move the knight back to attack this bishop. So if the bishop moves, you lose the pawn g5. So you take, and then Black just castles. Please take my pawn over here. You see that I have an attack going against your queen. I will scoop this pawn back up in the future. So we see queen c2. Knight c5, please still take my pawn. No, okay, fine. And after pawn takes, we have this position where I've always felt like, at least by appearances, black should be able to strike quickly. But this knife on f5 is so powerful here because it covers the h4 square, and white can strike at any moment on the queen side. So at first glance, I've always liked black, but then the more I've seen these games go, I feel like white does have some great play for herself.
Yeah, no, this is a position where the knight is also guarded by the queen on c2. So it's really entrenched in there. Neither knight for black can challenge the f5 square very easily at all. I was about to say b4 and b5 already is just such a strong idea. a5 makes a ton of sense to take that under control. We might even see knight a6 to b4 to get that knight even further entrenched in those dark squares. And when I talk about dark squares, we've talked about the knight on f5. It really is a color complex kind of battle here, Robert, because of the presence of the dark squared and light squared bishops on the board. Opposite bishops, both sides are fighting for those different color complexes.
Yeah, the knight on f5 dominating this bishop on f8 for now. But as you said, if this knight were to move out the way from c5, even the bishop or that knight could go to the b4 square. But for now, with the rook stare down, you'd be very, very careful because you don't want to allow white to quickly attack. Trade rooks, bring the next rook over. Then bring a bishop maybe to h3 to force the king to the side. There could be a devastating attack on the horizon with ideas like, a knight sacrifice on b5 as well. You just keep all of these options in your mind if you're Alexander Bacrot. And Aman, he's down over 3 minutes on the clock. Not good news for the Blitz, if you ask me.
Yeah, I was also just noticing he was doing one of those things where you put both your hands on your head. I always wondered when you play online chess, like obviously when you play OTB, that's very normal. But when I think about moves in online chess, I don't think I ever do that. But I see both players doing it in this match. Like I never take my hand off the mouse.
Yeah, well, Ju and June must have heard you saying that, and she immediately puts her hands on her head. But that's how concentrated they are. We get the 5-head cam from them. But let's leave Alexander Bacrot to it. He decides to take on d1, giving up the d file. A bit of a surprise in the top right. But we have some interesting games all around. Bottom right is that Berlin. Top left, by the way, you called it, Aman. There was a pawn sack on that board. I think we should go back there just for a moment. We will look at the other games, but I'm loving the pawn sack that you suggested because this is not how it typically goes. You play e3, you give up the pawn on b2. I suggested a losing move. I get it, my bad. But queen c1, you give up material and then you trade queens after pushing your h-pawn and not developing. It feels like Wei Yi is playing against the rules of chess, and yet the eval bar is saying, nah, white's doing pretty nicely.
Exactly, yeah, way to go. Because if you don't trade queens here, you retreat the queen to b6, for example. I mean, we can already think about winning the pawn back with a move like knight takes d5 because the bishop on c8 is loose. And the whole idea is that, well, the bishop c8 is attacked. Black might play knight c6 here, right? Totally natural move, covers the c file. But then the move that you've been harping on the entire time kind of comes into play here. And that knight b5 to c7, it just can't be stopped. So really uncomfortable position for Lakhno to be in, especially because Wei Yi is not playing this, Robert, because he just spotted it over the board. He's seen this before.
Yeah, and if you try to take away the b5 square with a6, as Aman has been highlighting, this bishop is loose. So knight takes d5, for example, would be available with this bishop hanging back here. And then the knight. It's not just the bishop, it's the knight on b8. So I take your bishop with check. Your king goes, you say, oh, your rook, your bishop. Sorry, thank you for your free piece. That's the game. So I feel like already it's a critical moment for Caruana Lakhno. She could think about bringing her bishop to d7, but knight b5 is still tempting. You don't really want to give up your bishop for this knight over here with the rook going to slam down on c7. I would say clear advantage for white. This is just one pawn, and it's not really coming into play just yet.
No, and it's you really do slow down trying to develop the rest of your pieces because, bishop g7, the knight still has to get out. White has easy moves. b5 square for the knight. The bishop might take back with check if it gets captured. Knight f3 to e5. And white doesn't even need to castle. You could just play king e2 and enjoy all that open space and open files you've got on the queen side. Love Wei Yi's position. Think he's off to a great start.
One last thing before we get out of here. You said knight e5. I started thinking of the e5 square. Bishop e5 might already win back the d5 pawn because there's a pin here. I'll take your knight and grab this pawn in the center with a fork on c7 threatened to boot. So, wow, Wei Yi is spoiled for choice. He is down on the clock. He'll need to make his next decisions relatively quickly. But let's zoom out of here because I am actually seeing some interesting stuff happening on that Berlin board. I discounted it. It was a Berlin in the bottom right. But where did all that Berlin structure go? We're in an opposite color bishop position where Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has the healthier pawn structure as we approach the endgame. And look at this move. Okay, how clever is Maxime? Did he just blunder a pawn? Maxime Vachier-Lagrave does not just hang a pawn like this in one move. I'm going to show this, bring up a analysis board. Bishop takes f3, looks good. There's a pin down the g file, but after the rook slides to e1 with check, and the king goes to f7, this bishop can just slide back, and rook f2. We might get like a ladder type of checkmate against this king. It's wide open here.
Yeah, this is I almost can't believe this was a Berlin at one point, but you're right. The king is just so exposed here. White is almost going to be like forced mating that king.
Where's the mate? Let's see. The king. Okay, if the king goes here, rook f7 is obvious. If the king goes up, where's the checkmate? That's the question. Do we just force it?
You got to find it there. Bishop d2 looks like a great start.
And the king has to run this way and here. Where's the mate? Because if I go here, I lose my rook.
Yeah. What the heck?
I don't see the checkmate, but you could probably just move your rook away somewhere and deliver a checkmate next, right? Like there's also four and
exactly.
One. All right, well, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here. We see f3, the king goes to f7, smart play, bishop back to e5, hitting the pawn here, defensive moves from black, and just king f2. And white is clearly much better here. You're going to play g4, you're going to get passers on this side of the board over here, and they're double pawns for black.
And the bishop covers h8, which doesn't look too relevant right now, but it really helps those pawns move up the board. It means that black can't go rook h8 to ever challenge the h-pawn. So you're going to see like takes, I'm thinking f takes, king g3, and then see ya, h4, h5, h6, h7.
Yeah, just going to quickly run that pawn up the board. And this bishop is so strong because it helps your promotion square and stops the opponent from pushing the pawns up the board. So that bishop on e5, it is a stellar piece. And I feel like, well, this king is wide open for black here. Maybe this king is going to become dead at some point, right? Like there are going to be a bunch of checks available, especially if you take on g4. This pawn will take back and the rook f2 checks, rook e1 to follow. So I'm not liking this position for
Robert,
black.
are you on Chess.2 right now? I've never seen any. You got a skull over the king right there? Are you on the new update? What is this?
I do what I want. I just hide it until the moment's right. And I just feel like this king on f7, it's in harm's way. So I had to put the skeleton out there.
I love it. Yeah, and we see king g3. It really is going to go south. I think MVL, this is like textbook. Like, does anyone know the Berlin better than a guy like MVL? I seem to recall some of his games where he's played like 50 moves and draw. Just a demonstration of knowledge.
Oh, wow. And by the way, this eval bar went sky high right there. So b5 somehow a mistake, and I'm guessing it's because the c. Yeah, he's just saying, take me. I'll go rook c1. I'll win this pawn. I'll win that pawn. So now white has two unopposed passers and black has none.
Yeah, the pawns are just not mobile for Liu Yiping here. So I think MVL is looking really comfortable here with the white pieces, Robert. But, looking at all the boards, I'm actually curious if you think that game up in the top left is as decisive as it looks, because Wei Yi, again, with those white pieces, is looking like it could be a convincing advantage here.
Wei Yi is a beast. 5 out of 5 in the Pro Chess League. I mean, look at this last move, too. His last bunch of moves. He played queen c1, if we go back in time. He's down a pawn. Let's just trade a queens. That queen's not going back. It's a problem. So we see a trade. Then the knight goes to b5. Black plays knight a6. He just develops. He continues your plan. You called for it, and it happened. Black is moving the same pieces, and the king is still in the center. And look at this. f6. Give me that. King takes, knight c7. That's an unexpected move. Your knight was supposed to cover, but as she captures, in comes the rook and the king on e6. Speaking of kings that are a problematic piece, I'm going to have to do this again. I'm sorry. This king, it's really in trouble here on e6.
There we go. The chat's going to love that one. Perfectly used as well because, white's down a pawn, but it doesn't even matter. You can take it back if you want. e7's hanging, but it might not be about that anymore. I think you could even just develop.
Yeah, and I see that rook takes b7 was in fact played. I was putting too many of those emojis on the board. Thank you for the pawn. This bishop may help in the attack as well. Rook c8. The one idea, let's give this check down here. You just don't allow it. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me?
Bishop to C7. Oh, that's unreal.
What? Like, I was thinking, what do I do? I can't move my king here because this pawn, maybe I play F3 to try to boot this knight out of here. He says, not a single ounce of counterplay for you. If you bring your king back, I'll give you a check. So your king is going to have to run away no matter what. This is sick stuff.
Jeez. Well, I mean, it's looking great for Wei Yi. Not only are the moves coming in, one after the other, but he just seems to be in a flow, Robert. He is looking so smooth so far in this PCL. MVL is looking fantastic thus far. I mean, I guess we haven't taken a look at that Grishuk game, right? That's the last game for us to check in on, because that's really going to dictate how this round goes.
Yeah, because in the top bottom right, we see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's well on his way to victory. In the top left, Wei Yi, similarly in charge. And then that leaves us with the top right game and the bottom left. Both of them have about level positions. Let's go to that Alexander Grishuk game that you are calling for. Because, Aman, this is an absolute mess. I see that black and white both have 5 pawns. But excuse me, what in the world? This is bowling. I see just a split everywhere.
Yeah, this just looks like some of the worst pawns that you could imagine versus some of the worst development you could imagine. So that's why I think this is one of the most misleading 0.00 valuations ever, because I can't believe it's sitting there like nothing's happening, minding its own business. The eval bar doesn't seem to care. Meanwhile, I'm looking at this, I'm seeing, long castle, for example, the bishop's under attack, bishop e6 looks likely. Pawn to f4 to kick the knight, but careful, don't want to allow knight to f3.
Well, he does a temporary exchange. Like, maybe this is why it was all zeros, because we have an opposite color bishop position. But Aman, let's hold back for a second. Where's this king going? If you go to c7, up goes the rook to d7 with check, and the bishop is tied down to this pawn. If the king goes here, well, you're just in your bishop's path. So I feel like you're right that all zeros is extremely misleading unless there's some obvious draw that I'm missing. I feel like white is in charge.
I was looking at bishop d6. I was actually analyzing bishop d6 here.
You're a madman. Okay, let's bring up an analysis board. Aman Madman Hamilton gives up a bishop for free, it seems, but after king e7 with the fork, Aman, that's sick stuff.
I'm just saying, if you tell me it's 0.00, I'm going to find out why. It's a lot easier when I start by knowing the evaluation.
But even this doesn't look that clear, right? Like a rook d7 check, king takes. Which pawn do I take? All of them?
I guess for black, it's kind of obvious. You're going to play rook f8 and then just start vacuuming on the f file and just see what's left over at the end, because you're going to have a passed e pawn or maybe a passed h pawn.
Right, and white will get a passed a pawn very likely. Bishop d6, suggested by you, spotted by Shu Yi. You two are on the same page. It's a different universe. I mean, this is great play by the Chinese Grandmaster. This is why I think rating gaps can be misleading. By the way, Maxime Vachier did officially just win his game. Not surprised by that result. But this is just great stuff from Shu Yi. And I was going to say that 2,500 versus 2,750, of course, in a match, advantage 2,750. But in a single game, there's no reason why Shu Yi cannot handle the Super Grandmaster for the Blitz. So let's get on out of here as Alexander Grishuk ponders his decision, because Wei Yi in immense time trouble against Caruana Lochno. He is better, and he needs to win because Maxime Vachier-Lagrave took down Liu Yiping on the bottom right there. So let's go back to the top left, because in time trouble, mistakes happen, but white is clearly better.
That's right. Yeah, and we've been seeing so many good things about Wei Yi because there are so many good things to say, but Caruana Lochno has managed to not only stay reasonably level in this position, but find a way to nearly trap that bishop on c7 and get Wei Yi low on the clock so that his decisions are trickier to make.
And look at this, opposite color bishops and even material, but not even placement of bishops. Look at this rook. It's going to come over here and go after this pawn. Bishop takes g6 will be a tactical threat after rook h8, but e5. Right. Caruana Lochno strikes in the center. She wants e4 to shut down this bishop.
Yeah, and she's defending h7 with the rook from a7. Really nice.
Activating along this. But if rook d7, then there's rook a8. So look at Wei Yi go. He's trying to cause problems for the black king. And she goes king e6. 15 seconds for Wei Yi. He's got to move. What's he going to do, Man?
Well, at this point, I think he probably knows most of the advantage has been lost. E4 is a bit annoying. Maybe I was gonna say bishop on b3 would be great. So maybe bishop a4 to b3.
That's actually really nasty. So 8. Ooh, I don't love that because you're putting your pawn on a light square, but maybe there's no stopping a3 next.
Mm-hmm. That's
Uh-oh.
right. I'm looking at g4. I feel like I like g4, g5.
That looks really appealing. And rook a5, she's barely holding everything, and your move comes into play. This bishop might get trapped, Amon.
Yeah, strangely enough, like you could definitely see that dark square bishop going down here. Rook h8 is also an idea again.
Oh, and then g5, because the rook has to go to a7 defend. You play g5, only safe square is
That's right.
g7, but that rook will be cut off from the h7 pawn. Wei Yi and Amon Hamilton, they're playing great moves here, but 6 seconds for the Chinese Super Grandmaster and nearly 30 for Black. Oh, he's barely getting his moves off.
Yeah, that was a good move. Bishop g7 first in order to prevent rook h8. So Lakhno is up to task here.
A quick analysis board, please, because after king f7, rook a8 is possible with bishop takes d5 check. I'm not sure if that was good, but if rook takes a8, bishop d5 was check first, and then you take the rook, but only one extra pawn, probably not good enough. So instead, we see the rook slide to b8 and then up to b7. He's just keeping the bishop on the board, and that's bad news for the black king and bishop.
Oh, the bishop is in such a bad spot here. g5 and rook f7 is essentially going to win the piece. And there might even be mate here, remember?
Oh, my
rook
goodness.
to g8 is mate.
It's checkmate. She walked right into it. And she now sees it, and she is going to throw in the towel. Look at Wei Yi go. Caruana Lakhno, super strong player, but Wei Yi is unstoppable in the Pro Chess League.
He is. You know, when you're feeling it, you're feeling it. And we see a win there by Wei Yi. I mean, how many times have we said that in the Pro Chess League? 6, exactly.
We have said it 6 times, but Zhu Wenjun right now, she is in time trouble against Alexander Bacro, mutual time trouble. So let's go into that one because we have a material imbalance where Black has a rook that's in the top right. Black has a rook against a knight and 2 pawns. Whose king is safer and why? I'm not sure, Amon.
I love White's position here. You know, b3. Just stay on the light squares here. I feel like in the long term, this should be a great position for White, but Black could sort things out tactically if we see some blunders. But long term, this should be definitely winning for White.
Yeah, you see the queen and bishop lined up, but the open H file with rook d1 check to follow. I mean, this king is forced back. The bishop will be forced back to f1, and neither side has much time. 10 seconds for Black right now. He doesn't know what to do. Bishop f1 is easy, and there's no queen h3 because your bishop is hanging with check, I imagine, and the black king gets mated.
So maybe king a8? Set that up? Just get out of the check? I don't know.
f4 was kind of a threat, so the rook comes back to the last rank, and now White's king is feeling safe and sound.
That's right, yeah. We might even see g4 get played, but remember, as soon as you start moving these pawns, switch to the h file and try to get something going there.
There must be a way to get the queen to b6. That's what I'm looking for. Dream square is queen to b6 and queen a7 checkmate. So how do you get this queen on over there?
Yep. No, this is...
Whoa.
He goes for the sacrifice here, but
that's
a
over.
little premature. Queen takes c5 even could be played.
But simple chess, can you... No, knight c7, the king would go up to a7, and then you could have taken everything. But this is desperate for Caruana. He's giving away all his pieces, and this knight can even drop back
Queen
to
d4.
Where is the easiest knockout? You could even maybe take here at some point.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't want to do it when the rook's on f8, which is funny, but yeah, she's done a good job here, and now I think the game is in hand.
And that's it. You take this knight, check, and you get a queen. It's going to be a win for the women's world champion, Zhu Wenjun. I think you can resign safely after this. You only have a few checks, but queen d5 eliminates any more checks. And we actually are being informed that earlier in this game, Alexander Bacro missed something huge. So he had a big chance that was overlooked. And we'll just let this game conclude. And while it does, on move 24, we're told, she's just checkmated, but on move 24, there was a missed opportunity for Bacro. He went bishop to e7, but Amon, c5, there's just a pin down the d file, and he overlooked that. He only had 5 seconds, I guess.
Yeah, the time playing a big factor in this game as well, but dang, that's just a pin, plain and simple, Robert.
Yeah, no, that's something you would expect him to see. And unfortunately, in his time trouble, it looks like he did actually had a minute and 20 seconds. So he had plenty of time to spot that, but unfortunately, he missed it. And now all 4 games are done. And it's good news once again for the Shanghai Tigers. Alexander Grishuk held to a draw after that lovely bishop d6 move that you found for Shu Yi. So that means, as we see here, board 1, Wei Yi. Board 2, Ju and Jun. They took down their opponents in time trouble. And then Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the only player for the Blitz to strike. So, Aman, as we look at those 4 matchups, I mean, what do you make of it? Another win for the Tigers.
Yeah, I think the Tigers are in. I mean, it seems obvious to say they're ahead in the match, so obviously they're in a great position. But I just think that Grishuk and MVL, when you think about the progression, their opponents are only going to get tougher and tougher. So if you look at their results thus far, they've had a few draws in the first round. Grishuk with another draw here. Those are all points left on the table against weaker opponents. Things should only get tougher for them. And an even lineup like the one that the Shanghai Tigers have with, kind of similarly rated players on most boards, I think that lineup gets better and better as things go on. But, you see this round right here, leading by example, Wei Yi, Ju Wenjun wins on the top boards. Not a bad round for white pieces, would you say, Robert?
Yeah, great round, 3.5 out of 4. And, well, Wei Yi gets it done. Ju and Jun gets it done. So for the Shanghai Tigers, we see they are leading the way. 2 out of 2 for Wei Yi, 1.5 out of 2 for Ju and Jun. She drew Caruana Lucknow and beat the board 4 Alexander Bakro. And on the other squad, the Blitz, only 1 out of 2 for Grishuk. Not terrible, right? That happens, but you need more from your top board.
Definitely. Yeah, you want Grishuk and MVL to be performing a little bit better. Bakro, probably quite expected, unfortunately, to have 0 points out of 2. He played the top 2 players for the Shanghai Tigers. So his games are actually going to get easier. Be exciting to watch him in the next couple rounds. He's going to be playing against the boards 3 and 4, and the same with Lucknow. So, as the rounds go on, Robert, the matchups are going to get even closer. And obviously, there's a lot on the line as we need a comeback from the Blitz here if they're going to have any chance.
Yeah, right now we're talking about the Tigers and the Blitz, but I want to make mention of a Bullet event that is coming your way. The February Bullet Brawl Arena is almost here. If you missed last month's Bullet action, don't miss the event on Saturday, February 25th. Your favorite title streamers will be back with 2 hours of action-packed Bullet chess with $2,500 on the line. That's this Saturday, February 25th at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Use the command Brawl in chat for all the details. Aman, you going to play?
Oh, don't mind me. Just going to be marking that one down on my calendar right here. Robert, last Saturday of each month. I played in the last one. It was a lot of fun. I mean, I really like these formats, the arena formats, so like Arena Kings. But hey, now we've got one for Bullet. I think the shorter the time control these days, the better for me, Robert.
Okay, well, the shorter the time control, the worse for me. I'm an old man. I got shaky wrists, so I'm going to have to shake off this old body, take a little bit of a break, and when we return, we'll be back for the Pro Chess League matchup between the Shanghai Tigers and the Blitz. Round 3 commences in just a few minutes.
In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
That's a win for Abi Manumishra, and you see that he is pumped up.
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
Oh my gosh!
But rook's the game first? No, it's mate.
And look at the smile on Alexei Serrano's face.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
Oh no! Jinx!
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
Let's go! Let's go, fam!
And we return to this Pro Chess League matchup between the Shanghai Tigers and the Blitz, captained by Blitzstream Kevin Bordy. This matchup is very important for the overall standings because in this league, you need 3 wins as a team to make the playoffs. And we have some important dates ahead of us. We are just getting set in the regular season. Only this is our 2nd week. The 24th, we have our All-Star game, the Arena Royale, and then March 30th to 31st, 8 teams make their way to the playoffs before ultimately 4 teams go to the Pro Chess League Finals in May. So, Man, you built a roster. You have a team, the Canada Chess Bras. Did you build them for the long haul? You think they can last the full season?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the playoffs is exciting, right? Getting to 3 wins. And, I mean, we have the Arena Royale. I think the Chess Bras, of course, are going to be there, Robert, so you can count on that. But PCL Finals, that's what it's all about. And I think this season, as fun as it is, it kind of ends before you know it. So enjoy it while it's here because I can't wait for the playoffs.
Playoffs? We're talking about the playoffs. I'm excited for them. And I think the Shanghai Tigers, they're looking ready for the playoffs because in this matchup, after 8 total games have been played, 2 rounds of action, Wei Yi, 2 out of 2, Ju and Jun, 1.5 out of 2, and the rest of the Shanghai Tigers chipping in. So, Aman, as we head towards the 3rd round here, what do the Blitz need to do differently?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Blitz right now are looking at absolute necessity for their top boards to lead by example. I think Rishuk and MVL need to be leaned on here, but look for back row to start stealing some points. Right, he's down there with no points so far, but he's had the toughest games, Robert. So I think that look for back row to try to score 1 out of 2 in these next games. That would be big for the team. And MVL and Grishuk, they need to put some points on the board.
And we're about to get some super grandmaster clashes because we keep talking about Wei Yi and his perfect score. Excuse me, Black against Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. That is not exactly an easy pairing, but Wei Yi did take down Leonard Dominguez a week ago with the black pieces.
That's right. No, I mean, obviously the colors are relevant here. You have the white pieces, usually an advantage, no matter what, for any player in professional chess sense. But when it comes to a 10-minute plus 2-second increment game, Robert, you're able to create chances for both sides, kind of regardless.
That's true. And Alexander Grishuk gets the white pieces. He'll need to make magic happen for the Blitz. But we are going to start, I was going to say with our all board 1 matchup because I keep forgetting that Maxime Vacher-Lagrave is board 2 for the Blitz. That's what happens when you have a 1-2 punch at the Super GM level with Grishuk and Maxime. Maxime's actually the higher rated player in classical chess. His classical rating has dipped to 2736. I'm not used to seeing that, Mana. We're used to seeing him being a 2770.
That's right. No, it's extremely unusual, but MVL, of course, donning that Blitz jersey there, which looks pretty slick, by the way. Shout out to Kevin Bordy for those. He's up basically with the white pieces. This is probably one of his biggest games of the round because he's facing someone who's never lost in the Pro Chess League so far, Robert. And Wei Yi's played some tough opposition as well. It's not like he's collecting points out here. He's earning some tough wins.
He really is, and he's avoiding the Berlin. So we just saw Maxime Vachier-Lagrave play a great game in the Berlin, and now we see him play a kind of more open Spanish, where this pawn on e4 is not captured early. The queens are still on the board, and there's a lot of tension here in the position from e5 to d4, the e4 pawn, all that stuff. So Aman, Wei Yi playing instantly. He has more time than he started with. We're used to seeing that from MVL. He is one of those lightning quick players, but it seems like Wei Yi well within his preparation.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think both of these guys, especially we're dealing with E4, E5, Rui Lopez stuff, both of these guys are well aware of what's going on here. So definitely not surprised to see Wei Yi with some good preparation because it's almost like the onus is on the player with the white pieces, Robert, to sort of make something of the position. If it just, you're both showing your theory and ends up as a draw, you're not totally satisfied. Keep in mind that the situation in the match right now also dictates a little bit what needs to happen. MVL probably needs a full point more than Wei Yi does for his team. So that might force him to choose some more risky lines that keep things going, keep some play on the board.
And you don't want to go all in if you're the Blitz. Or you just need a 1-point win in this round, 2.5, 1.5. That would be good because that gives you an entire fourth round to strike. You just don't want to lose this game if you're Maxime. And I think we're going to see it. I was about to say G5 and a knight sacrifice here. This is wild stuff. The Black King is open, but the D4 pawn is loose. And whose theoretical knowledge is better? That's the essential question because Aman, we had experiences like this. When you make one inaccuracy, you just lose the game because Black is up a piece, but then Black's king is also in danger.
Exactly. It's like you make one wrong move and all of a sudden White goes rook a3, rook g3, and you're like getting mated by force or something. So you really do have to be careful in these lines. But the eval bar you can see creeping a little bit north of equal there in White's favor. Bishop d5 played, and I'm curious what we're going to see here because MVL is playing this for a reason. He knows it in and out, but let's be real. Wei Yi is not playing g5, Robert, walking in without any clue what he's doing.
And then Bishop d5 happens. There's a stare down of pieces. I'm looking, what happens if I take? Can I afford to do it?
Right.
He plays c6 instantly. This guy has prepared the line. And what about rook a3? Like, that is a rook lift. That looks very appealing to my eyes. Is there anything wrong with bringing this rook up to a3? That looks dangerous for the Black King.
Hey, that's all I got, Robert. I'm a rook a3, rook g3 kind of guy. This
hype.
is dangerous. Oh, look at that. Okay.
Hey,
unbelievable. Yeah, I like the move. I love rook a3. It just feels like a strong move without much calculation. Just intuitively, it makes a good impression.
Yeah, if you take this bishop on d5, rook g3, all of a sudden this king is just being hunted down. The knight can't move. Yep. Your queen is behind it. The bishop takes knight is discovery. And if you go to the h-file, I can just take your knight and then bring my queen in. This is a typical ladder checkmate along the G and H files.
That's right. I mean, this game could be over before it starts. What do you play after rook a3? Because it makes the move c6 look strange. If c6 has the intention to take the bishop, after rook a3, if you're not able to take the bishop, it's probably a bad sign already.
I guess this king will have to escape, right? Somehow the king will have to run this way. Is that so? He played rook e3, so the rook lift is still happening, but it was clearly the wrong choice because it went from plus a little bit or whatever to now minus a lot.
Right, and I guess if I'm just thinking intuitively, like, my rook on a1 is doing nothing. My rook on e1 clearly is, so I'd rather, if I'm going to g3 anyway, or h3, I'd rather use my rook that's just not participating. So I'm not sure if there's a specific reason that he chose the e rook instead, because if he had that choice in front of him, I mean, you'd always pick the a rook. So he must have something in mind, or he's recalling some variation where it was definitely the e rook being used. Because otherwise, Robert, MVL would choose the a rook, any day of the week.
Yeah, just to quickly show something, that if the Black King is going to escape this way, you want your rook on the e-file. So let's say rook a3, rook e8, rook g3. Right. Okay, I'm running with my king. And maybe this is still clearly okay for white. But you want the rook on e1 so that if this capture ever happens, you take back and open the e file to checkmate the king. So that's another reason why bringing your undeveloped rook into the game would have been better, but we will leave Wei Yi to his task. It's better with the eval bar. He may be out of his preparation. He may not be sure. So let's look at the other boards because every single game in this league is of equal importance. Every team member contributes to the overall result. In the top right, I see a hideous pawn structure for Zhu Wenjun, but white is missing that fianchettoed bishop. The light square bishop took a knight on c6. In the bottom left, what's the material count? Even, but with opposite colored bishops and queen still on the board. Anybody's game there. And I like, by the way, the Alexander Bacro in the bottom left. His last move, a5. We may see another rook lift in that game.
Yeah, that would be really fun as well. I think the top right there, Zhu Wenjun against Alexander Grishuk is such an epic matchup there. And it's so imbalanced as well because you mentioned you have to give up that light squared bishop in order to cripple the pawn structure like that. So one of the biggest imbalances, even though that eval bar is right around 0.
Yeah, what an interesting position they have between Alexander Grishuk and Zhu Wenjun because it looks like white has done nothing. None of the pieces, except for the queen, have been developed. But it's clear that Grishuk is playing for the long-term pawn structure. Zhu Wenjun has these double isolated c-pawns, and that's not good news for her, right? Like that's just a structural permanent weakness. It's not going anywhere. And by the way, in the top left, Wei Yi just moved his king to g7. So why don't we go back there because that game is fascinating. And
that's where the action
probably remain the most interesting one for the time being. King g7. He's walking into the fire. What about rook g3?
I mean, I'm going to need an explanation. It looks like he wants to move the rook and then prepare king, like almost rook g8 I'm looking at. And, if you go bishop f6 or bishop h6, you just calmly take with the king. Is that what's going on here?
Wow, that is actually wildly brilliant stuff. And your point is a good one. If this rook, I'm actually not sure which square to go to, h8 or g8. Maybe g8, just because that way at some point you might be able to bring your rook up or sacrifice it for this bishop. But rook g8, and if bishop takes f6, double check. You would love to take with your queen, but you have to take with your king. And despite being out in the open, the knight covers f3 checks. And that means there's no good check to make because you probably are giving up too much material. After takes, your king steps back to g7 because you go to e7. That's mate in 1. Don't do that.
That's right.
Would not be advisable. But your king goes here. And after queen f7, there's king, I think, h6.
h6, unreal. And queen f4, queen g5.
If only. If only
I know.
This rook could get to h3 and get after this king. But rook a3, there's this move, queen h4. If you play rook h3, thank you for your queen. The darn chess.com bugs. You can't take it because just the pin.
Annoying.
He played rook g8. What a brilliancy.
I like that. And I think it's in moments like this that you really start to appreciate, if you could grab that rook on a1 and throw it on e1, we would have the exact same position, right? If the rook had lifted from a3 to g3. And it's so important because knight e2 check is a square that queen always has to guard. So just, down a few lines, if that queen ever gets sidetracked, chasing a king, giving checks, you just always have to worry about knight e2. So there are these small subtleties that you're just not thinking about, but the engine is saying that's exactly why we don't love these moves.
But look how important this is in this variation. If you're queen f4, piling maximum pressure against his knight, exactly what Aman is talking about. So what Aman is saying is actually of critical importance, not just something we're blindly saying. It is actually really, really important because queen f4 would be a huge attack potentially against this king. The knight is pinned in multiple directions, and it's not possible because of a knight fork. Oh, that's actually a ridiculous fork. Like, give me all of the pieces here with that fork. That's nasty.
Yeah, that's... did they call that a royal fork?
I don't know, but I call that a fork for sure.
Family fork, I think. I think it's family.
Just give me that. Knight
royal
hitting
is
everything.
Just, I like that too. Man, Robert's just emoting on the whole screen right now.
Yeah, people think I'm this serious guy all the time, but I can throw in an emote every now and then.
Rook g8 played. Such a nasty move to face. I mean, MVL, he's got that rook on g3, but that's it, You look at his position. He's running out of pieces to actually participate. Let's not forget, Robert, there's a whole hanging bishop on d5. Like down a line somewhere, Black's gonna finally have a moment and be like, oh yeah, I can just take that.
Oh, speaking of just taking that, can you just take this rook? We were looking at this variation. The queen takes f7. The king just runs to h6, and it is actually safe over here. This is one of those games where you look at it like, wow, what brilliant sacrifices by Maxime. He's going after the king, and then when the king reaches h6, you're like, yeah. So about those sacrifices, maybe too much material has been given to Black.
Exactly. You need to have, some amount of material that's still on the chessboard for you to mate with. And he's running out of available suitors.
Maybe this would have worked in a blitz game rather than a rapid game, because there's just too much time for Wei Yi to sit here and calculate. And he will take this knight. He will bring his king around to h6, and I think he will win this game. But we will come back here. We should give other games some love, some attention. This one has been fascinating from the start, and we'll keep an eye out on this one between Wei Yi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But in the top right, we wanted to go to that game before, but we got distracted by the position in this one. Alexander Grishuk, he is definitely in charge in this game in the top right. Look at this pawn structure. We said this a while back. It doesn't matter that white hasn't developed them on. You can't move those double isolated pawns.
Yeah, and it actually is so impressive to me, players that are able to take these positions with the black pieces and play them well. Because the engine, you see, it's like not that concerned. Small advantage to white. And when I look at this position, I think, significant advantage to white. Just so easy to play. Bishop a3, rook c1. Like, how are you even defending that c-pawn if not full passivity with knight d7? But somehow, the engine and active players take these positions and just, thrust forward, like f4 coming soon. And even though you're giving up so many squares, you're just tossing pawns and pieces forward. I mean, that's just how you play with the black pieces here. So if we see that kind of gameplay by Wenjun, loose, ready to sack pawns, open the position up, that could be the remedy here to compensate for that awful pawn structure.
Yeah, bishop a3 looks obvious, but you might be right, Amon. Just throw your pawns forward. I'm not sure which one and when to do it, but push them forward and go for the attack. And while Alexander Grishuk is thinking here, we like his pawn structure. Let's take a look at how his wife is doing. Katerina Lucknow and her husband, Alexander Grishuk, are teammates. They're both grandmasters. They're both superstars in the chess world. And I see in the bottom right, she is holding nothing back against Liu Yiping. And a week ago, when the Shanghai Tigers took on the Archbishops, I was saying Liu Yiping, he loves these calm, solid positions. This is anything but that, with the H-file being pried open for this rook. It's developed on its initial square. And is this queen going to be able to join the party, potentially for a checkmating attack?
That's right. And I think the arrows that you just indicated were scary enough that even though it's a slow plan, I think that queen on h7 and mate on h1 was enough for f takes g3 to be the preference. I mean, I would almost never want to play f takes g3 here. Look at the bishop on a7 lined up directly against the king. That looks scary, but I think it was born out of necessity. Now, for white, however, if you can somehow manage to get like knight e3, rook f1, there are some weak squares, d5, f5, and of course, rook f1 hitting f7. There's some possibilities for white, but it's just not that easy to manage that.
And I guess it wasn't that easy for Wei Yi. We're going to zoom out of here. We want to focus more on this one. But look at the top left of your screen. There's a king on e5. This is not king of the hill. That king is going to die on that hill. What is it doing out there, as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is simply going to checkmate Wei Yi, whose king is here and there's still the rook surviving?
What the heck is going on? I mean, you have to praise the confidence from MVL here. This is insane. Actually, after like queen to g5, which looks like a move, white has a lot of very decent options. I was looking at rook e7. Of course, there's also f4, just picking up the queen. But what the heck did he do? He didn't take the rook, right?
He went king to e5, and then after rook takes f7, the queen joined the party over here. I'm surprised. I mean, there's just no way where king e5, that just can't feel like a good move to play. I don't think he played it out of any sort of wishfulness. I think he was upset to have to play it. But I'm wondering, and I would love to hear eventually what he missed in this variation, because this looks all pretty forced. The queen should take this pawn here. After king h6, there's not a single other check. This one gets blocked here. This one gets blocked with the queen.
Right. And, King H8, worst case, is a draw, right? Like, it's nothing, nothing like crazy. I think you can still play your Queen H4 stuff, right?
Yeah, I guess here the rook does finally lift off, and maybe the king is in grave danger.
Oh,
But
check on H5 first. Yeah, that's a good point.
you know what? It is possible from far away that he missed in this position, that rook a3, that there is a move like queen h4, but maybe there's something else. But it's easy to miss from far away. Much easier when we have the eval bar. We know that. But in the live position, I mean, this king on what just happened here? Rook g5 was played to block the check. Because if the king went back to e6, then you just take this bishop and you threaten this pawn and this checkmate and vicious.
Yeah, that's no good. But you got to admire the, bravado from MVL to just play such enterprising chess. Like, he risked a lot by doing this, and it's paying off for him here. And the Blitz are going to be happy if he can pull out a victory literally from the jaws of defeat there and hand Wei Yi his first defeat in the Pro Chess League.
RIP to the perfect score. RIP to this king that is sitting on e6. I mean, that king is just an unhappy piece over here. Look at it. It's just out in the open. Sad news for the Shanghai Tigers. You really wanted this king to survive, but it is not going to. It's just out in the open.
Yeah, I'm looking at that bishop on b6, and it's like you can move the knight literally anywhere. Nice discovered check, but you can't attack anything. It's just it's so sad.
And well, if that goes the Blitz's way, they will cut into their deficit. Alexander Grishuk's slight advantage, but things have turned around in board 4. Suddenly, Liu Yiping, we left that game, and we have to go right back there because he has a huge advantage, it would appear, against Caruana Lochno. So her attack has been pushed back, and White's not even up a single piece, but it says like +3 here.
And the weird thing about this position is, like, the knight on h5 is a really bad piece. Like, it can't, unless you're sacking, can't go to g3, f4, knight f6 back. You're just not doing anything. Knight on f1 covers h2. That's the only weakness in White's position at all. So this is kind of what I was hinting at when we were here last, is that I could see this somehow turning around for White because fundamentally the position is solid. But Black was, threatening some checkmate ideas. Now that the checkmate ideas are essentially non-existent, I see this as, just a great position for White. And I'm already thinking about sacking this knight, Robert. What do you think?
Where are you going to sack it? How are you going to get rid of it?
I'm going to do nothing. Rook d3, maybe?
Oh, you're a sick man. You're just going for checkmate in one.
I'm a sly dog. What can I say?
Well,
yeah, going for rook d8 instead. It looks like knight d3, Robert, was played in the game, and that is a bit of a concession.
Mm-hmm. And well, a5 played quickly by Lochno. She wants her bishop out to a6. But I told you, he's a very solid player. Like, he can handle tactics when they arise. But he's saying, sorry, you wanted your bishop to go where exactly? Go to a6. I'll grab your g4 pawn, try to trade those queens off. If you castle kingside, that's where your attack was, and now your king is actually open. Liu Yiping up a minute plus on the clock, and according to the engines, about +2 in the position. I don't think it's that simple. I really think that it's a lot left in this game, but he can bring his rook to d3 in the future and then just barrel down the d file.
That's right. That's right. And we have some results as well, Robert. In some of the other games, I see a draw there on back row's board against Chu Yi. And Wei Yi, speaking of that game, he has actually lost, in fact, against MVL. So just a very, very slick game. That was super impressive for him to get that win out of that.
Yeah, fortunate, but it doesn't matter for the team. They don't care how it gets done, as long as it gets done. That's a win for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and a good draw with Black for Alexander Bacro against Xu Yi. So the Blitz have a chance right now. Caruana Lochno in some trouble, but Alexander Grishuk, look at that ending that he has. He is trying to slow play this. He's trying to outplay his opponent, the women's world champion, Ju Wenjun. And I think she knows she's in trouble here because these pawns remain. E5 is loose. Rook to A1. Let's swap off at least one pair of rooks, and then your resulting endgame is terrible for Black.
Yeah, and basically, Grishuk has done the absolute best thing possible, which is trade queens. That is White's goal this entire game. So even though the material looks to still be level, big advantage for Grishuk in a practical sense because rook a1 can happen, looking to trade all the rooks, and even that endgame is no easy task for black to defend.
Yeah, black can't attack anything, and white is going to go after those pawns. Don't be surprised if this knight goes to a5 eventually, the king goes up to c4, but f4, you sense a bit of desperation, but I like it. Just trying to get some activity here. And, well, is FG, then the rook slamming down on f2, is that a threat? That's the big question.
Yeah, and I think overall it kind of is a threat. Like it's annoying enough for sure. If you play king b1, I think the rooks double. But it is an idea to play king b1, force the rooks to double, which takes it away from the f file. So now that we've seen f4, you kind of drag that rook off the f file because previously I think king b1 was the intention to grab that e5 pawn, unpin yourself, then the e5 pawn would be hanging. And if black's rook just goes back, like, Zhu Wenjun plays rook a2 to a7, you kind of have some ideas of maybe taking on e5 there. So maybe king b1 is an option here.
Definitely is. And now Grishuk down to 40 seconds. And we are keeping an eye out for the board 4 game. But right now, this is where our attention should remain. 30 seconds now for Grishuk. He's not sure. Does he trade a pair of rooks? Does he play the king to b1? It's not an easy choice to make, but I'm worried about his clock. He's a great bullet player, Mon. We know that, but he is spending so much time right now.
Yeah, it's like, he has a special talent and ability to play positions with no time on the clock, but as his friends and teammates, you never want to actually see him need to demonstrate it.
No, and he plays rook f1. He kind of is keeping the status quo. Please take me on g3. I take back. We'll trade a rooks in a different file. e5 remains weak. These remain double and isolated. The rook on a2, it looks impressive, imposing. It's not doing all that much, but I love bishop f6. Watch out for an e4 push at some point. So the rook now goes to a1. A little tricky play from both sides.
That's right. Yeah, I like it. Now that there's no rook f2 coming, f takes g3 is not really as big of a threat. But the one thing is, if things get traded and black moves the bishop again, now there's probably no rook f1 to stop the rook f2 invasion.
And she brings her rook back to 8, kind of keeping the tension alive. And if there are some trades, maybe black can play g5. Of course, not with the rook sitting on h1, but at some moment you consider a king f7, king e6, and bring this king up. And if you take, maybe it's the black king that enters the position and causes white some problems over here.
That's right. I was thinking that white might look to reroute the knight on c4 to the e4 square. Covers g3, covers f2. That looks like the ideal square for the knight, also hitting c5. So I think knight on c4, it looks amazing, blockading the pawn. I think it's time to move that.
And a big problem for black is king should belong on e6. Can't go to f7, you walk into a pin. So g6 played instead. And it's not easy to make progress here for white, but he does bring the knight into e4. Your idea, maybe bishop e7. She does that, trading the rooks by force. Aman, is there enough material remaining to pick off these weak pawns?
It's tough to say. It's a clear advantage. It's one of those positions where the engine is just going to scream draw for the rest of the game. But Grishuk is going to be trying to win here. He can try to be tricky, but honestly speaking, I think that Zhu Wenjun should be expected to make a draw here.
And I think they'll go back and forth for a while as the players play in time control. Let's quickly zoom to board 4. We just saw a bishop takes f7 check by Liu Yiping. The king goes to d8 for Caruana in the bottom right. So it is extra material now for the Shanghai Tigers board 4. And you see in the top right, the players, their kings are in opposition. Great play thus far by Zhu Wenjun in Alexander Grishuk's time trouble, but he's pushing forward and trying to win. So let's go back into that game just because they do not have much time. And Grishuk's king has won King of the Hill.
Yeah, I still think that Wenjun has done a fantastic job here. Like, it looks really bad, but I think it's mostly like just a visual disadvantage.
Yeah, she just plays these moves back and forth. There's no stopping that. The knight covers the other pawn. What somehow Grishuk needs is to get a knight towards the king or these pawns, and that's why he's rerouting it, but there's nowhere good to go.
That's right. Just thinking for a moment there that if white could get bishop c7, then I thought that might be an achievement. So there was a moment where she played bishop e7, but still the position is getting better and better. And I think that right now, Wenjun is in that mode where she's shuffling. So as Grishuk, you can try to create a position where you get your opponent to just get rhythmic about their moves and all of a sudden hit them with something.
What was e4? That was shocking to my eyes because I thought
Really
he was going
was.
to bring his king there and maybe bring the bishop around at some point. But he plays e4. That makes the e5 pawn feel safer. But I guess this is what he's aiming for: is can his king run up the entire queenside into b7?
Yeah, I mean, that's the only plan left because he needed to play e4 before doing that. Otherwise, black would play king f5, king g4, and call it a day.
And here comes that king. First, keeping the knight stuck here. If the king, where's the knight going? To a4, but the bishop can always slide back to d6. So maybe there is no progress to make. But with Ju Wenjun down to 3 seconds, 2 seconds, she's barely, keeping alive on the clock right now. It's scary territory.
Yeah, and you can see the king wants to get to c4 with knight a4. That's what I thought we were going to see.
I thought so as well. And, well, they continue to go back and forth. Maybe now the king is coming. It is.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And bishop e3, waiting for the right moment.
And I wonder if, usually what you'll see is if Grishuk is sort of set on that plan, he might be making some quick moves now because he's not sure about it. He doesn't want to commit to a plan that might liquefy into a draw immediately. So instead, he's moving pieces randomly, and he's using that extra time to keep thinking about that main idea.
Right. And his pawn's on e4, so the king couldn't get out. But you would love to be able to push d4 at some opportune moment, especially with the bishop getting on this diagonal. So he removed that as an option. He's going back and forth, back and forth. But Ju Wenjun, she's too strong, too experienced to freak out and make a mistake. She knows that all she needs to do is shuffle, and shuffle she will do. By the way, Katerina Lacno did lose that game. We'll show the final position as soon as this one ends because it was a nasty final position.
And, I mean, at some point, I feel like you've got to try king a4 and something to a5. The only other plan is knight to a4 and king c4, which hasn't been tried yet.
Uh-oh. Wait a second. Your idea, bishop d8, king a5. Why is he going that way? He's going the wrong way.
But also bishop b6 there. Why not king a4, bishop b6?
Yeah, the king could have come up the board. Let's just quickly go back in that position, bring up the analysis board there. That was surprising. He brought his king the exact right way. And then after this, he could play bishop d8, king a5, king a6. Bring your king forward.
Yeah, it looked like that was risk-free, basically.
Yeah, and if we go to the game, the king's now on c4, but there's nowhere for the king to go from here. Knight b6 check. Get the king out of there. Go right back.
Right.
He had it. He had the exact position he wanted.
And you have to be careful with 3-time repetition now. It's not something you can actively try to prevent, but it might happen. I feel like we've been here almost before.
Yes, but Ju Wenjun, she's still holding the balance, but it gets scary with the king going to a4 and bishop a5, but he's spending too much time. There might be a 50-move rule before he could take a pawn because we see he has a winning advantage, but maybe if he makes one more mistake and he plays bishop d8, here comes the king, he needs to grab a pawn or move a pawn of his own.
The bishop is in the worst spot ever on b8. It's walking into a king on b7.
Bishop, why is he not bringing the king up?
King a5. Finally, there we go.
And the advantage is sky high. He finally figured out that his king can walk in the position, and he needs to grab a pawn. If he does not take a piece by 50 moves, when was the last pawn move? It was so long ago, I can't even scroll up in time, but a piece has been captured, and now he's going to win.
Yeah, that bishop is the worst. The only trick is bishop takes g5. Otherwise, this is a walk in the park.
Wait a second. Uh-oh. The knight can't get in. And now the king can go back and forth.
That's
Knights
incredible.
Cannot lose tempi. And that is the inherent limitation of it. Don't go king d7.
King e7.
Look at her. Distant opposition. A brilliant save if she can continue holding this for Ju Wenjun. She was lost at that moment. And now you have to take. That's forced. So the good news is her moves are a bit forced here.
Right. King d6. And just amazingly, you can't get that pawn. Like king a5, king a6, try to lose time.
Oh, distant opposition. Go king. I guess you can go king d7 because king b6, king d6. You want to keep that opposition.
Yeah, this is the most studious, right? King e7, still the distant opposition there. Amazing.
Oh, look at that. because this is exactly why you want opposition. Is now you're creating the opposition. King b7, king d7. This king cannot inch anywhere. You would love your pawn back on b2 to waste a turn. You have no tempo to spare. A draw by repetition, and Alexander Grishuk is super unhappy. I mean, he is just beside himself because he knows he had what should have been a winning position.
That was so impressive by Ju Wenjun because Grishuk, I'm trying to hand credit to everyone here because that was just an unreal game, Robert. First, it looked like Grishuk deserved all the credit. What progress that he finally made. He got to a winning position, and where was his big mistake?
Right here. He needs to be able to take knight d6 and then bring his king here. So after king a6, if the king goes to c7, that looks like the problem. The knight takes the bishop, the king takes back, and then king b6. White creates the opposition. If your king goes back, thank you very much for the pawn. I win the endgame, and you have no other moves. You can jettison the pawn here, but that still will not help the cause. So Aman, he needed to waste a move with king to a6. Very difficult to play when king b7 feels obvious. Because after king a6, bishop c7, the big difference here is now king b7. And where does your bishop go? If you go to d6, I still take you. If you go to d8, I take e5. If your king moves, I take c6. Every move has a drawback.
And it should be pointed out, something that we didn't really touch on is like the reason that Grishuk was so upset with this position is because you actually can't move the knight. As soon as you move the knight, bishop a5, bishop e1, bishop takes h4, and guess what? You're going to lose that position for sure. So it means that the knight can't move anywhere but b6, which he tried, but it just wasn't good enough.
Wow, what an ending that was. And now we know that this round was tied 2-2 between the Shanghai Tigers and the Blitz. And that is not good news as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave somehow gets that win. This match could have gone entirely the Shanghai Tigers' way if Wei Yi could have scored that victory. But
that's right.
Liu Yiping scores for the Tigers. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave scores for the Blitz. The other two games were drawn, but that was not for lack of trying. So as we head into the fourth and final round, we know that the top scorers for each squad include Wei Yi and Ju Wenjun for the Tigers. And for the Blitz, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he seems to be leading the charge for the French team.
Definitely. And, you look at the Shanghai Tigers and their scores thus far, and it's just so balanced, reflective of the lineup that they've selected, right? All four boards are scoring points, whereas just as the lineup is designed on the Blitz side, it's very top heavy. So going into this last round, Robert, with a score of 7-5, the Shanghai Tigers only need 1.5 points. That means the Blitz need 3-1 if they're going to win this thing. So that's only for tie breaks. 3.5 if they want to win this thing outright. Obviously, a gargantuan task ahead of them.
For sure. And for those of us who missed it, you could check out that game between Liu Yiping and Katerina Lacno. He checkmated her king on c5. So that was a brilliant finish for the Shanghai Tigers board 4. But the fourth and final round will be here shortly. So we're going to step aside for a moment. The players will have to shake off whatever unhappy memories they just had and play a whole new game. We'll be right back for the fourth and final round of this matchup between the Shanghai Tigers and the Blitz here in the Pro Chess League.
Where does that come from, that kind of even keel, like kind of level-headedness? I mean, a lot of people get really big-headed and very, very confident when they like get on a roll, and you're just like, I didn't play well, gotta be better next time.
I mean, you can never relax. I mean, I do that so I don't relax. I keep the same amount of energy and concentration during the tournament.
The former World Blitz champion, Alexander Grishuk, he is playing the top board for the Blitz, which is captained by Kevin Bordy. He might be analyzing that game still, looking at ways he could have won, but that game is a thing of the past. Aman, he has drawn all 3 of his games in this match. Usually, that's not enough for a team to win. Your top board needs to score. What does Alexander Grishuk and the Blitz, what do they need to change to score an impressive 3-1 victory in this final round? How can they get it done?
Well, first of all, if they want to win, let's call it in regulation here, they're going to need a monstrous 3.5 points across these 4 boards. Definitely, I'm looking at that final board because Liu Yiping should be the stronger player compared to Alexander back row. So he needs a big game. Back row on board 4 definitely needs a big game. And also Lac No, it feels like it just hasn't been her match thus far. But to end off with a big win here turns everything around. But Zhu Yi and Liu Yiping have been so solid. So the thing is, I think they need to be scoring at least 1.5 points on those final 2 boards. MVL probably with the biggest rating mismatch in this final round. So, a lot is on his shoulders here. And we haven't seen a win from Alexander Grishuk, which sounds insane to say. So the Blitz need an all-around performance because, hey, they need like 3+ points. So it's not just one player that needs to get it done. It has to be a team effort.
It will certainly need to be a team effort for the Blitz as we look at the round 4 matchups, because now it's board 1 versus board 1, all the way through to 4 versus 4. So Wei Yi and Ju Wenjun get the white pieces against their super grandmaster opponents, Alexander Grishuk and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And then Caroline Lucknow and Alexander Bakro, they have not scored too much, 1 point between the 2 of them, but they get white against Xu Yi and Liu Yiping. So Aman, question for you. If you're the Blitz, are you happy to have black on the top 2 and white in the bottom 2, or would you prefer a little bit of a switcheroo?
I would say maybe at this point, yes. Just because I think Grishuk and MVL are strong enough players that they can create winning chances with the black pieces. Whereas, if you have your board 4 with the black pieces, a stronger player might be able to just kind of force them into drawish territory too easily. So I think this is the ideal setup for the Blitz in terms of the color matchups. It's as much as you can hope for.
For sure. Well, we know that for Alexander Grishuk, it was frustration a round ago. Now he takes on Wei Yi, and Wei Yi himself must be pretty upset because he knew his opening preparation. He must have known he had an advantage. And then immediately after the preparation ended, he took a wrong turn and he lost that game. So with the white pieces, do you expect him to kind of try to force a draw against Alexander Grishuk? Or do you think Grishuk himself will play a modern or something offbeat to avoid any sort of forcing lines?
I was going to say, modern Sicilian, something like that might be the case from Grishuk. We have an interesting matchup between 2 players that didn't really have a good time last round. We see Grishuk not even at the board.
Yeah,
it helps to actually be there.
He left as soon as his match was starting, and now he plays the French defense. So 2 bad things from Alexander Grishuk. He lost some time, and then he played the French.
And I think that one might be a product of the other, just going into tilt. But hey, he's playing the French. He's representing the French lineup here. So hopefully some good vibes for his team. But Wei Yi, last game almost feels like such an anomaly when it comes to his performance because he even had that game in the bag, it looked like, just second-guessed himself. And as you mentioned, may have misremembered some prep.
And if I am the Blitz, I don't mind Alexander Grishuk holding a draw here because Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, much higher rated than Ju Wenjun, even though she's having a good performance today and is a super strong player. You might have to rely on Maxime to win with black, and then your bottom 2 boards, both of them have white. So you need to cut this 2-point gap immediately. I think you trust your players with the white pieces and trust Maxime with black. Do not take the risk against Wei Yi. And I think that's why the French was chosen. And right now, a solid start for Alexander Grishuk with the black pieces. He's also up on time, which is a rarity.
That's right. And I think if you're looking at the overall board situation, it's tough to get 3.5 points. Basically at that point, everybody just has to have an amazing game, amazing round. But when you get into 3-1 territory, all of a sudden you look at the games and you might be like, okay, MVL gets a win, maybe Lucknow gets a win and draws on the other 2 boards, and that gets it done. So you bring up a good point that Grishuk in this game doesn't need to go all out and do anything crazy. You're up against one of the highest performing players in the PCL right now. It might not be the best time to pick a fight with the black pieces.
Well, speaking of people trying not to pick too big of a fight, if we go to our bird's eye view, as this game just is exiting the opening stage, we see some openings that look a bit more peaceful than others. In the bottom left, Xu Yi, playing Grandmaster Caterina Lucknow, chose a Petrov, and we know how solid that opening is. Many of the Chinese players, they essay that opening because look at it, the symmetrical pawn structure in the bottom left, it's calm territory. But Caterina Lucknow, she's going to try to get some wiggle room, make some small improvements, but that's going to be a long battle. And in the top right, Aman, I have to say, even though Ju Wenjun, has a slight pull after the opening, for now, I think it's a good choice by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Keep the tension alive. Don't let any sort of liquidation happen. Play for the long game.
That's right. Yeah, he's definitely. I mean, someone on the Blitz is going to have to take risks here. You can't just play perfect chess and make a draw. You might have to take some chances, offer some chances to your opponent. If they don't spot them, don't capitalize, or play accurately, then you get more chances yourself. So I think when your team is down 7-5, everyone on the team has to know that, hey, things might get a little loose. We might have to take some risks here, risk a loss in order to get a win.
And Caterina Lucknow using the Linear Dominguez method in the bottom left, H4. He played this exact opening against Shanghai a week ago. And the bottom right, the game between Alexander Bakro and Liu Yiping, that has started. And I just want to give another shout out to Liu Yiping, who beat Caterina Lucknow with a nasty checkmate. We're going to send that to you in the chat right now. You can click on it and see the final position for yourself. It was a king out in the open. So, Aman, I think we should go to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's game just because I see pawns pushing d5 and f5, and it's an awkward pawn structure, but it's clear he's playing for a decisive game.
He is. He's trying to make something happen. There's no doubt in my mind that Ju Wenjun has a great position here, but you see that pawn push to f5, the first thing I think of is, danger to the white king, maybe some aggressive play against the king. But then you start to look at the pieces, and there's no rook on f8 to play rook f6. There's no bishop on d6 to, hit h2. It's actually kind of an empty attack to me. So when I see f5, no attack, white still possesses a dark square bishop. All of this leads me, Robert, to really enjoy Ju Wenjun's position. So I think she started out fantastically. The next idea, other than just bringing the rooks into play, would be to maybe move that knight on f3, potentially try f3 yourself, kick that knight on e4 out.
And she plays b4. I mean, I really believe that the Blitz team strategy is to win on this board and then pick up a game with one of your two players with the white pieces. So I like Ju Wenjun's position. I think Maxime is just trying to pick an opening that makes this a fight. But the worst part for him is Ju Wenjun seems unfazed. She's actually up over a minute on the clock. She's playing all the excellent moves you could ask of her. And she has a pair of bishops. And if you ever take, that gets rid of Black's best piece. This knight is clogging the center. And you do not want to take this bishop, which isn't doing all that much.
Yeah, and there's an option here to play moves like b5, c5, just get so much space. The knight is going to drop to d8, probably make its way to f7, where it takes control of the e5 square, and maybe MVL is going to start getting freaky with g5, g4, Robert, because, hey, what else do you have to do?
I like the language that you're speaking. I'm going to pardon your French with those nasty lines you're showing. That knight coming around to f7 looks like a bit of an issue for white to deal with, but I do like the look of b5, and then you could even plant your knight on e5 and then play f3. Yeah. So I do feel like white can gain some space, but be careful not to overextend. The last thing you want to do is play b5 and then move your rook carelessly and drop this pawn over on a3. So you have to look at the base of your structure, and already you see MBL challenging Ju Wenjun's position. So knight d8 automatic, knight f7 looks very likely next. And yeah, I do like white's position, but I feel like there's still winning chances for black. That's all you could hope for against such a strong player like Ju Wenjun.
Yep. Love the position for white here. I'm even now seeing that she's kept bishop, which means pawn takes d5, knight e5, and even if that gets traded by a knight from f7, got the bishop supporting that e5 pawn from b2. I think Ju Wenjun has a significant advantage here.
I'm with you. So let's leave her to it as her lead on the clock remains and her positional edge is also there. And in the bottom left, I mean, Xu Yi, with the black pieces holding his own against Katarina Locke. No, that H pawn is going up the board, and then she goes first on the flank, then towards the center, and Xu Yi cannot be bothered. He brings his bishop in contact with hers, the one on H2, offering a trade here. Aman, I'm just not seeing that much life in this position. White is doing just fine, but you need to win this game.
That's right. And, you kind of start the pregame strategy with expectations like, oh, maybe a win on this board with the white pieces. Lachno is a stronger player than back row on board 4. And maybe a win with MVL. He has the biggest rating. But then you get into the matches and you might have to find your wins, Robert, on completely different boards than you intended, because those 2 boards that we just talked about, they don't look that good for wins anymore.
No, I mean, Xu Yi, very strong GM in his own right, has played a good day of chess, and now it's like, let's liquidate, trade everything off. I feel like you need to trade on your own terms. You don't mind a capture on H2 because it brings your knight from F1 out and maybe up to G4, but where are you going to create threats? The problem is you want to take on D5. Okay, great. We just get a simple swap on the D5 square. Where is the action going to take place? Well, she does initiate the trade. I just don't know the second step here.
That's right. Takes, pawn takes back. The knight on F1 is actually maybe waiting for bishop takes H2 to be played. So he could take on H2, maybe bring the knight to G4, pawn to H6. The pawn on D5 is, maybe a little bit of a target. Knight E3, queen B3. But pawn on D4 is also easy for black to gang up on. So I'm with you. I don't see any real winning chances. But, it's a long game ahead, and there's still some targets to attack with queen B3. Decent attempt to start.
Yeah, just make sure that everyone notes D5 is not hanging. This is a common tactical trick. Let's say black plays a quiet move like pawn to B6. If you take this pawn on D5, you will simply lose your queen. There is a stare down. There's only one piece in the way. Let's get rid of that piece with check to the enemy king and pick up the queen. So that's not going to happen, of course. B6 actually, as we saw after queen B3, would not be the best move. And I think it's because D5 remains a weakness. There's some light square issues over here on the queen side. So this would be a good transition for white.
Indeed. Yeah, this looks pretty straightforward. Xu Yi, I don't think, has been under too much pressure thus far. It doesn't look like it yet, but remember, there are many games developing at the exact same time, Robert. So what looks like nothing here, either one of these players might need a specific result based on what happens in the rest of the match.
Wow, and a lot happening in the top left. Alexander Grishuk with a rook lift, but it's more of a defensive rook lift. And the bottom right, we haven't looked at that game because not a single piece has been traded. We will, of course, dive into that one when the action heats up. But the top right, that game between Zhu Wenjun and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, that match, that game could either end the match for the Shanghai Tigers in their favor if she can score victory, or get the Blitz right back in it. Because, Aman, the ideas we were talking about, the knight going to F7, there have been a trade of pawns on the D file, but the C pawn is gone, but it's kind of on D5. So how did it get there? It looks like C6 was Maxime's choice, and then we saw a swap, and the queen landed on C7.
Yeah, I mean, first thing I'm double checking is, of course, queen takes B7. May as well calculate the hanging pawns in the position, but it does look like the queen gets trapped.
Mm-hmm. We should show that. So we'll bring him an analysis where queen takes B7. Aman, how are we trapping that queen?
I mean, it looks nice to start with knight D6 to take away the C or B8 to G3 or H2 rather diagonal, and then to bring the rook in next. So that's probably what I would do. Yeah.
And the queen gets the B6, but I guess how do we trap this thing? Because isn't this pawn hanging on A5?
Yeah, what the heck? I'm almost looking at knight E8 after queen's on B6. So previous move. Knight E8 and rook B8.
That's hilarious. That way the queen has no escape squares. I actually think that it's, not even trapping the queen. It's just the queen is so misplaced that you get to a position like this. It's not about the material where white is up a pawn, but if you swap bishops, then you're going to lose your second one on B2. So clever find by you, knight to D6 and just going after the queen. And instead, Zhu Wenjun, she knows better. She also trusts her opponent. She was rook F to C1. Her advantage, it's not as big as it once was, but I also like what she's doing because she's minimizing her own risk.
Definitely. But this just looks really convincing. I know the eval might have gone down a little bit. I'm looking at knight e5 as a follow-up for white as well. Even just trading those pieces, queen takes, for example. Like, I mean, knight e5 is got to be automatic here.
95 looks great. The bishop is under attack. And is bishop takes b5 available, though? I think that's why the knight came to d6. So 95.
Ooh, that's a good point. Yeah, and
just-
that's why a4 was played. And the queen, does it just sit on b6? Like, it's trapped, but it's also unable to be attacked.
Wow, good recognition from Ju and June. Bishop a3
Dang.
next is a nasty permanent pin, and then bishop takes e4 to follow.
Yeah, knight c4 is nearly forced because I think white was about to play bishop a3 and pretty much win the game. So can't allow that pin. Knight c4. Are there any other moves to consider here?
I don't think queen.
It?
Yeah, I don't think queen b7 would have worked out. So she takes, and now 95 looks very good. C3 is always met by bishop a3. This pawn is hanging as well. Yeah, black has a passed pawn, but it can only go so far, and the rest of black's position is just hanging.
Yep. This is a very big advantage for Ju Wenjun, and MVL is kind of going for it, as you need to do in the final round. Of course, we're not going to rule this game completely winning for white just yet, but for a player of Ju Wenjun's caliber, a position like this, Robert, you would say she wins this heavy majority of the time.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the clock. Maxime's up a couple minutes. The 2-second increment will always help, but she has a dominant position. She knows she's in charge right now, and she can end this match pretty much for the Shanghai Tigers, because if we just zoom out for a second, as she has a huge advantage in this game, the opposite color bishop's not of that much importance at the moment. We see that in the top left, Wei Yi slightly better with a pair of bishops against Alexander Grishuk. In the bottom left, that game is getting spicier with knights in the center and a pawn on h6. In the bottom right, we haven't tuned in there, but Liu Yiping, he beat Katerina Lochno a round ago, and now he has sacrificed a pawn, if I'm counting correctly, but he has the advantage in the bottom right. Wow, some interesting games no matter where you turn.
Yeah, and this is always going to be the case in the final round of Pro Chess League matchup, especially when there's a score imbalance like we see here. 7-5 in favor of the Tigers. They only need to scrounge together a 1.5 somehow on every board, Robert.
Yeah, let's look at the one between Liu Yiping and Alexander Buckrow. It has not been the younger Buckrow's day. His father, Etienne Buckrow, former 2760 top 10 player in the world and a former second for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And right now, Buckrow's up a pawn. So, Aman, actually just a quick question for you. Not necessarily about this position in particular, but do you enjoy being down a pawn with the activity or up the pawn and saying, prove that you can make it work?
I think that question is always the case, that it really depends on the clock situation, because that's also part of the compensation. If you have to have that extra pawn, but it's so difficult to manage, then I don't really enjoy that. It's really tough to face someone's compensation and face the pressure on the clock as well. So what I see right here is knight e4, an unbelievable square for that piece, and a knight on a4 that just strictly is not part of the action. So I think if that happens, I would much rather play the black side of things. So knight e4 here. Yeah, I think this position, Robert, you've got me sold on playing with the black pieces.
Yeah, I know. I was kind of trying to talk myself into believing in white's position, because you are up a pawn and sometimes it's a bit murky. You can't find a way back to material equality that can scare a player, but not Liu Yiping. I keep saying he loves solid games, but he is not afraid to get into tactical territory, and that's where we're at now. So with the last move, knight e4, maybe e5 next, maybe this rook sliding over, this king on g2 lacking important defenders. So I feel like with e5, if we get these trades, in comes this rook up to e5, over to h5, and
that's right.
Maybe he'll go for checkmate.
Yep, love that. Queen on c8, so well placed. I think it might be time for that e5 move, as you said, but I think Liu Yiping has a great position, and we've said that about a number of players on the Shanghai Tigers, Robert, because it feels like, are they not doing well on every single board right now?
Let's see. Top left, slight edge, Tigers. Top right, maybe crushing position. This is just what the doctor ordered for the Shanghai Tigers. Let's go to that game, because the advantage is growing and growing. And now I think Ju Wenjun is winning a piece. After her last move, queen takes b7. That's a rook under attack. That's a knight on e4 that is threatened as well. And f takes e3. I think the attack is just an illusion. I believe she can safely take this rook on c8. Pawn takes f2. The king slides to f1. And that's actually...
Yeah, even f3 is it's just clinical.
Nasty
she
says, you're not touching this. And she just attacks the knight, saves the pawn, and the rook is still hanging. No knight d6 because bishop takes knight. Just winning.
Yeah, this looks like a stone cold win. If Wenjun doesn't win this, that's a huge disappointment for her and the team. But it looks in all likelihood like she will. And then you know what that presents, Robert? The need for basically 3-0 from the rest of the squad.
Ju Wenjun, the board 2 for the Shanghai Tigers. They kind of use this balanced lineup on boards 2 through 4 and then have Wei Yi as a monster at the top. And it's working to perfection for the team from Shanghai. This one's completely over. I mean, Maxime knows it. You see it on his face. He is simply going to lose a piece. If he protects his rook, the knight is going to be captured. If you move the knight, well, the rook is under attack. So you can't do anything. There is no attack for black. This one is as good as done. You see Maxime, he's just gesticulating. He knows it's over.
Yeah, there's no tricks to be had here. I mentioned this before the match, Robert, but it's kind of coming to fruition. Those even balanced lineups usually have a strong round 4. That's what those lineups are made for. Because when it comes down to it, they're going to give good games to board 1 and 2, and they're probably going to have rating advantages on boards 3 and 4. So they're made for this. They were out to the early lead, and it looks like, as you're highlighting, I mean, picking up that piece is pretty much it.
You have a pass pawn. If you need it, you're up a piece. Your king can't even be attacked. Where's this queen going? How is it going to get to f2? It's not. That's the answer. So I feel like we can trust Ju Wenjun, who played a nice strategic game, saw the tactics when she needed to, brought her queen up to c7 and back to b6. A nice performance from the board 2 for Shanghai. So let's leave these two to it, because with this presumed victory, that means that you need wins on all 3 other boards for the Blitz. And it's just not happening. I mean, you look at the top left, Alexander Grishuk, I think if I'm calculating right, he's down a pawn against Wei Yi. So he might even be in trouble there.
Yeah, no, this looks like Tiger's victory imminent, as we're seeing every single board looks like it's almost in their favor here, minus Black Nose position, which is kind of turning around.
And let's go to that Grishuk game, because he only has seconds on his clock.
Yeah.
Wei Yi in the driver's seat against Alexander Grishuk. And look at what he just did in the top left. Brought his bishop back to c1. I'm going to do an instant replay in a moment there, just because it was so impressive. In this position, it looks like your rook can't move, so bishop takes c3 is about to be a threat. The rook is hanging, but rook e1 says, please go ahead and take my pawn here. Bishop h6 would lead to this checkmate on the back rank. There's nothing you can do about it. You're just going to go down. Rook f8 apparently is the best move, but I just take your rook and win the game. So instead, we saw the bishop be able to slide back to c1, and now Wei Yi gifts Luft for his king. His rook at any moment can slide to a4. He is up a healthy pawn here, and it actually is a passer that can push at some point.
And he's never losing this. So, that already is probably enough for the team based on how good Wenjun's position is. So should be enough for 8.5 points there. But I don't think he is thinking draw. He's thinking win here.
Why not? I mean, if the team is going to... They actually don't know what their teammates are doing, but you can't just... if he can force a draw, he doesn't know that his teammates are winning. So why not just play? You're up a clear pawn, and Grishuk down to 5 seconds on his clock. Give me the open file for my rooks. Grishuk trying desperately to push this pawn forward and then get the c3 pawn. I think it's good to stop that move, because the rook on the 4th rank is a monster protecting this pawn h4 as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Grishuk in big trouble. Oh my gosh.
This looks like a game we can leave in favor of something more beautiful, Robert.
The top right, is that more beautiful? Look at Ju Wenjun's final
I'll say
move.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that looks pretty sick. Ju Wenjun, we're going to bring up the board just for a second here. Maxime had to give up his bishop on e8. He's already down a piece. Goes queen h4. This actually looks quite threatening with the queen infiltrating. But after queen takes bishop, queen h8 check, sacrificing the queen to win the opponent queen with this knight fork, that seems worthy of just, kind of a brilliancy, just the game from start to finish. We love these types of games. A great performance from Ju and Jun. And, well, that's a knight fork.
Yeah, that's amazing. That is a really good finish to a really good game. And that win, along with, Wei Yi grinding down that position against Grishuk there, should be, you'd think, enough for the team there, Robert. And I'm looking at the other boards, and I'm saying, wait a minute, those Shanghai Tigers, they actually needed those results because the other boards don't look too promising.
No, not at all. While we can look at Wei Yi trying to win this game, let's actually. Oh my gosh, Katarina Luck, made a mistake. Let's zoom out because I saw the evaluation bar was sky high for her, and I just assumed it was over. But in the last couple moves, her advantage has gone away, and she's going for the attack. It's not easy for Black to deal with. But look at this position. After King G8, White on the attack and is not down any material. But she goes, Rook takes H7. That actually was not the correct move.
Yeah,
Instead, she could have played knight E7 and then Rook H7, and it's mate. It's forced.
Very sweet tactic there. King G7, Rook H7. Missed by Lack, which, it might not matter in the end based on the other results, but that is a big miss in terms of this game.
Yeah, she's actually still on the attack against this king. She can go Queen G7, pick up this knight over here, but the king has escaped for now, and Black's still in trouble with 30 seconds on the clock.
I mean, this still feels like White is totally winning, but Rook D4.
Look at that move. If Rook E1, you give a counter check to the White King on G1 and you win the game. That is sick recognition from Shu Yi. I feel like he's done a great job defending all day. And if Knight takes, Queen takes, we'll immediately see a draw by repetition. Rook F2, Queen D1, back and forth.
That's right.
Okay.
I mean, you can maybe play on, but I'm not sure you want to at this point.
And look at the top left. Rook A5 by Wei Yi, trading off the rooks. No trade for you, but down goes A4. 2 extra pawns for the Chinese superstar. We see a draw in the bottom left that secures match victory for the Shanghai Tigers, and they're going to have room to spare because Wei Yi is dominating Grishuk up a couple pawns.
He is, yeah, and this should be a pretty easy win for him there in the top left of your screen. We're now in the game, and I mean, yeah, he's just taking care of business at this point.
2 extra pawns. You just need to be able to move them. So bring your king over, then push the C pawn all the way up to the other side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can give up the G pawn here if need be.
Wei Yi just needs to bring his king over. I'm wondering what he's thinking about. Brings his bishop up to C5. I mean, the match victory is already secured for the Tigers, but it feels like he's just kind of moving back and forth in Grishuk's time trouble.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not sure if he's trying to... Okay, he's bringing the king over now, and he's actually come up with a very interesting way to do it.
He trapped the rook!
He trapped the rook.
Oh my gosh, poor
so
Grishuk's rook. I was not expecting that. I thought he was going to push the B pawn and bring the king to D3. Instead, he simply traps the rook on C2, and Grishuk is just like, what can I do to get a victory in this match? The answer is nothing. All 4 games are done for Sasha, and Uncle Sasha, well, he goes only 1.5 out of 4, while Wei Yi jumps to 3 out of 4.
And then just look at the performance from the top 2 boards. Wei Yi, Yu Wenjun, both winning with the white pieces. And it looks like Zhu Yi and Lu Yiping are both going to get their jobs done with the black pieces. A draw at minimum for Lu Yiping. It looks like that's the last game.
And we see a position up in exchange and completely winning, it turns out, for black because the A3 pawn. If these pawns didn't exist, if you could take the A pawns off the board, white should probably hold this game. But because the A pawns are there and now the rook's trade is offered, once you swap, you're going to lose this A pawn. And black is going to promote.
Yep. Unfortunately, you want to keep the rook on the board, but you're going to be dropping the A pawn. Rook E1 trades the rook. I think that's probably the cleanest.
Yeah, Lu Yiping. Oh my gosh, he just stops this pawn from pushing. He's going to bring a second rook to the second rank and then just go after this king. Easy win for Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping, one of those players, you don't really hear about him ever, but he comes into the Pro Chess League, and 2 weeks in a row, he's a force for the Tigers.
Yep, absolutely. Not to be underestimated. very, very good player to have on your board 4.
Yeah, 2490 FIDE classical rating. IM, but GM strength and just mowing down the pawns now is Liu Yiping. And if the rook trade is going to happen, we talked about this. Take this pawn, take the rook, bring the rook back over, mop up everything.
Easy win. You can even grab h3 on your way. And now over to a3 and just pick everything up.
And Bakro pre-moved a bit, but I think he's about to resign. He has resigned. And Liu Yiping, I mean, he had a plus day on board 4 for the Shanghai Tigers. So we knew that the Blitz needed a 3-1 score in the final round just to tie. And Aman, it was 3.5 in favor of the Shanghai Tigers.
Yeah, it was the target score, but for the wrong team. So unfortunately, I will say probably the Blitz took some more risks compared to what they might normally do. They needed more results, but I got to give credit to the Shanghai Tigers. I don't think a lot of these results were born out of desperation, turned into, I've risked the loss in order to get a win. I think a lot of these were just stone cold outplays. Zhu Wenjun's game was clinical. Wei Yi's game was clinical. I mean, we saw a lot of results here. Everybody on the Shanghai Tigers, Robert, pulled their weight.
They certainly did. They bared their teeth. They clawed at the Blitz, and they win this rapid match. And you see, from top to bottom, the Shanghai Tigers, they all played an important role. A balanced top, 3 points each against a two-headed Super GM lineup. That's insane from Zhu Wenjun in particular. And Liu Yiping, 2.5 out of 4. When your board 4 has a positive score, that's just terrible news for the opposition.
Yeah, I think when your board 4 has as many points as the highest scorer on your team, like the opponent's board 4 compared to your team, that's enough of a statistic right there. You're not winning the match, period.
No, you're not. They have officially lost the match, and that means that the Shanghai Tigers join 2 other teams with a perfect match record. Reminder to everybody, 3 wins, and you're into the playoffs. We see Shanghai 2-0, just like the Indian Yogis and the Levitov Chess Wizards. So, Aman, based on what you just saw here, do you feel like Shanghai can compete with the Levitov Chess Wizards as maybe the top team in the league?
Absolutely, and I think we're starting to see that a really, really strong lineup involves just one of the top women players in the world, right? Zhu Wenjun, we saw Alexander Kosteniuk on the Levitov Chess Wizards. Those lineups are so valuable. You're getting players that are 200 plus points more valuable than what they're counting as for your roster average rating calculation.
And the Indian Yogis also at a perfect 2-0 record. They have some superstars on their roster. They were led by Vidit Gujarati, who took down, unfortunately for you, Aman, Canada Chess Bros Board 1, Magnus Carlsen, to flip the script there and win that matchup. But on the other side of things, we do have teams that have suffered some bad fates. We have some 0-2 teams, and we have some teams without match victories. So coming up next, we will have Team MGD1 and the St. Louis Archbishops. Both of those teams surprising losers in week 1. But Aman, that clash coming ahead of us in week 2. I mean, we have some big names in those lineups.
We do. And, it's always a reminder to people, if you've seen the teams in previous weeks, believe me, you have not even seen the extent of the roster possibilities. There are so many people that compete for these different teams in the Pro Chess League, and you can only field 4 of them each week. So we might see some new looks for these teams going into today's match.
We will, and some teams definitely need new looks. The Charlotte Cobras, the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, with 2 losses to their team name, but they will have a chance in the next week. But coming up next, we have a heavyweight battle. The St. Louis Archbishops, led by Super Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, take on Team MGD1. You may be familiar with the name Arjun Erigaisi. He leads that squad. So, in just a few minutes after this short break, we will come back and cover the matchup between the Archbishops and MGD1. That's all for now from the matchup between the Shanghai Tigers and the Blitz. I was going to say the French Blitz, but they only have one name. It's a mononym. They're Blitz. And unfortunately for Kevin Bordy and his squad, they suffered at the hands of the Tigers. But that's in the past. Next up, St. Louis Archbishops, MGD1. We'll be right back to cover that action. Long time no see, Chess World. It's Grandmaster Robert Hess and Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. We just saw the Shanghai Tigers clash with the Blitz. Now we have another matchup in store for you. It will be the St. Louis Archbishops taking on Team MGD1. Amon, hey, man, did you even get any rest whatsoever?
Hey, Robert. Yeah, long time no see. It's good to be back. What can I say? I now consider myself a veteran of PCL commentary, so this show should be a breeze.
It certainly will be a lot of fun. No breezes for any team in this league. We look at the standings that have happened thus far because several teams have a perfect score. Most of the rest of the league do not. Shanghai Tigers, they joined the Indian Yogis and the Levitov Chess Wizards with a perfect 2-0 score. The Blitz dropped to 1-1. But toward the bottom of the standings, which is where we are going to focus our attention for now, St. Louis Archbishops, Team MGD1. We started discussing it on the last show, but Amon, I mean, these are surprising teams to see with losses to their name.
Absolutely. And you know what's even more surprising is that one of these two teams is going to have 2 losses to their name. Can't even believe I'm saying that. We're going to see a lot of the depth of these rosters today in action, some change-ups on both sides. So very excited to see what these new look lineups have to offer for both teams because, look, they saw that what happened with the last week's lineup. They need to get a win here. You don't want to find yourself, Robert, too close to the bottom of the standings table.
Yeah, and speaking of new looks, we saw Fabian Caruana sport a new haircut at Tata Steel, and he returns in the Pro Chess League. He makes a season debut for the St. Louis Archbishops. They have such a strong lineup from top to bottom. Amon, fan favorite was Alice Lee last week. She's a teenager. She is nearly 2,300, and she's only on the rise.
That's right. And I feel like, in the U.S., there's so many of those talented juniors, boys and girls. And the St. Louis Archbishops lineup has got a lot of them on this list here of, you can see the roster in front of you. So, look, it's not just Alice Lee. You've got Rochelle Wu as well. A lot of talented juniors. And those are the future for a reason, Robert.
Yes, for sure. And, well, of course, they will rely on Fabiano Caruana as he makes his debut for this season. But somebody making his debut for an entire team for Team MGD1 is Amin Tabatabai, the Iranian superstar. He is nearly 2,700 himself. He is gaining rating. And look at that photo. He scares me. I do not want to play him.
I know. And he's, on a Team MGD1, pretty much a full Indian lineup. He's the only player who's not from India that they even have on their roster. But I mean, I think with his skill level, he's going to fit in just fine, Robert. I think that this team is just insane to imagine that it's not going to be a close match because look at those even ratings across the board. I mean, every match is going to be tough. There's just no gimmies.
Yeah, and Amin Tabatabai, he's not from India, but we have seen Brazil bringing Artemiev, a lot of teams bringing in these free agents. And let's look at the actual matchups for today because we're talking about Fabiano Caruana, we're talking about Amin Tabatabai. As we look at the respective boards for each team, Amon, I mean, these are super strong lineups, but the biggest differential, board 4. Rochelle Wu, she's very strong, but Aditya Mittal outrates her by nearly 200 points.
Yeah, no, this lineup that we see here, obviously you're looking at the mismatches, right? Rochelle Wu is definitely going to have her work cut out for her because you see that's the St. Louis lineup is going for that typical thing that we've seen from some other teams where they're kind of stacking the lineups on the top. Obviously, Fabio on board 1 is super strong. They've also got a 3 GM lineup. We see that's kind of matched on both sides. Team MGD1 a little bit more balanced, I would say, and certainly expects to have the upper hand in the board 4 matchup.
That's right, because the St. Louis Archbishops, they have a 2,300 on board 4 compared to nearly 2,500 for Team MGD1. But how does this work? If you are new here, what were you doing earlier today? Because we just had a great match between Shanghai and the Blitz. But just to remind everybody, it is an all-play-all format. So if you're board 4 for one team, you still play all the way through to board 1 for the other. The time control, 10 minutes plus 2-second increment rapid chess. We have up to 4 rounds. Why up to? The first team to 8.5 points wins the match. That can happen in 3 rounds. It has happened earlier this week with the Brazil Capybaras taking down the Charlotte Cobras in just 3. And if it's tied 8-8, we will replay round for action. That is far way away because we'll start with these round 1 pairings, where top board is the bottom board for the other team. You'll get to Fabiano Caruana in a second. But Aman, as you look at these matchups with Varuj Nakobian, Rochelle Wu getting the white pieces against Amin Tabatabai and Arjun Erigaisi, what do you make of those matchups?
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to what I was mentioning in our first matchup here, where you have very different team dynamics, right? Rochelle Wu, clearly the lower rated player, and she's going to have her work cut out for it, especially in round 1. You know, you send your board 4 in there. She is making this lineup happen, Robert, right? If you want to have all those strong players on your team, you need someone at her rating in order to make the averages work. But that means that your poor board 4 is kind of getting sent to the chopping block early. So any result that she's able to score in these first couple rounds would be absolutely massive for the team morale.
And there is no more difficult opponent in the world than the likes of a Fabiano Caruana or a Arjun Erigaisi. But we are going to start with Fabiano Caruana's matchup here in the first round. He gets Aditya Mittal. That is not going to be an easy pairing because Aditya Mittal, birth year, I believe 2006. So a youngster, someone who's on the rise and doesn't have the G next to his M in his title, but that will be there very soon.
Yeah, you have to feel that, you know, for most of these talented youngsters, especially from India, that it's just a matter of time before they get that title confirmed. But I don't think the title, whether it's an I or a G, Robert, is going to play any role in this game right here. He is super strong in his own right, and hey, he's going right for it. Fabi deciding to imbalance things and going for a King's Indian. We know the engine doesn't love the King's Indian, Robert, but it still offers some fantastic practical chances.
Yeah, no, this King's Indian can be very sharp, and it's not really like Fabiano to play this opening. It's clear to me, Aman, he is playing for a win as early as move 1. He knows the top board needs to score in order for the team to have a good shot. So right now, White is thinking you can take on e5, trade queen. Some people do that when they feel like a draw is a good enough result, but it's not that simple. And instead, he says, let's just play normal chess. I'll push my pawn forward to d5, keep it closed.
That's right. But we do see the bishop out on g4 early. So, I mean, I'm wondering, could you already go for something like knight e1? Like, is trading those bishops valuable? Because I think that for black, you almost don't want to. And, well, so much so, he doesn't even trade bishop for knight. But I was going to say, if knight e1 might bring your bishop back anyway. What the heck do we see here? Immediately, h3 and c5, Robert? He's kind of like pretending to sack a pawn here?
Yeah, you take on c5, the knight will take on e5. So instead, we see a swap of pawns on the d6 square, and that gives black maybe some of these dark squares on the queen side, but white has control over the b5 square. It does feel like there is going to be a strategic battle on that flank. Now, the King's Indian, we know it very well. Black attacks on the king side, white attacks, air quotes, on the queen side, but there is no attack for black. And whoa, I mean, I say that, and he plays b5.
I think he heard you and he was seriously offended, Robert. He said, no attack? You got to be kidding me. b5 immediately played. I mean, the b2 pawn getting hit by the x-ray on the b file, but it's more about that pawn in the center, Robert. e4 is just going to be hanging if the knight vacates to the c3 square, and there's no way to win b5 without doing that. I mean, what about, I'm looking at b4 here, but starting to realize the knight on a6 lined up with the rook on a1, bishop on e2, could be some issues there.
That's right. b4 pawn push has to be timed correctly. The knight on a6 is a bit loose, so if you ever play b4 and you try to swap pawns, the knight hangs there. It still might be possible, Aman, because the e4 pawn will drop at the end of the line. But instead, Fabi first brings his queen to b8. He's ultra well prepared, and now it's Aditya Mittal on the clock, faced with a b4, maybe a rook c8 and a rook sacrifice for this knight over here, giving up the exchange for the center. And Aditya plays queen d3. So far, they're jockeying for position, but all 4 games are underway. So why don't we hop away from this one for now and just look at their teammates' action, because it's not just about a single board. Just because Fabiano has played for a world championship does not mean it's all about him. And Aman, which of these boards is catching your eye right now?
Well, I'm looking at the way the games are developing here, and I'm definitely drawn a little bit to that top right there. We got Nicholas Theodorou and Grandmaster Harika Dronavali as well. So I'm looking at that game, especially because the last move, Bishop E6, looks kind of interesting. So should we hop there?
Okay, why don't we go on over to the game between Harika and Nicholas Theodorou. Theodorou from Greece. Harika, she's a mainstay for the Indian team. And she actually recently had a baby at the Olympiad in Chennai. She was pregnant at the time and still playing for the Indian women's squad. And now with the white pieces, we see some tension in the center right now. Of course, you can't take this pawn without losing your queen. So what do you think, Amon? What does white do here as black has not developed at all?
Yeah, and it's such a weird, like the last move was Bishop E6, Bishop takes E6, Queen takes E6. And it's always so unusual to put a bishop on that square, or any piece really, when you've got the bishop on F8 that still needs developing. So a little unorthodox, but obviously the next couple moves should be E6, Bishop E7, and Castle for Nicholas. And it's really about what can white drum up in the meantime, because that's 2-3 moves before black's really comfortable. Can we do anything in the meantime before that happens? Otherwise, I think black is totally fine.
And well, the good news for white is in the event of a pawn capture, you don't necessarily have to take with your pawn and have an isolated queen pawn. After pawn takes, you can take with your knight, start trading some of the pieces. And if you could land a bishop on d4, when all is said and done, that's a very active piece. Looks good for white. So I do think Harika can continue her development with knight b to d2. We are at early stages of this game, but black will eventually castle kingside.
That's right. Yeah. Now maybe you could make the case that takes on c5 is possible. So, bishop e7, you could grab that pawn. Black could also take on d4 and then go bishop e7 as well. I think both are okay.
Yeah, for sure. So this one, early stages, will of course come back to all of our games as we see the action unfold. Let's go back to our bird's eye view, because I think Arjun Erigaisi, Fabiano Caruana, they have the same exact ideas in mind. Look at the bottom right. Arjun Erigaisi playing a King's Indian defense against Rochelle Wu. So the super grandmasters taking on their very strong, but not grandmaster opponents. They want the fight from as early as the opening.
Yeah, it makes total sense. We have Rochelle, the board 4, up against Arjun, and going for a really similar position to what we saw in the top left there from Fabi. But bishop e2. I mean, usually when f5 happens, you go for this capture and maybe try to take over the e4 square, because bishop e2 lined up against that knight on h5. If you go and you take back g takes f5, you might have to be a little careful about the knight.
Yes, and if you do nothing, black is about ready to strike with f4 in some positions, but this white bishop can't take this knight on c5. So I'm already thinking, do I want to part with the bishop pair? I don't really want to, if I'm being honest, but it does hurt black's pawn structure. And as you're indicating, the e4 square ultra well defended by white's pieces, and you want to clog that square because the King's Indian, this bishop is behind its own pawn. You do not want to see this pawn go off the board, because as soon as that pawn is gone, whoop, the bishop becomes super strong.
You've been commentating with Danya too much. The whoops are coming out.
Hey, whoops, there it is. And yeah, you would love to get this bishop active. And well, speaking of Danya, he would love to have this position from the black side.
Yeah. No, love this move f5 from Arjun. And if I recall the last match, I mean, Arjun was just playing like an absolute beast. So really excited to see him back in action here in this match. And yeah, even though the eval bar is not saying anything too special thus far, I feel like this is the normal evaluation for King's Indian, Robert. So let's just call it equal.
Yeah, it's equal, but the clock is not. Right now, Arjun well ahead on time. And so that leads me to believe that Rochelle not feeling super comfortable. It's not fun when you're the low-rated player to face such a strong player like Arjun Erigaisi, who has beaten the likes of Magnus Carlsen. And we see Rochelle castle queenside, getting her king to the other side of the board. It's what we typically see. You go after this king on g8, but big questions for black right now. f4 would be a huge strategic blunder.
Right.
Do not play that move. I'm just going to show it very quickly. That bishop takes knight, pawn takes here. You see that now the position is locked up and the eval bar goes sky high because white plays g4 and kicks the knight back. And not only is e5 hanging, which you probably don't want to take, you just want to make sure that the position is closed, and then you can operate on the king side.
Yeah, that's right. I think there's a stigma, and probably for good reason, that you don't want to give away your dark square bishop as white and the King's Indian. But there are some instances where bishop takes c5 is actually a really good move. That's a good example. Right now, however, I think the threat is kind of being renewed. If we saw like, the exact same line that you just proposed, it wouldn't need to be D takes C5. Now B takes C5 is possible. Maybe that position is a little better for black to play than previous.
Makes all the difference opening up the B file. The rook can join the attack. So F4 is not going to be played without serious calculation, because I think it would have been a huge strategic mistake, a possibly losing choice already for black. Not to push that pawn. You need to keep the tension. Same deal for white. I wouldn't go about and take this pawn, at least not yet. The bishop can hop out with tempo against this queen. The knight is perfectly placed. So it's going to be a battle on opposite sides of the board. I think that team MGD1 has to be kind of happy. Ooh, as soon as I say that, the knight came out to H4.
Hey, you said they should be kind of happy, maybe happier after knight to H4. Immediately, I'm definitely thinking about F4 just because it looks the most forcing, hitting the bishop. And if you take on F4, of course, your knight on H4 is losing its support. So that's the first move I'm thinking of after the knight move there, Robert.
Yeah, I'm looking at that as well. I think it looks very promising because bishop takes. You may even throw in pawn takes G3 because the knight loses its defender. But whoa, knight F4 played in a perfect time to bring in the team captain for the St. Louis Archbishops. Hey, Nemo, how you doing?
Hello, Robert. I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We're doing pretty well, but we're not the team captain. We're not nervous about the results. Come on, how are you really feeling watching your team play?
Honestly, I was feeling really good about the Archbishops coming into this, into this entire tournament, into this entire event. We have some really strong players like Fabiano Caruana, Nicolas Theodoro, but it turns out every other team also has extremely strong players on their teams. I mean, the previous team we play fielded Ju and Jung as their female player, who is just 25-50 and a world-class grandmaster. So there's lots of tough competition out there.
Yeah, obviously you're totally right. That's why the PCL is so stacked. Nemo, can you tell us about the lineup this week? It looks a little different from the week 1 St. Louis lineup we remember.
Right. So Fabi is coming off of travel, or he has time now to play this match. We've got Theodoro playing. I would say he's quite an underrated player, so we do want to field him quite frequently. Akobian is stepping in as replacement for Alejandro, and Wu Rochelle is now playing as our female player for this week. I mean, we've got a couple of strong female players. We had Alice Lee last week, who's 13 and already 2,300 or something. So we have a lot of stacked
Super
female
impressive.
players as well. Yeah.
Yeah, the team lineup from top to bottom is very, very strong. And well, Nemo, are you involved with that decision making because you're talking about the lineup? It sounds like you're very invested into your squad there. So, what's that process like? First of bringing the players to the team. It shouldn't be too difficult. St. Louis, they have all the players, but choosing the lineup each and every week. Are players saying "Come on, coach, put me in"?
I do not choose the lineup. I feel like that would be way too much pressure on me. So that is all up to the team manager, Mike. But I am happy to be cheering on the team, doing content with them, and just giving them support from over here.
Yeah, I think that's the good way to do it, Robert. Nemo understands if you can offload the responsibility, it's a lot easier. That's why I've gone into commentary. I'm not responsible for these calculations we put on the board.
Well, we all must calculate. That's our role in Nemo being a huge streamer. If you don't already follow Nemo's channel, I don't know what's wrong with you, but go follow right now. We'll put her stream in the chat. But let's go to our board view, just because every single game, this is what I love about the Pro Chess League. I keep saying it over and over again. I'm a broken record. Every game is of equal importance. So Nemo, as you look from the top left all the way down through the bottom right, what's catching your eye as a team captain, but also just as a chess player?
I'm actually kind of glad the games are all equal so far. Nothing crazy has happened, but I would say that Nicholas's game against Harika is the one I currently have pulled up, and that one was just kind of interesting because I thought something exciting might happen, but it looks like it's going to a fairly equal endgame now.
Yeah, I think
For a
that
moment,
just tends to
brief moment,
happen
Middlegame.
in these
Yeah.
games. It can just peter out like nothing ever happened. You think there's an advantage, and Queen E2 gets played, and Wow, this is this is really liquidated since we last saw
This
it.
is yeah. But I did hear you guys were talking about Rochelle's game against Erigaisi, and I did want to point out she's playing against somebody who is, 500 points higher rated. I think that game is also super interesting. It's still currently sort of equal, but it's a nice kind of, I would call it like dynamic.
Well, I
Yeah,
think when
no,
you
I
play
mean,
those Kings Indians, right? You're always going
Oh,
to get these wild positions no matter what.
yeah.
yeah,
Yes,
it seems like things
absolutely.
now are spinning a little bit out of control for her. But as you said, this is what tends to happen in the pro chess. Like in the bottom right, we see that Arjun's pieces are infiltrating. There's a pin towards that rook
Ooh.
in the corner. So it does look like Arjun Erigaisi is taking charge, but he's beaten Magnus Carlsen before. He just beat him in the Air Things Masters. So, it's hard to ask Rochelle in the first game to take down Arjun. But on the flip side of things, your board one, Fabiano Caruana, we don't want to put pressure on him to win every single game he plays. But if we tune in there for a second,
Yeah.
it looks like it's going to be a straightforward draw at this point with the Queen's trade being offered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he can make something of this.
Avoid.
Nemo, do you think Fabi is gonna like really work for a result here, or he's not gonna go all out and he's kind of okay making a draw, even though it's a board one versus board four match?
I think since this is his first game in the Pro Chess League, he didn't play last week. I would say a draw is probably okay, but as we can tell, maybe Fabi is playing for that win with bishop to b3. He does not want to swap off the queens. He might decide that he has a little more to play for. So, there's a lot of possibility over here. But at the end of the day, it is a completely symmetrical pawn structure. You both have pair
Yeah.
bishops. It's probably going to be very difficult to squeeze an edge out of this endgame.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would probably agree, Robert. That's the thing. I mean, this board four for MGD1, it's an international master. It's no pushover pairings in the PCL.
No, none at all. I mean, this is a very even game. It's against a strong player. So we can't rely on Fabiano to win every single game he plays, but your team at some point might need him to strike. So, Nemo, I know you're streaming on your channel, so we want to let you get back to your audience. We say hi to them. Of course, we show our support always, but we'll talk to you later, I'm sure, and good luck to the squad.
Yeah, thank you so much, Robert and Amon. Take care,
Yeah,
guys.
thanks,
Have
Nemo.
fun.
Bye for now.
Wow. Okay. Well, Fabiano Caruana, this is just looking even. So let's zoom out of here. Let's go to our four board scene because unfortunately, for the Archbishops, Rochelle Wu, their board four, she's in grave danger. You see the bishop on f3 in the bottom right hitting both rooks. Black's not even down any material, has an attack against the white king. So unfortunately for Rochelle, it's already in the bag. In fact, the game is over. She has resigned. Arjun Erigaisi has won. So Amon, the other three games, all looking pretty level, which is great news for Team MGD1.
Yeah, I think in this round right here, Fabi not getting the win, that's definitely a great result for MGD1, an easy win on board one for them. And yeah, I think because they have that more compact lineup, I think an even start is fantastic for them.
Yeah, so it looks like with these games, let's go to the game at the top right. Nicholas Theodorou playing this end game against Harika Dronavale. Not all end games are drawn. Don't listen to what they say all the time. This position, White has the outermost passer, but Black has the more active king here. And well, I guess this end game is a draw as soon as we come in. Nothing really to do. Black's not in time to push the pawns or anything. So draw agreed.
Yeah, and I think it's also about the knight endgames. Knight endgames are so tricky. It's like hard to come up with concrete rules to follow. We have opposite bishops, same color bishops, rook endgames. We all know a few themes and tricks there, but knight endgames are just all over the place because the knights can find their way to any square on the board. And we see here, there's just no way for that c pawn to get going and actually be a pass pawn. You throw that pawn over to a3, Robert, and all of a sudden, with an outside a pawn, there's much more winning chances for white.
Agreed completely, but not in this game. This was a stable draw for the two players. So let's go back to the only game we have still going, and it's not going to be going for that much longer, I don't think. It's White's turn between Varujan, Akobian, and Amin Tabatabai. Var is a staple of American chess. He's played in so many U.S. championships. He's played on the U.S. national team. He's coached the team. He's been around all of these great players. But look at this. This is just completely even. 2 rooks and 3 pawns per side. This is what happens when 2 about evenly rated grandmasters face off.
Yeah, I mean, rook f1, and you can basically fall asleep as white and make a draw. F3 looks slightly unnecessary to me, but it's hard to really criticize what's going on here. This is a draw no matter which way you cut it.
Yeah, and I get why you're saying this, because it just creates some openings for black. If this rook could get to d2, or this king could somehow slide all the way up to g3, but unfortunately this rook comes back to c2 before you know it, and we can just shake hands in this one. That's a funny way to trade rooks. Rook d1 check.
Yeah, I think
that's
just
very cute.
Throwing one in for the fans there.
Mm-hmm. And the fans do appreciate it. And well, I mean, Tabatabai, he might not know what's happening in the other boards. And well, if he did, he would be perfectly happy with making a draw against Varakopin. The team is up by a point.
Yep. This looks like it's going to be a dead draw, and we've been saying that a lot over all of these games. Honestly, this one looks completely dead. The game of Fabiano Caruana looks like at least there's still some life in the position. I mean, this is 3-on-3 with rooks, so I'm not seeing anything. I think that Fabi's is also a draw, but he's got the bishops as well to work with.
Yeah, this game officially a draw. So let's get out of here. There was no surprises there. I actually didn't realize Fabiano's game was still going. That has seemed so equal forever now that I didn't actually know that the game was continuing. So what can Fabi do? If his bishop gets around to f1, and maybe there's an opportunity, so the king slides back, and this is the problem for black. Is great. Your king is so active. The white king is not. But now what do you do? Right? You can't make any more progress. White will just go back and forth with the bishop. You can't inch any further.
Yeah, it's almost just tantalizing that you've got all those pawns on dark squares. You've got the light square bishop. Like, it's so good, but you just can't make any progress.
And I guess the only chance for Fabi is if there's a mistake in the king and pawning game. But even taking and just bring your king to e2, you have diagonal opposition, and that would allow you to make a draw. But I could see an argument for just keeping the bishops if you don't feel like calculating. This was the only move that drew, by the way. All of the moves would have lost. So just to show quickly, that king to e3 looks good, but king c3, you force the king back, and then the king will slink around this way.
I'm honestly surprised. I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised that he traded bishops. Like, it just seems like more work, calculation-wise. Because you keep the bishop on, you can just close your eyes and shuffle. Okay, he's up to task, and well demonstrated there. Aditya Mittal, really good hold. And MGD1, Robert, you got to be super satisfied with how that first round went. You see Fabiano Caruana there. Okay, he's just getting into the PCL, Robert. He's just warming up.
But it's also one of those situations for Fabi. He's thinking, I couldn't do anything. I had the black pieces. My opponent played a super solid game. So what more can you ask of somebody? You can't force a draw to thin air. So for the St. Louis Archbishops, that draw by Fabiano Caruana, not really the desired result, because as we see, Aditya Mittal, Fabiano Caruana, that was a pretty dull draw, it looked like. Rika Jordanvali, Nicholas Theodora, also looked like a pretty stable game. Version of Kobe with white against Amin Tabatabai. Aman, we saw that rook endgame completely level. And then the only decisive game was Arjun Erigaisi with black. That was the biggest rating differential.
Yeah, I feel bad. We said hello to Nemo, checked in. She showed up, watched the only loss of the round, and then there were draws all around. So it feels bad we didn't get more action while Nemo was with us here. But you're right. It was just a super even matchup, all across this round. But of course, where the rating disparity was the biggest, Arjun Erigaisi pulled away with a victory and gives his team MGD1 lead.
MGD1 with a 1-point edge so far after the first round of games, but the St. Louis Archbishops may need to take some more risk if they hope to strike back and get even on the scoreboard. We'll find out if they're capable of doing that. We'll be right back. This is the Pro Chess League matchup between Team MGD1 and the St. Louis Archbishops.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack.
How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dock, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the dock chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no, mouse slip. No. I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion. Give me those points, baby.
The St. Louis Archbishops trail by a point against Team MGD1. But the Archbishops, they have a history of success in this league. Amon, they are 3-time Pro Chess League champions. So we know they have the pedigree to do what it takes and now mount a comeback in this match.
Yeah, you said it best, Robert. The St. Louis Archbishops have been around since the inception of the Pro Chess League. And I say that with certainty because I've been around since the beginning as well. And the Chess Bros have taken their fair share of losses to the Archbishops in championship, playoff, and you name it, matches over the many years. So such a powerhouse team, and absolutely a 2.5, 1.5 first round, Robert, is not going to scare anyone.
No, powerhouse team for sure. And familiar name, Fabiano Caruana, has been on the St. Louis Archbishops in 2 of their league titles. And he is playing in this week's matchup. He will be facing off against a new opponent in the second round here. So as we look at the lineups today in our second round of action, we first note that the only win was for Arjun Erigaisi. And that means heading into the second round, the St. Louis Archbishops have ground to make up. So with half point in the top 3 boards and a loss for Rochelle Wu, they'll have to have a better round this time. And Fabiano Caruana, Nicholas Theodore get white. Amon with white on the top 2, black on the bottom 2 for the Archbishops. Do you think this is their round to strike, or should they wait for later?
Well, I don't think you want to wait for anyone in this PCL format. Remember, 8.5 points is the target score. You can get there in 3 rounds. So, no, you absolutely want to strike quickly. I think that this round is actually important. Now you have Fabi with the white pieces, right? He's got, tough games ahead. As we mentioned for board 1s, the games get tougher and tougher. So, hey, he's got the black pieces. His opponent played well in the first round. But I think Fabi and Nicholas Theodore with the white pieces and playing the boards 3 and 4, you have to step up and bring some wins home for the Archbishops, because Rochelle Wu still going to have her work cut out for her there as the board 4 for St. Louis. So in these lineups where you put a board 4 who's significantly lower rated than the rest of the squad, you do need to perform on the top boards.
Yes, and Fabiano Caruana being the top board for the St. Louis Archbishops, he gets the white pieces in the second round. He is going to face off against Harika Dranavali. That's a big rating gap between the two, but Harika is such an experienced grandmaster. She is not going to be afraid of playing against Fabi, and he gets the white pieces. He's going to need to come up with some kind of opening that causes her problems.
That's right. Fabi with the white pieces has gone for just knight f3. Very modest, not looking to shake things up with anything crazy, but he also plays the move knight f3 to just see what you're going to play against it and then react accordingly. And we see g6 played by Harika, and I think that means, okay, I'll take the center. You're not going to see too many grandmasters, Robert, shy away from that.
No, white has these 2 imposing pawns in the center. Black trying to use the pieces. This is exactly what Danya did against Jose Martinez. And in that game, the white pawn went up to d5. But here you see Fabi saying, I am going to shut down your bishop. It kind of resembles the King's Indian. If we get an e5, d5 situation with c4 to follow, this is exactly a King's Indian structure.
That's right. And I'm trying to think about the tempi, but after d5, Black moves the knight, I'm always worried that you would be a move down on a regular position. So it could be a little bit weird, but I think for the most part, White kind of wants to keep that pawn on d4 if they can. h3, maybe play like Rui Lopez style, knight f1 to g3. Could also happen here.
And look at Harika bringing her knight to d7. Please play d5, because f5 is much less effective when White can, instead of playing d5, gets to take and open up the position. So she's hoping for Fabi to press forward with d5, but he seems like he does not want any part of that.
And I'd be very surprised if we don't see some kind of a4 reaction. Bishop g5, well, color me surprised, Robert. I thought we were going to see a4 automatic.
Well, with color you surprised, I have the same color as you with my lights, so I'm also quite surprised by this. And Black could have played f6, but then the bishop would have looked even worse. So queen e8, this game is kind of unexpected for me. I just feel like I don't know what to make of the central tension. I don't know if a4 is actually a threat, or if I can make some other move like an h3. Amon, is a4 and maybe a3 something that White actually needs to look out for?
Well, according to me, yes. According to Fabiano, no. Curious what the engine thinks as well, because look, a4 for White just shuts down any advance on the queen side for Black. It means that b3 knight stays stationed on b3, which covers the d4 pawn. And that d4 pawn, I've been mentioning earlier, I think it wants to stay on d4, because as soon as you play d5, you open things up for Black. And well, in order to keep it there, I thought a4 was necessary. Fabi says no. I mean, look at this, Robert. That pawn made it all the way to a3.
Yeah, and the evaluation bar is dipping in Black's favor, but it's a tough position to play. Knight f6, not approved of. I wonder what it is. I'm just going to take us a step back quickly. maybe it was this f5 move, which is really difficult when there's a rook staring down a queen on the e-file. But f5 was in the spirit of the position. f4 was threatening to trap this bishop. So I think f5 was indeed the correct choice. But I don't blame Harika for her knight f6. Yeah, what a ridiculous thing that was. Knight g4 can trap this bishop anyway, get a trade. So why don't we leave these two to their strategic struggle as their teammates have all started their games among. We see in the top right, look at that's one of the most closed positions I've ever seen in my life between Nicholas Theodorou and Aditya Mittal. And then the rest of the games are just getting underway.
Yeah, I'm wondering in that game in the top right, maybe we want to head there. I was curious if this was a Benko because it kind of feels like it could have started as a Benko gambit, and that's a surprising opening to see make an entrance.
Let's go back to the beginning and we'll quickly play through the moves. This was not a Benko gambit, at least not initially. We saw c4 and then b4 for white, just trying to take away this option, and black says, take it away. I'll go for it anyway, because if you take, black will quickly be able to recapture the pawn.
It's a reverse Benko. I was 50% right.
I didn't give you the credit that you deserved, but Aman, I mean, these positions locked up, no trades just yet. And as we get to the game, I actually really didn't like the move a5. Closing this flank seems wrong to me. You should play for a pawn break, because now let's look what happened. White castles queenside and closes everywhere. The center is closed now. You know what that means? h3, g4, maybe the knight will move, and then white will play for f4. I feel like this was a very bad decision from Aditya Mittal, because the side that controls the pawn breaks is often the side with the advantage. It's only white who could storm pawns forward in this position.
Yeah, agreed. This is probably quite comfortable for white, and the main reason is that normally e4, hey, it looks like a great move, but normally black would play d takes e3 en passant. And right now, because the king is castled the other way, it's not possible. g5 is the move that he went for, but I think that was born out of like fear, necessity. I mean, call it what you want, Robert. g5 surprising.
I mean, I literally can't believe it. Like, I'm looking at this, h4 tempting g4. He plays h3 first. He's slow playing it. I actually like what he's doing. He brings his king all the way to the side, and then he can bring his rook over. He can strike with h4 at the right moment. And if g4, he'll move his knight and play pawn to f3. So he's going to crack open the king side at some point. And I like what both players are doing here as he reroutes his bishop.
Yeah, I mean, black could not have better control over f4, honestly. Like, knight on g6, 2 pawns, bishop. I don't think there's any concern about the move f4 happening. So this game is all about h4. But realistically, a fully locked game with one idea to open things up, I don't think that's enough. Like, I think this one is actually quite level, because there's no f4 coming, and things are so locked up that even if you get one weakness on the king side, you often need more than that to win the game.
And often we see a Petrosian king march where that king will go somewhere over here, right? The king will just run. Let's get away from all the action, because we know it's going to open up. Black has no choice, because h4, let's say right now, if we can analyze for a second, black will not take it. That would be a terrible move. You'll see the eval bar go all the way up, because after this kind of swap, you have a target. White just simply pounces on it. And if you play g4, then the knight moves back to h2, and eventually f3 will be played, rook f1. So the position opens up by force. There's nothing you can do about it, but it's all about timing. And well, speaking of it, Nicholas Theodorou says now's the time.
Yeah, it goes h4, and it is g4, so you're calling all these moves. There's one break in the position, and it is pawn to f3. Some point you feel you have to go for it. There's also kind of a funny move like f3, knight h5 to be wary of, where, funny enough, like, you can't defend your g-pawn.
Well, it's really important to look out for that. I wasn't on my radar, and now that you mention it, I'm like, whoa, there could be a fork of the rooks, because g3 cannot easily be defended. Maybe it's a pawn you're willing to give up. Oftentimes in positions where you want an attack, like throw a pawn off the board, get an open file for a rook. So yes, a messy affair here between Theodorou and Mittal.
Yeah, this looks like exactly that king march might be next. Rook to g8. I think if black's king makes it to c7 before white does anything decisive, then there's just nothing going on.
Agreed. And I think black might throw in b6 at some moment, just to make sure that this pawn isn't hanging at an inopportune moment. But f3 now is time, and I think knight h5. You called it in the eval bar, saying the advantage is heading in black's direction. It might be because of knight h5.
Yeah, I'm looking at knight h5, and I don't see an answer. Like, to me, this is like should be kind of good for black. I'm wondering what I'm missing here because g3 cannot be defended. Period. So what is white gonna do?
I don't think Theodore saw this. He hasn't really. Oh, he just shook his head a little bit. I was about to say he hasn't reacted. Then you see knight h5 when you expected pawn h5, and now g3 is under attack. Black is stealing one pawn, maybe two. Maybe this knight can get into f4. Suddenly, Aditya Mittal, who drew Fabiano Caruana, he is poised for another good result, I would imagine. I mean, he doesn't look worse anymore.
Yeah, knight h5, Robert. I think that sets him up for success here. And more importantly than knight h5, being a good move. And in fact, the eval bar, I'm in shock that it's not liking this more. But worse than that, I think it's that Nicholas missed the move. So it's uncomfortable to face a move that you just didn't expect.
Although losing that g pawn can be very helpful. There is a king on g7 and a rook happily staring down the line through all of the smoke. So it's a big moment for Aditya Mittal. We'll leave him to thinking. You see, he's doing the typical chess player pose, hands on his head. Let's see how the teammates are doing because every game is ongoing here. And oh, wow, what is happening in the Caruana game against Harika? Aman, that looks like it has changed quite a lot.
Yeah, that's wild. That is a wild position. C6 on the board. I'm trying to just decipher how many things are hanging and who's taking what.
And who has taken what? Is black up a pawn right now? Am I counting that correctly?
Technically, yes. Yeah.
Oh,
that's right.
B5. What a positional move that is. And Fabi, I don't know if he was wincing or smiling or what, but he's like, give me the light squares. I'll take here, bring my knight to c4 next. And instead, bishop b7. But that move not approved by the engine.
No, I wonder if it's just like, if things open up here, are black's pieces ready to handle the center of the board? Like pawn takes on f5, for example. I kind of wonder if black's ready for the pressure on the e pawn.
I don't think so, and that's why she's not taking. I say she's not taking what she does, but the e pawn might just drop as the knight is pinned to the queen. E5 is loose. EF opens up another attacker here.
Yeah.
What can black do? Why is this like hovering slightly better for white? It looks
why is this
really
okay?
Yeah, it looks like terrible to my eyes.
Yeah, rook b8 looks like a nice move. I mean, you want to defend your bishop, which was loose, and obviously x-ray the queen, so you do have your own tactics now. Bishop c6, bishop a6 are both on the cards, and it kind of forces white to immediately react.
And look at how Fabi does. He takes away both of your bishop a6 and c6 moves.
Yeah, that was not nice by Fabi. I was relying on those.
And rook a8 doesn't work, right? Because rook a8, just to show a quick line, bishop takes d7, you take my queen, I take your queen, and white's up a piece at the end of that variation.
Yeah, this is no good, and that's why Harika had to play rather strange looking bishop c8. You never feel good playing a move like that.
Oh gosh, I mean, her position's falling apart. You called this, Aman. Black was not ready for the center to open, and now it's open, and it's just falling apart.
Yeah, you almost have to go so if you play rook takes on f5, then you're kind of you're covering the e pawn there, but you're handing over the e4 square. White already owns the c4 square. Let's not forget, down the line, white could just win the a3 pawn back, and black is up a pawn here, maybe trying to claim that that's something that's worth something, but no, that pawn is dead if white ever wants it. Fabi wants more than that.
He certainly does. I wonder what his response is going to be, because bishop d3, we can go to a new diagonal and go after this king. That looks very pleasant. You mentioned knight c4, knight e4. I think for now, I just am a little scared about rook takes f3 if this knight were to move. But yeah, he's just putting all the pressure on. And if the rook moves, there's still knight takes e5 because the queen is hanging. Oh my goodness, this looks really bad.
Good point. Yeah. Yeah, rook f7, for example. Knight or rook takes e5. Rook f7, knight e5, and bishop g6 is lethal.
This looks like a great position for the archbishops and Fabian and Caruana. One more point is rook f4. You hit the queen, but you lose a rook on the spot because after I take, I'll just show that quickly, you have to take back with your pawn. Hey, you got my queen, but I get yours with interest, full extra rook. So the tactics are working in Fabi's favor. I think Harika's in big trouble, but her teammates, some of them are doing very well. So let's go to our view of all the boards because Harika, she may be perhaps on her way to a loss in the top left, but look at the bottom right. Amin Tabatabai in charge against Rochelle Wu, and the top right, Aditya Mittal with the upper hand against Nicholas Theodoru.
Right. Yeah, no, this is what you need from Amin. He's coming in, he's playing against the board 4. That's obviously a matchup that you want to capitalize on. I think that game is one that we should jump into, Robert, because we haven't visited it yet, and clear advantage for Amin with the white pieces.
We tell you that we love bishops with an open board, and look at these two.
Wow.
This bishop hits all the way down to b7, can stop on e4 or d5. The knight's not coordinated very well. If your knight tries to come back in the game, your rook probably just gets trapped in the spot. So it's white's turn after all that is said. And I feel like you can play d4 to open up this, not there, this diagonal for your bishop as well. Oof, unpleasant.
Yep. Yeah, there's so many options here. And, queen g4 has been the move tried. I think there are actually so many moves that you could play as white, and they'd all be okay. Simple development, d4, even just going for the a file with bishop e3 and rook a1, nice and simple. Knight on d8 is just tethered to a defensive duty on a b7.
Yeah, black's pieces can't move. The knight on h7 wanted to go to f6. There's a rook in its path. Knight f8 doesn't really help. As you said, rook a1, take over the a file, and this is really, really bad for Rochelle. So she's had two very tough pairings. She played against Arjun Erigaisi. Now she plays against the nearly 2,700 Amin Tabatabai. He's fully focused. He wants to score this victory for the team MGD1. So, yeah, I think she's going to try her best just to muddy the waters a little bit, but this seems very simple. Your move, rook a1, looks very powerful. You want to bring your rook to the other side.
Yep, I like that. It looks like it should get the job done. Rook down to a8 can even be followed by, I'm looking at queen c8. A lot of ways to infiltrate with every piece.
No, this looks overwhelmingly good for white. So let's leave these two at it while Amin Tabatabai considers his next move. It could just be rook over to a1. We'll tune into the other teammates because in the top left, Fabian and Caruana is still in charge, controlling all of the light squares. But look at the top right. I don't know what has happened in that game. It's been wild since the beginning, but now it looks completely closed. Aman, are we seeing a position where neither side can make progress?
I think we are. And, the move was bishop h3. I think that the move b6 it's just that last nail in the coffin to really say, okay, no one's doing anything here. If you take on h3, then potentially white could try to take with the queen and even give up a pawn just for entry points into the position. I'm not sure that this is anything special, but I don't know. It's something you might not want to allow.
Yeah, this actually already starts to look quite scary for the black king. You might survive it, but white will always have a bunch of checks against that king. So bishop h3, no response yet. I don't really know how we got here, so we'll leave the analysis board up. We'll bring it back for you just to show you how we got here, because it suddenly looked good for black. Took a pawn. The second knight came in, and then this knight traded. So this was the problem. The king in line with the rook. We see exactly why that's an issue. And wow, Aditya Mittal saying, if I'm going to lose the pawn, I'm going to keep your knight at bay and not open the position up more. That's just brilliant stuff.
And black, it almost seems like might have a small edge in some of these positions. Of course, they should be just equal, but I like the dark squares.
Yeah, and white was kind of shuffling around, and black could have kept the bishop and then kicked the knight. Maybe that was the way to play for a win, is say, where is your knight going exactly? It's almost trapped, but he forced the knight to take, and then after rook g5, we saw the swap and the king stepping forward to g6. So queen d7, I really like that move, not allowing this queen to even think about getting in the game. And now after bishop takes, rook takes, there are no open files for either side to work with. This is just a clear draw, barring some kind of crazy blunder.
That's right. B6 is almost a draw offer in itself, and we may just see the pieces shuffle. Black has like these outside dreams of like taking the G pawn, but guess what? They're not happening. White has Rook G2, and you're tethered to the H5 pawn, defending it. So yeah, this should be probably repetition of moves, or they might agree on a draw.
There's no way to play for win. Where's this king going? Right, the king can go anywhere, but you're ultimately just going to see the players repeat here. There's not even a mistake that can possibly be made.
No, there truly isn't. You'd have to, react to Queen H3 with like a queen blunder. That's literally it.
So this one is locked up. I think the draw will be in the bag. Aditya Mittal. That means he will have drawn Fabiano Caruana and then Nicholas Theodore with the black pieces. A great start for the board 4 of Team MGD1. So let's zoom out of here.
Yep.
We can trust the players to split this point. And what else is... Wait, Fabiano Caruana. Let's go to our bird's eye view. Fabiano Caruana's advantage seems to be a thing of the past.
And you know what? It looks to be off the back of a move that you highlighted, which is so interesting. Rook takes on F3 has clearly happened in this game.
All right, well, let's dive in as the Theodore Aditya Mittal game was drawn. Let's go to the game between Caruana and Harika Dranavali. You were saying where it happened. Rook takes knight. That complicated matters. White still had an advantage, but the king is a bit airy. So let's see what happened. We saw a trade. Bishop comes to G7. Extra exchange for White. Should be winning. So where did Fabi actually blunder? He went A3, and he missed, I guess, this knight coming to G5, and then back around to F4, things of that nature, and had to give up this pawn. So still, I guess, an advantage for White, but Black with some chances. And watch out.
Yeah. Queen H3 should probably happen, but guess what? The rook on B1, so cleverly defended by the queen on E4. So Queen H1 just does nothing.
Amazing. So if we just bring up the analysis board, just a couple moves ago, it seemed like Black was doing okay, I guess, for a moment, but it's the eval bar saying something rather than it being easy. So where was it? Around here.
Right here.
I'm going to cheat. I'm going to turn on what the line is. We see the eval. Okay, Queen E7 somehow is the right move. Wants to go this way and this way. All right, I get it, but not that easy to find.
No.
With limited time on the clock. So yeah, that's
no
not
shot.
that easy.
Yeah, this looks like the more natural way because, Black wants to play bishop h6. The problem is there might be a check like rook b7. I think that's the plan, though. If c7, you got f2 hanging, there's no check coming, and bishop h6 is nearby. Rook b7 just says no.
Great calculation by Fabi. Giving up f2 with check. The king is running. Knight e2 is another check, but the king keeps going to b4, and Black quickly runs out of useful checks as the king will just hide. Maybe even eventually up to the other side of the board. And your pawn will
Seriously.
promote.
Careful of queen e5. Knight d4, queen e5, knight c6 is obviously a serious pitfall there.
Don't play king b5. There's knight c3. Speaking of a pitfall. Wait, where's this king going? If you give another... Oh, you can block with your queen. That's super annoying.
Yeah, you could even just keep trucking up the board there, king d6. But yeah, the bishop is pinned. That's what's key. Bishop f8 would change everything.
Bishop f8 would win for Black.
Yeah, might win, yeah.
Unfortunately, pinned. So queen g1. I think queen e3 is the simplest move. You have no more checks for Black after queen to e3. The threat is c7. Maybe in some variations. Nope. I can't draw my arrows right now, but queen takes e5 is also hanging with this pin.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think queen e5 is maybe the more dangerous move because it threatens to just simplify everything, if not mate on the spot. Whereas c7 blocks the pin from the rook, so I could just see some random bishop f8 coming.
Huh, that's actually a good point. There could be almost a mate. So he takes that bishop, takes the pawn with check, then we'll play the pawn to c7, and that is bad news for Black.
Yeah, queen d7, probably worth trying. Because queen takes e2, queen takes c7. You harbor some hopes of a draw there.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good chances to draw, but I think queen d7 is by knight b6, hitting the queen, allowing... Oh, look at this. That's clever, too.
A little check just to get things perfect, and I think you could probably make your queen here.
And the king, where? Can go anywhere? Is it that easy? The king just chooses...
It might be able to, yeah.
Well, watch out. Knight b4. Don't play king here, because then knight d5 is a fork. So watch out for the fork. He does. And now the king attacks the knight. The queens are going to win the day for Fabi.
Yep. That should do it. There are too many queens on the board for Fabiano Caruana.
So he gets it done in round 2. It means the score temporarily tied 3-3. But if we look at the bottom right of our screen, it is all Amin Tabatabai. We don't need to look at that game as he just is going to go on mop-up duty, winning the black pawns, and he has a passed B pawn in the making. So let's go to our game maybe between Arjun Erigaisi and Varujan Akobian, because we haven't looked at that at all. And Var
right.
down to just about 11 seconds with the black pieces. And for Arjun, he's up on time, but this position, even though it's better for white, not that clear cut.
Yeah, because you have knight f6 and knight takes e8, but the result of that line is your a pawn probably drops. So while white's position looks fantastic, the pawn on a4 is loose.
And it's key that the d6 pawn is loose as well, but he's not taking it right away because oftentimes with these trades happening, the rook will come to e1, c1, kick that knight out of there and get... Whoa! Okay, he goes for it, but I thought the rook was going to just go over here and kick this knight away.
Yeah, I guess the thing is there was no breaking through that position because the knight on c3 was just tethered to the a pawn the entire time, so may as well at some point start the simplification process. But knight d5, rook takes c4, is that the move, or knight a4 first?
I think you could choose your own adventure. Oh, I'm wondering, like, is there some kind of c5 push at some moment? I don't think so, because the rook can just take. But what is the winning idea for Arjun? This is starting to look like it should be a draw.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I think he's got to just... Yeah, that's true. G5 was really rough.
He just simply blundered, and he gives away the h6 pawn, and now Arjun clearly has the upper hand.
Knight is covering c4, and the knight on a4 is just stuck. Can't move, right? Rook takes b6.
We were just asking, what can white do? The answer had been nothing until the pawn went to g5 because the knight had a square to jump to on f5. But rook a6 now, that should be able to corral this pawn here, and white's pawn doesn't look so stoppable.
Yeah, and knight takes c4, rook c6 still works.
That's a nasty pin to make use of. And okay, if you take on c4, I guess there was... oh my gosh, I'll show it after the game, but that was another sick tactic by Arjun Erigaisi.
Nice.
He sees everything. Just to show that quickly, Var can't believe it. He's beside himself. But rook c4, there's rook a8 check. Your king can't step up to e7. Has to go to d7 and knight b6 with a fork.
Dang.
Arjun Erigaisi sees all the tactics, no matter how big or small.
Yeah, that's a super nice tactic there. B6 check, closes it off. But you'll notice that with these really strong players, they'll close games with casual tactics. Like, moves don't even... Not even everything that gets played is what's actually being calculated. So many things flying under the radar.
Yeah, and that was a big result for Team MGD1 because it looked like St. Louis Archbishops, they would at least tie the round. That's not what just happened. MGD1 once again wins by 2.5, 1.5 score. Amin Tabatabai took care of business against Rochelle Wu. That was expected based on the earlier position. But Arjun, that game was looking like it was heading towards a draw, and he steals that victory and helps the Team MGD1 to a 5-3 lead.
Yeah, Robert, the story so far for me is Aditya Mittal. He stole 2 draws from Fabiano Caruana and Nicholas Theodoru. And we talk about board 4, their games only get easier. So Aditya Mittal is, doing extremely well from the board 4 position. He's got a point. He hasn't lost yet. I think he's been playing tremendously. So I think he's the MVP of the match thus far.
He's the MVP of the match for Team MGD1. And, well, since we're on the topic of MVP candidates, we have to talk about Luka Doncic, the NBA All-Star. He is making his way into the chess world because 4-time NBA All-Star Luka Doncic has officially launched his metahuman, Luke AI, onto the chess scene. For a limited time, you can challenge Luke AI's AI sidekick and watch it grow stronger with experience. Will it be enough for Luke AI to secure victory in the Computer Chess Championship? That much is up to you. Use the command Luka in chat to play now. And Amon, have you played Luka? I'm not asking about basketball. But have you played the Luka bot?
I mean, if you're asking about basketball, you obviously wouldn't know the answer. So, it could be yes, could be no. But in terms of the chess bot, I actually have I have a YouTube video playing against him where let's just say I took the liberty of playing him while he was only like 500 elo before he's gotten stronger and stronger, and I had a little fun checkmating him with some artistry on the board.
Love that. Well, you have to beat them while they're young or before the bot becomes a superhuman computer. That is something that everybody should take part in. You can play Luca's AI bot on Chess.com. But for now, Amon and I are going to scram. We'll be back in a few. It is the St. Louis Archbishops trailing Team MGD1. We'll see if they can bounce back after this break.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
We return to this Week 2 Pro Chess League matchup between the St. Louis Archbishops and Team MGD1. MGD1 is in the lead by 2 full points at the moment. They are led by Arjun Erigaisi as their top board, but they brought in a free agent signing. Amin Hambleton. Wow. Amin Tabatabai has been a superstar thus far.
Hey, the first names are pretty close. I missed out on buying the right vowel for a better ELO rating, unfortunately, but he's been a great signing. I mean, what can we say? Started out well. I'm definitely interested to see how these next 2 rounds go because it's one thing to say that Erigaisi, Tabatabai, they've started out well, but they've been playing the lower rated boards for St. Louis. So now we get to see them play against the higher rated boards. I think that is where you can really measure the impact of these players.
And they have made a huge impact thus far. A great 1-2 punch on the top 2 boards for Team MGD1. And we can just compare them directly to the board 1 and board 2 for the Archbishops. Half a point in favor of Team MGD1 as Arjun is 2 to 1.5 for Fabi. Amin has 1.5 to Theodore is 1. And then even on board 3, both players drawing 1 game and losing the second. But then Aditya Mittal, he's been your MVP, Aman. He has 1 out of 2. So as we head into the 3rd round, let's talk about it. Your MVP, Aditya Mittal, gets the black pieces there against Varujan Akobian. But the top 2 boards for MGD1, they get white against Caruana Theodore.
Yeah, I think it's been an amazing start for Team MGD1, not just because they're up, but because I think that the type of roster they've gone for, more balanced. I think that roster, if they get ahead early, I think they should be doing better and better as the rounds go on. I said this in the first match, but I really think that's the case. St. Louis has missed their opportunities with Fabiano, not winning against board 4, with Nicholas Theodoru not winning against board 4. There are points left on the table here for St. Louis. So now we're going to see Aditya Mittal with the black pieces. Draw would be another tremendous result. He's also going to have white in the final round against Rochelle Wu. Aditya Mittal could finish with something like 2.5 points, which would be unbelievable for Team MGD1.
It's what Liu Yiping did for the Shanghai Tigers earlier, board 4, scoring a plus score. And we'll see if that is what's going to happen. But Fabiano Caruana, we always want to focus on his games when he is playing. He gets the black pieces against Amin Tabatabai. And Amin means business today. He drew in round 1. There was no choice for him. He had black against the strong grandmaster Varujan Akobian. But then in game 2, he made quick work, it seemed, of Rochelle Wu. He had the upper hand from start to finish. But now he has his most difficult opponent of the day, Aman. He gets white, but he's playing against Fabiano. If you are the team captain for MGD1, do you say to Amin, hey, just come on, man, just make a draw? Or do you say, hey, go for it? We can end this match here in the 3rd round.
Well, honestly, I would probably say go for it. This is round 3, not round 4, where all the information and you can sort of play for your final result that you want. Both Amin and Erigaisi, these guys are fighters, right? They're here to play, and I think because we're only in round 3, you don't want to psych the players out, tell them to get in their own heads, play a different style to secure results. Absolutely stick to what has been working so far. And Fabiano has not looked, he did win his last game, Robert, but I'd say he's looked a little shaky to start things off, allowing a lot of counterplay in his previous win and that draw, of course, in the first round against board 4.
He also looks like he's playing from the next room. He's so far away from the camera right now. He's maybe a little bit too relaxed after a victory. But this opening, the 4 knights in the English, we see that white has this compromised pawn structure over here, but white also has the pair of bishops. So what's your experience like in these variations, Aman? Because I know I've struggled with both colors in a position with this kind of imbalance.
Yeah, the one thing for black is there's a kind of a nice plan of trying to play f5. Black has a couple different plans. There's f5, and to some degree, there's also a6 and b5. But I find the a6 b5 plan to undermine that pawn works a lot better when the pawn from d2 is on b3, and that would happen if maybe you played d takes c3. We've seen bc3 by white in the opening, so I'm looking for black to maybe move that knight, try for f5. If the bishop gets to f5, you're certainly happy to see that. So that's one of the main plans for black here. The The other one, which is harder to achieve based on the pieces, Robert, is maybe c6, d5, but that just looks like so many moves to achieve that.
Yeah, too far away. And he's not going to push his pawn to d4 unless it's the proper moment. Because now the knight went to e7, I'm a little bit more tempted. But what I was going to say is, as soon as you push the pawn to d4, c4 becomes an easier target. But this knight now is on the king side. You're not so worried. The knight would go to a5, pawn b6, bishop a6. And you see that in the Nimzo Indian. Black just piling up pressure against that pawn. But instead, Bobby going to the king side. And Aman, it's hard to crack through Black's structure right now.
It absolutely is. The knights are also sort of eyeballing a potential f4 square visit. Knight h5, always have to be cautious of knight takes e5 tricks with the knight hanging. But in general, if you could get that knight into f4, Black wants to play knight f4, queen to f6, and really launch some nice play against White's king here. So I imagine that's what Fabi's looking to do. As for White, Robert, these double pawns, are you in a rush to get rid of them? Are you looking at like c5 kind of stuff, or are you just going to get developed?
I feel like c5 is one of those moves you make. You're like, I need to get rid of the double pawns. But if we quickly bring up an analysis board, it doesn't solve all of your problems. Because if you play c5, and I'm just going to make a random move like rook e8, just to get this swap of pawns here, now you actually have this backwards pawn on c3. So your pawn structure seemingly improved because you no longer have double pawns, but you actually have a more approachable pawn to the black pieces with the bishop moving and the rook coming to c8, and maybe a queen to c7.
Yeah, good point. Good point there. You're not really solving any problems, actually creating some, because in this position, it's kind of hard to attack the c pawns without an open file. So, it's hilarious. We might see the exact position.
I was not expecting this to happen. I was just throwing out moves, and it looks like Fabiano Caruana, he is a longtime buddy of mine, and he's just playing like I'm speaking it. So
he loved your random move. The Hess random move apparently is one of the best, co-signed by Fabiano Caruana.
What a chat, by the way. I think this matchup might be the most vowels against each other. I didn't think about that, but Fabiano Caruana against Amin Tabatabai, they're a pick a vowel. it's in there. Wow, this exact variation just happened. We may see some problem for White on the c3 square, but we'll come back to this game for sure because all 4 games are in progress right now. And in these matchups, you need to score somewhere. If you are the Archbishops, you're down by 2 points. I'm looking at that game in the top right, Aman, between Arjun Erigaisi and Nicholas Theodoru. And I feel like Arjun's just trying to take it to the Archbishops. He already has 2 wins under his belt here, and he wants to take a third.
Yeah, I agree. That game looks really exciting to take a look at. It seems as though in the last couple moves, he's made his intentions very clear, right? Queen c2, absolutely no queen trade. You do want to keep the queens on the board. The g file is open. The d5 square is screaming for a knight to be planted there. This looks great for White.
Yeah, the d5 square is ultra juicy, and this is what happens when there's a bishop against a knight. It kind of reminds me of a Najdorf. It's not the same structure, of course not, but in the Najdorf, you get these positions sometimes where Black has a dark square bishop that can't do anything, and White has a knight that hops around the light squares, in particular d5. The good news compared to a Najdorf is your pawn's not on d6. It can go up to c6. Get that knight out of there.
That's right. And bishop d8 was just played. It might look a little unorthodox, but I feel like if the bishop went to d6 or another kind of normal looking square, then all of a sudden comes rook g1, and you're actually threatening checkmate in 2. Threatening knight f6 check and queen h7 mate.
Yeah, that is actually looking spicy. So the bishop covering the f6 square is important. Look at this move. c6 is not good anymore. The knight hops back to an odd square to b4. Look at this. I'm just going to put this on the board. Your now pawn is under attack. You play c5, you're just strategically lost. You might be tactically lost as well, but you can just resign strategically. If I put my knight on d5 or to c6, give me all the light squares.
That's right. Yeah, that would be just the worst possible configuration. But if we can't do that, what are we... do we want to play almost a5? The pawn is hanging. I want to play a5 and then c6, but way too slow. There's threats happening. h5, queen takes e5, rook g1. We don't have time for all that.
I forgot the e5 pawn was hanging. I wasn't even looking at that pawn. It's hanging
I forgot
right on the spot. Rook e8 played. So now maybe there's c6 because you can bring your rook up to e6 afterwards, but it's
True.
is looking just like a shaky defense for Theodoro here. I really don't envy this task. I love that knight on d5. It's a stallion.
It is. It is. I'm also thinking, if the move f4 happens, that black might have f5, quite possibly. Wow. Decides to just start with that.
He says, give me the light squares. That knight can go to c6. There are also tactics available for white. But what do you make of this, Aman? I really feel like white is better, even though the eval bar says black is doing just fine.
That's exactly how I feel. Like, the bishop on d8's a little bit strange. There's no queen e6 move. Funny enough, the rook on a8 would be hanging. And if you play f5, you're always facing queen d5 check. Seems like a nice centralizing move. Knight on c6 looks annoying because you can't play rook e6 to challenge that. And I'm just kind of wondering what moves you're supposed to do. So I agree with you. I like white's position, but the engine is saying there's just unfazed.
How? Why? I just love the look of a knight landing on c6, but somehow the engine is unbothered. But it's just a great square. Like that's your dream square. It's a target square.
Truly.
You just want to bring the knight up over to the c6 square. Give me that square.
Yeah, honestly, knight c6 looks like a good move here. I'm looking at queen e6 after. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe, right? That's how we feel. We're like, okay, maybe the e5 pawn might be loose, but also there are going to be tactics with the rook in line with the queen. So I guess for now, black is holding on. I would prefer white, maybe even just h5 at some moment. Knight c6 first. I like saving the knight, then trying to push this pawn up and use it as a battering ram. So we'll see if Arjun Erigaisi can break down the defenses of Nicholas Theodorou. But for now, let's look how the teammates are doing, just because this one seems like Arjun's slightly better. But what's happening in the other boards? 5 minute Caruana, slightly better, according to the engine in the top left. In the bottom left, Varakobian, maybe slightly better for the archbishops, still early stages there. What's going on in the bottom right? Rochelle Wu is going after Harika's pawn structure, but the eval bar is saying, nah, Harika's doing just fine.
Yeah, I like the look at that game. That looks very spicy, especially with the imbalance that's clearly present. 2 bishops for black in that position, but we see this interesting situation where the knight was just making a ton of threats, but once they just got defended, the knight's also trapped.
Whoa. And f4, throwing the pawn forward. You're right, the knight was about to be trapped, but now it can hop back to f2. So are these pawns total terrible weaknesses? Oftentimes, black will try to push pawns on the queen side at some moment. e3 is not really a target just because the e-file doesn't have a rook on it just yet. But Aman, this is hard to evaluate. I see the evaluation, so I know that black is better objectively, but I'm still trying to ignore that and use my chess player brain. And I feel like this just is messy and both sides have their chances.
I think you lost the chat as soon as you said, not look at the bar and use your brain. I think you lost everyone there, Robert. But I agree. It's kind of a misleading evaluation, I feel like, because you look at that pawn structure and you can definitely appreciate black's king is weak here. And if white moves that knight, for example, like queen d2 or rook f3, followed by the knight moving and maybe g4, f5, you could start to really push some pieces around.
Yeah, rook f3 is a great move. That rook may also slide to h3. This pawn on h6 is a bit of a target, so I don't really like the look of it there. Yeah, I don't know. I'm worried about that pawn on h6. I feel like there's a rook sliding, and you can bring your knight back, as you said, push this g pawn up. Black is still better, though. I'm trying to wrap my head around that. Black is objectively better, but I kind of want to have the white pieces.
Exactly. It's one of those positions where for sure, b5, b4 is coming long term for black. So this is always going to be a decent position for Harika. But in the short term, rook h3, trying to launch that attack, this stuff can get really scary. And I'm trying to look at the times there. It looks like nothing too bad for black, because the worst thing is to be defending and be down on time.
That's right. And the h6 pawn now is a clear target with a knight on f5, kind of doing the heavy lifting for black, protecting that pawn. Maybe it's time to try to bring a queen on over to the king side, but the knight covers all of these squares. And instead, she goes to c2. The engine not thrilled about that choice.
Yeah, queen c2, and trying to think like what was the idea with queen c2? Is it because the knight on f5 can't be dislodged too easily? Queen d2, at least guards the e3 pawn. Basically, what's the follow-up to queen c2? Because I don't know how to add more pressure to knight on f5.
Yeah, I mean, rook f1, rook f3. I don't see rook
Right.
h5, rook. That feels like a very long way away just to make that journey. So yeah, I don't know what white's going to do. I don't really know what black's going to do either. So while these two players are working on it, let's see how their teammates are doing. Just because this feels like it could go either way, all three results possible. And the bottom left, I see the eval bar up for Varujan Akobian. He needs to get this dub. It's against your hero for the MGD1 squad. Aditya Mittal seems to be in huge trouble, maybe even in a losing position against Akobian.
Yeah, and VAR this is his kind of position. It's so stable. There's no threats to the king. He's just grinding down a slightly better position, and he's increasing the advantage, it seems like, with every move. b5 has been played. He's going to create a weakness on c6. e4 is also a target. a4 is a target. Meanwhile, white has pretty much nothing that black can attack. So, VAR could not have hoped for better thus far. And now it's about the conversion phase.
Yeah, there are problems ever. Knight b6 trying to trade off the knights. But you're right. This pawn, this pawn, this pawn, all the pawns in the position are worse for black. So huge advantage for the very experienced Grandmaster Akobian. So for those of you not familiar with VAR's play, he loves his solid openings, whether it's the French defense or the Caruana is black. He just tries to be as solid as a rock and play for little positional edges. So we see that the St. Louis Archbishops have been down by 2 points. They're fighting back, and we are going to bring back their team captain, Nemo. So she's going to join us, talk about what's happening here. So if we can bring her on, that's ideal. And hey, Nemo, how are you feeling? I know your team's down 2 points heading into the round, but seeing the games unfold right now, you feeling a little bit better with VAR on the ground?
Absolutely. I really like Akobian's position. I actually just heard you guys talking about it and talking about how he likes his really positional sound openings. And it looks like he's come out of it with a slight edge. And it looks great. We just need to make up the 2 points, That's all we have to do.
Yeah, it's nice when you say it out loud. It doesn't sound as daunting. 2-point lead is kind of significant, but with the lineup that St. Louis has, you can definitely make that up in an entire round. And personally, from the positions that I know VAR thrives in, Nemo, I think he's going to win this game for sure.
Yeah, I think he's got, a pretty confident game right now. He's got a very solid advantage. I don't see any way for this to go wrong. So honestly, and all the other boards are more or less equal. Maybe Nicholas has to do a little defense, but other than that, I think it's going pretty well. So I'm looking forward to the results here.
Totally with you. This is just clean play. White's pawn structure super healthy. This is a great pawn chain. A pawn chain is as strong as his base pawn. Good luck getting to f2, whereas black's pawn's all out in the open. So while VAR and Aditya, they don't have moves going, let's kind of zoom out for a second because you mentioned how Nicholas might have a little bit of defensive task. What about Fabiano on the top left? His position looks very healthy, and he has nearly a 5-minute lead on the clock.
Honestly, I like the 5-minute lead. I care about the 5-minute lead a lot more than I care about the, equal position. It is a 10+2 format, so Tabatabe is going to get increment, but it's queen and knights, and there's like this thing in endgames you like having, you like to pair queens with knights because you get more control over different squares. So I like his chances, especially with 5 minutes, with 6 minutes to 1 minute. Like that's pretty solid. And he's pushing his pawns. He might go for h3 or something. I really like that structure for Fabi. He's pushing for a win for sure.
Yeah, this actually does look like a position structurally. White's queenside pawns look a little disconnected, and with h3 coming in, you might get to a situation where like White's king is under constant threat, and meanwhile the queenside pawns are also a problem. So Fabi's like creating problems on both sides of the board, which I think is a great strategy.
Absolutely. Rule of two weaknesses, right?
That's right. Exactly.
Exactly that. And I was thinking, and he drew his first game, so people are like, oh, what's Fabi? What's wrong with him? But he was playing a very strong player. He won game 2, and now he's posing all the problems here in the third game. But the pressure is kind of on each and every individual on St. Louis. They feel like they have to win because they entered the match, third round of the match here, down by 2 points. And Fabi's hopping his knight around, and watch out.
Yeah.
A lot of attacks are coming.
Mm-hmm.
It's looking good for Fabi.
You like to see these weaknesses. Suddenly the f4 square, maybe even throwing the pawn to h3. I think if the knight moves from e3, we might even see a sack on g4.
Anything up. I really like the knight coming to f4. White just has to play so carefully now, and with such little time on the clock, I think it's very, very likely that Fabi is able to pull off a win in this game.
Yeah, if king f2, you can play queen d3, try to get a queen trade because there are forks everywhere. That's why the king stepped here. So this is the only piece not in the game. This knight and f6. Like if you could bring this knight somewhere, you would feel great about it. But I was just say I don't want to give the d5 square. I forgot about the other knight. It's covering it.
Well, maybe there's like some knight h7, knight g5 ideas just coming for the f pawn, coming for the h3 square as well. A lot of things are definitely happening.
Yeah, maybe queen c6, queen takes c3, set up a few cheapos. Those are the things that sometimes work when you're low on time. And, Fabi is going to be so good, I think, at using his time advantage to create these little problems that are tough to navigate.
Absolutely. To be fair, Tabatabe is 26.55, so, I don't know if the cheapo might work, but you can always go for it.
I forgot I wasn't back on my stream doing Sub Sunday with the chat. Sorry, I got carried away there.
Well, Fabi's in great shape here in this game, but let's zoom out for a second because every single point is important for the squads. Wow, I mean, Amin is living on the increment. But look at the bar; it actually dipped in that game as soon as we left it from Fabi, and we're going right back. It looks like the king quickly went to f2. I mentioned queen d3 as one option. I actually don't know what white does after queen d3 because your threat is simple: take and then fork on d3.
Yeah, it looks really uncomfortable, honestly.
That's a powerful fork. I mean, after queen d3, I assume you just have to play queen to d2. But black just looks like he has so many options in this position.
White can hardly move.
He can pose so many threats.
It's the Nemo.
It's the Nemo
line. I like it. It's a great choice.
Yeah. Activating
just
all the pieces.
Just want to activate, Yeah. Just gotta go for that.
White can hardly move. I mean, okay, you get one pawn push. You can pin this knight over here. Maybe we'll see a queen try to go to d8, but I don't think Fabi's going to blunder us again a back rank checkmate or anything like that.
Yeah, no back rank checkmate. But if queen c5, queen d2, knight g5, queen d8 actually wins that knight, might not win the game because there might be like a knight d3 to follow, but just kind of a weird fork there.
There's knight h3 though, right? Because you have the fork. You can just win the queen back.
Oh, that's nasty. So maybe a cheapo, knight g5. I think that you're wondering it.
No, he didn't play knight g5. What is this, Fabi? We were just planning out Tabatabe's loss.
We mapped out the whole blunder.
He's too strategic. He's saying, you played c4. Let me get my knight into d4. Come on, Fabi. We want tactics, not strategy right now.
He's too strong.
he's too
That's
good.
the problem right now.
Yes, he would have won this game a lot faster if he just cheapoed.
I actually think that is true. Like, no joke. I think he would have won on the spot if he had played knight g5. But this is also domination. Bishop a3. Okay, the queen can just move, pick a square anywhere. Maybe c6 or c8. I don't know. Pick one.
Yeah. There's just no way for white to really break through. I mean, I like queen c8 because maybe after queen at b4, there's some queen f8 idea. So you're just preemptively stopping that. And then you just go for knight takes f3 with no worries at all. So I like that idea a lot.
Yeah.
But every move looks more or less. Yeah.
I think Fabi's done well when he listens to you.
Exactly. Every move looks more or less like your moves. That's what I was about to say.
This is the job of the captain, I'm feeding him brainwaves.
Very nice.
Oh, look at this move. Knight b5.
Knight b5.
This is an amazing game. Just take this, take that, play h3, and go checkmate this king.
That's so extravagant.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's so... Yeah, that's some Fabi style right there. That's great.
I feel like there's got to be a mate somewhere with Queen E2. Let's go right for this king.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen E2, King H3, and just sit there for a sec.
He's
G5.
definitely just calculating. He's just thinking right now. Yeah, Queen E2.
G5. Hey,
H1.
at least I got one. Finally, after all my blunders.
G5.
Wow, what a win for Fabi there.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
So, Nemo, you feeling a little bit better now after that victory?
Absolutely. I mean, that game was beautiful. There's just G5 finishing off the game. You're threatening Queen F1. The only way White can defend is Queen C1, and then you can just take on F3 with checkmate. I mean, that's a really nice tactic to spot, and the whole setup leading up to that moment was great. So, we're now only down 1 point, and as far as the other games go, I'm feeling pretty good about the match overall. Akobian still, winning in his rook endgame. I'm sure with as much experience as he does have, he can win this rook endgame. I wouldn't be so confident, in myself, but I think he's got this one down.
I mean, I'm confident in your play. You just told Fabi what to do. He did everything. He won the game. So it's a clean extra pawn for Vara Kobian. We did see that Rochelle Wu is probably about to lose her game to Harika Dronovalli. It's what happens when board 4 for one team is lower rated than the rest. But right now, we see that Vara Kobian up a minute, up a pawn, and it's a healthy passer. And Amon, that was your hero. That was Aditya Mittal. He was the one who was upsetting the Archbishops, but not in this round.
Well, hang on. I think there's work to be done. Like, it's definitely about as bad as an endgame could get for black because your king is cut off. But hey, the white king doesn't have progress to make, and it's not entirely clear what white's going to do if black just shuffles this rook.
Right.
That's
I think you have to, go for the F3 pawn push, but I don't really see what Robert, you're an expert on games. What would you say White's plan here would be?
Well, definitely to get this king eventually around this way, but do not take this pawn. They lose on the spot. Rook B7, pawn A7, rook B. That's obvious. So for Vara Kobian. So I think what you have to do is just move back and forth. And when this king eventually runs away, the black G pawn will become a passer and distract the white forces. So the eval bar actually went down. I'm sorry to say that, Nemo. Oh no, this could be a spoiled opportunity for the Archbishops. But Nemo, I know you're streaming and we do want to let you have calmer territory with your channel. So thanks for joining us here. And I just have to say, Arjun Erigaisi beat Nicholas Theodora. So I'm going to send you on your way. And sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but it's always great to have you on the show.
All good. Thank you guys very much for having me.
See ya.
Bye.
This could be really bad for the Archbishops because
it
looks like Rochelle Wu lost her game to Harika Dronovalli. Arjun Erigaisi, he won against Nicholas Theodoru. And in this game, as soon as she leaves, there was a mistake. And the E-pawn is going to win the day.
I don't get that because it seems rather trivial that you just throw the E-pawn up the board and the king can never leave G7 and H7, right?
No, the king has to stay put because as soon as the king goes this way, everybody, the rook slides to H8. If the king goes to F6, rook F8 check. You're about to see this happen, and then you get a promotion. I think we're going to have to tune back to that moment because it said the game should have been a hold, and now it's obviously a loss. Aditya Mittal is not happy.
Yeah, I know that G4 was like obviously a clear blunder. Varuzhan Akobian winning that endgame, he is pumped up. That's great for his confidence. But what was missed here? Because G4 definitely doesn't make sense. But let's say black does nothing and goes like King G7. Isn't white also playing E4 and running a pawn up the board?
Yes, and the reason why is because of what we saw in the game. The white king stepped in front of the pawn, so it appears it was much trickier than met the eye. Rook A1 check. You keep checking this king because if the king goes too far in this direction up to C3, then when you play G4, you need a king to scramble back here, and it cannot. So that would have been what black needed.
Wow. Yeah. So I mean, I was thinking that Mittal was actually going to pull that draw out, which would have been huge for MGD1. But Var is playing a little bit of a hero here, especially considering the other results in this round, Robert. It was not looking good for St. Louis.
No, it was not. We see the results on screen. It was a win for Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi. Even that one up on the board 1. Then board 3 for each side took down board 4. So it was board 1s and board 3. The higher rated players did win for each team. And now that this round is over, Amon, this brings us to a 7-5 lead for Team MGD1. We know that 1.5 points for Team MGD1 wins the match. What's the Archbishops need to do to fight back?
Well, Robert, it's going to sound dire because it is. But honestly, Aditya Mittal, I think, has a big advantage on board 4. So Rochelle needs at least a half a point. I think that's where it starts because GMs on all other boards for the Archbishops, any of those results could swing either way, but you need Rochelle to get on the board here, not necessarily with a win, but just a draw. Because I think, losing all your games, I mean, she's been playing up every round is so tough for her, but without every other player on her team overperforming, she's going to need to put some points up. Otherwise, this win is just too far out of reach. So with 7-5 here, Robert, I think it starts at the bottom with Rochelle. If she can make a draw, then moving up the rankings, obviously everyone on the St. Louis roster can win these matchups, even though they'll be super tough games.
You heard it from Amon Hamilton. Started from the bottom, then they get there, it would appear. But Rochelle Wu, well, she will have a tough matchup. And Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi, they're scoring big points for their respective squads. We're going to step aside, take a quick break. When we return, it's the 4th and final round of action here in the Pro Chess League matchup between the St. Louis Archbishops and Team MGD1. You won't want to miss it because we'll see if the Archbishops can mount a comeback. Stay tuned, everybody. Be right back.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on. Look at this. Woo!
Chess.com is excited to announce the Community Streamer Program. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
The last round is upon us, which means that the top boards will be squaring off against one another. And that means we'll get Fabiano Caruana taking on Arjun Erigaisi. Now, Fabiano Caruana is a Pro Chess League MVP in previous years. And look at this, Aman. Number 8 player in the world. We used to see him at number 2. He has lost some rating points, but the reigning U.S. champion, and has just thrived in the PCL environment.
Absolutely. I mean, Fabiano Caruana has been representing St. Louis Archbishops every single year. I mean, he's been in the PCL since the inception, Robert. You see a 2-time PCL champion with the St. Louis team, MVP as well, just a star on the roster. So it would be, fitting if St. Louis was going to manage a comeback in this round, that their star player and multiple-time champion was going to lead them to do it with a win, of course, to inspire the team.
Yeah, inspiring the team. He'll need to do that and win his game, because Arjun Erigaisi has not just inspired, he's been perfect on the day. So as we see the clash between all of the boards that are next to each other, board 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, and so on, Fabiano Caruana, 2.5 out of 3, great score. But even greater is 3 out of 3, and that's what Arjun Erigaisi brings into the final round.
Yeah, and you can see the based on the scores here, the difference does come on those lower boards. Nicholas Theodore not having his best day. He definitely needs to win this final game to turn things around. And like I said, Rochelle Wu getting on the board, even with a draw, would be a great result. She has been the underdog in every game that she's played, Robert. And I think when you go for this stacked lineup, plus a lower rated board 4, it's tough for them to get any points on the board. Plus, I mean, you start your day playing against Arjun Erigaisi. That doesn't necessarily inspire confidence.
No, it's a daymare, it's a nightmare. It doesn't matter what time of day. That's a tough opponent. But for Rochelle Wu, she has a chance here in the 4th and final round, but it's not that easy. Of course not. It's International Master Aditya Mittal with the white pieces on board 4. But I look at the top. Fabiano gets white against Arjun. Nicholas Theodore gets white against Amin Tabatabai. And Var gets black against Harika. I feel like I actually like the color combination for the Archbishops. They need to score at minimum a 3-1 win in this final round. So I think they got the colors that you would ask for them given the state of affairs.
Yeah, for sure. I think that VAR needs to come up big on board 3 there for the Archbishops. And Nicholas Theodoru and Rochelle Wu, those are the boards that I'm looking at, because those are the players for the Archbishops that have been struggling thus far in the match, Robert. So I'm looking there first for some early results, see how those games are going to go. But obviously, this is a team effort. You're down 7-5. You need 3 points just to make tie breaks, 3.5 to win. You need everybody to perform. This is reminiscent of what we just commentated on this morning, isn't it, Robert?
Yeah, it's very similar. And I think for MGD1, you look at Aditya Mittal and say, be that hero that Amont Hamilton said you could be, and win that game against Rochelle Wu. Because if he does win, he is the higher rated player by a significant margin. That means only 1 draw on the other boards would be required. But we're off. It's in English from Fabiano Caruana. These two have played each other many times. They drew at the Tata Steel event in Baikonze just last month. They played each other in a nail biter in the Speed Chess Championship, which Fabiano Caruana surprised many and won that matchup. So it's a new day, it's a new game. And by the way, is that a new outfit for Arjun? Is that an MGD1 shirt?
Yeah, I was noticing that as his cam was being pulled up there. MGD1, little Pro Chess League logo, pretty slick. I can't remember it. Now I'm wondering if everyone has been wearing this t-shirt the entire match, but maybe it's just him.
Yeah, I have not looked, but that actually is some drip for the MGD1 squad. Just a t-shirt with the Pro Chess League logo and their team's logo. And right now the team is on the verge of taking this match. Knight G3 played, and we see a trade of bishops. So opposite colored bishops, not just a draw. This isn't an endgame. Aman, what do you make of this opening? Do you think it was a good choice for Caruana in a must-win game? And Arjun has more time than he started with.
Yeah, surprisingly, I would probably say yes. The reason is that games with opposite bishops tend to last a really long time. So you are going to get a lot of gameplay out of this one. Bishop on d3, knight will go back to h4 if it gets attacked. And, kingside castling. There is definitely still life in this position. I think I've seen this in the Pro Chess League before. Can't remember the players right now, but I've definitely seen this exact line been essayed so far. And for black, it's tough to just trade pieces, right? There's not a lot of squares where you can get your knights to immediately challenge things. White plays bishop d3, and the bishops aren't going to take each other. And I don't know how the knights are going to challenge one another either. So nice thing for Fabi is I think he's keeping pieces on the board here. So much so he just played a3. He doesn't even want to deal with maybe bishop b4.
Takes that out of the equation. No pin on that knight. And c5, not really going to be possible with the d5 pawn being loose. But not easy for black to play. There are no pawn breaks at the moment. And white, with a pawn structure aiming towards the queen side, maybe a Carlsbad pawn minority attack up the queen side. And for black, pawn structure aiming towards the king side, maybe we'll see f5 join the party to limit the scope of this bishop on f1. But you already have to think about potential knight sacks and things of that nature. So Arjun, he is going to take a minute here. And while he does, why don't we zoom out, because every single St. Louis Archbishop player, they're looking at the boards. They need to win their games. In the top right, Nicholas Theodorou against Amin Tabatabai. I feel like a good start for the Archbishops. The exact type of position. It's going to be dynamic. And the bottom left, well, we only have seen a few moves in the Catalan between Harika and Varujan Akobian.
Yeah, exactly. There's not much that is developed in that particular game yet. But obviously, Amin and Nicholas Theodorou, this is a super important game. I think we should probably jump there, Robert.
Let's do it, because Amin just lost in the third round to Fabiano while he had the white pieces. And we see that we have this dynamic. It's kind of a King's Indian structure, but instead of striking the center with e5, we just see the pawns on c6 and d6, not striking just yet. And, well, Aman, this pin on the knight on f3, is black going to take? White can't play h3 now because d4 is hanging at the end. But I guess my big question is, this trade on f3, is that actually good for black to hand white the pair of bishops?
Well, it's never a good feeling to do that, but I definitely think that's the intention, especially when I see a move like knight d7 here. It just takes away the diagonal, shortens it from c8 to h3. So after h3, there's nowhere for that bishop to go. Of course, as you mentioned, h3 right now does actually drop that d pawn. So we'll see moves like rook d1. We'll see moves like bishop e3 from white, looking to overprotect and guard that d pawn. And black, in the meantime, playing c5. And I was wondering, after d5, if we would see just mass exchanges, but no, he's taken. And I wonder if black is intending to still take that knight on f3 now that this exchange has happened, Robert.
I'm playing h3 in a heartbeat. I'm going to give me that pair of bishops. We have a Maroczy bind pawn structure. These great pawns on c4 and e4. It's a Sicilian. This is actually a Sicilian right now. And so black will try to take advantage of some of these dark squares, but white will have a pair of bishops. You just play h3. You swap here. You take back. You bring your bishop back to g2. I just feel like for Theodorou, he needs to build a lead on the clock. That's what cost Amin Tabatabai against Caruana. And if you're Theodorou, you're one of the best blitz and bullet players on the site. Play quickly, play confidently. But I actually think I made a mistake. So I just want to say one more thing. Bishop takes f3. There might be bishop takes knight over here. I'm going to show this on the analysis board because, Aman, I think we often consider these moves out of the question. But if you have to take like this is exactly what Tabatabai would want.
Yeah, and it's not so easy to make threats here. Yeah, we got bishop h6, but that's it. It's just one bishop, one move, one threat. Then the reality sets in. If rook c8, queen c7 is coming, c4 is just loose. So yeah, it does look like queen takes f3 way back at the beginning would be the preferred move, but it actually looks like that's all on the board. Plus knight c6 has been played.
Wow, what a strange opening. Amin Tabatabai, he's chilling. Like, look at that guy. He's just hanging out, playing some chess. And oop, can you take on c3? I think you can. And there he goes. And I want to see Theodorou's face because I feel like he did not even expect this at all. And he hasn't reacted, but he clearly wasn't looking out for that knight.
Well, let's remember, I think his game against Mittal, he kind of reacted on a delay to that missed knight h5 move. So maybe the reaction's coming. We just have to stay tuned. It'll be here in a couple business days. Bishop takes c3. There's bishop c5, but like this can't be right. I mean, bishop b2. This is definitely good for black, right?
Isn't black just going to be up a pawn? Rook b1. The bishop slides back, and you can't even take on b7 because if you do, you're going to lose your piece. This bishop is still under attack. Don't forget that. You just can't take it because of the queen. So the queen will slide to c8, hit the rook, and the bishop will be lost.
Very confusing.
This is a bad day for Nicholas Theodorou. He is not playing his best chess.
No, because you know what's happened, Robert, is basically you have the same structural deficiencies, and there's the reaction, by the way. He's not happy. You have the same structural deficiencies as if you took that bishop on c3, except you're down a pawn, and black still has the dark squared bishop. So it's like worse in every single way.
Yeah, let's just bring up an analysis board and show you how it is true what Amon is saying. Oh, now he's getting completely desperate with e5. But
Yeah.
at this moment, you can take here. So now at least you have the pair of bishops for your troubles. That one on e3 can hit the knight, can go to h6. You have this bad pawn structure, but you at least have two of them rather than one, as we see in the game. So you get absolutely nothing for this pawn that has been captured. But perhaps after knight e5, queen b7,
Right.
things get tricky, I say, as a question rather than a statement. I don't
Yeah,
know why
that's a
this-
big question mark. Because I'm looking at that position, and there are some ideas. If knight e5, queen b7, rook b8, for example, you could maybe like take on b8
Mhm.
and then take on a7. That's one idea.
You're saying just swap everything down here, and then after
Yeah.
rook takes take a7, bishop covers the a8 square important.
Yeah, and look, even if I lose my c pawn here as white, I think I still have winning chances because that bishop on g2 with that pawn motoring up the board. As soon as it gets from a4 to a5, bishop b6, a6, a7, a8, it's all covered.
Yeah, that could be very dangerous. So that's the one hope that Nicholas Theodore has at the moment. It seems like he missed bishop takes c3 and then allowed bishop takes b2, but he is in bad shape. So let's go away from this one. We'll see if Amin Tabatabai can take it. And if he does, then one draw would be needed on another board. And, well, Rochelle Wu on board 4 in the bottom right. Her position looks perfectly good to me. I see actually nothing bad about her position. So maybe for the St. Louis Archbishops, they can rely more on their fourth board, and that means they need to strike on boards 1 and board 3.
Yeah, it definitely does look like Rochelle, as expected, by the way, because she has been basically started with her toughest games and finished with, in terms of ratings, that is her easiest pairing. So it makes sense that she's having her best game here, but she's definitely delivering. That board does not look too scary. I'm looking over at the VAR Kobian board, and hey, that's a very comfortable slight edge for VAR in that game as well. So slight edge for Fabi, slight edge for VAR, and then hopefully trying to maintain some equalities in the other two boards. Robert, is that the recipe for success?
I think it will have to be just because of the positions we have. Rochelle Wu, very solid. Why don't we go to that game between Vara Kobian and Harika Dranovalik to explain to everybody why the eval bar tends to like Black's position in this line. And the last one was h3. You're not going to take. You're just going to wrap the bishop around to h5. And if g4, go to g6, induce more weaknesses. White feels like you're a couple moves behind. You already need this pawn on b4. You need to be able to strike on the queen side over here. So I feel like for VAR, at some point he'll look at the e4 push as well if his bishop gets kicked to this diagonal.
Yeah, that's definitely true that white feels slow here, but by the same token, black doesn't have the pawn on a5. So even getting to play the move b4 seems like it's usually an achievement in these kind of positions. And yeah, I guess she just played it straight away. I think it's the only chance because without b4, you're definitely not doing anything. Maybe you want to play a4 and b5 to follow up. Maybe b5 and rook takes, but I mean, you have to try something here. I love Vara's position, but at least b4 is there for Harika, and you just have to watch out for e4, as you mentioned, by black.
Yeah, this e4 push is really important because if you can play e4, you're going to explode the board. So that you're going for the square, and white is not really that easily capable of stopping it. I mean, what if you play e4 right now? If you take, then this knight comes into e4 and into c3 with a fork. But the d4 pawn is also loose, Amon. So it's a tough decision for a Kobian.
That's right. Yeah, rook d8 is, very logical. I can only assume b5 is the intention here. c5 is another attempt, but you have to be very sure what you're doing after c5, because c5, the bishop moves away, and if you follow up with b5, your c pawn is suddenly a little bit loose. So you need to calculate that whole line out before you go for these pawn pushes.
Never easy to push a pawn here. I think b5 would be a strategic blunder because the hands block the dark squares. But c5 and b5, oh, she goes for b5 first. But I like what you were saying about c5 to lead the way. But now knight b8, knight d7, knight c5, and this d3 pawn is just a permanent weakness in White's camp. So I really like how Akobian is playing. And that's good news for the archbishops, because if we actually just zoom out of here for a second, just keep our eyes across the four boards, look at the top right. That's an opposite color bishop position where I feel like Nicholas Theodorou is no longer really worse. So if Varujan Akobian can take this game with the black pieces, he's going to need to win for the archbishops to have a chance. Look at the bottom right as well. Aman, Rochelle Wu has had a tough day so far. Maybe she'll be the hero that St. Louis needs.
That's right. I think VAR is playing tremendously. Based on the positions that we see on the boards right now, VAR needs to win this. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. He needs to win that position 100%. But it's about Rochelle Wu on that board 4 matchup. This is so important. The knight on d5 is super strong, but White is about to execute a very important plan, getting rid of the knight on d4, leaving Aditya with the knight on d5. That's a lot better than the counterpart on d6. Plus, there's an a4, a5 sort of long-term plan for White to gain open files, counterplay. So I think this is a really crucial part of the game. Eval Bar says, hey, don't worry about it. But my brain is kind of saying, hey, this is a really critical moment to make sure to play accurately and keep that bar around even.
And she does. She strikes with f5, saying, go ahead, take my pawn. But after a knight recaptures on f5, likely the d6 knight, h4 is hanging, in addition to the queen being under attack on e3. Let's just show a quick variation that if you think you're going to take this pawn, after knight takes, my pawn's under attack. Let's go over here. Then this knight comes into e2 with check. The king has no choice but to step to the corner. And then knight f4 is possible. You're happy to trade pieces here because now d3 is weak. The e-file is open. Your queen is just so misplaced. And
True.
Let's not forget the queen can slide over to a4 as well to pick up the queen side.
Yeah, love all these variations. They look good for black. I mean, it makes sense though, right? All the pieces are so well placed. Rooks, knights, queen. I mean, what are you complaining about in black's position? This looks like a perfect opportunity to strike with f5, and she sees the moment.
And what is Aditya Mittal going to do here? Because f4 followed by f3 looks like a devastating attack for black. Let's open up this king on g1. If you take on d4, can't black just take back with either pawn, and the queen is threatened, and then f takes e4 next. So this looks like trouble for White, but the eval bar still hovering around the center.
It's impressive. I'm not exactly sure why. I'm thinking tactically. No, I don't know. Maybe I almost want to say f3.
Oof. Tough move to make, but I'm with you, actually. f3 seems to hold everything together. I would be afraid at some moment of dropping this h4 pawn, but it looks like White can handle that for the time being. But right now, it's about the clock as well. Aditya, down under 5 minutes, still a teeny bit ahead on the clock, and he takes it up. I'm shocked by that. Oh!
Does it? Knight e2 to f4 is easy to underestimate, but very strong if Rochelle finds that idea.
I feel like it's not the only move that gives her an advantage. Like, she could play for e4 to bring her rook into the game and attack this pawn h4. The queen is just offside over here.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, e4, there is knight takes on d4, and of course you can't take with the knight, have to take with a pawn there. But even that's not that bad. And if a black rook ends up on e4, White's going to have to play the rather strange-looking g3, right? How do you defend h4?
That doesn't look good. So maybe take on b3 first just to give no play, and then e4. I think that's your point. It's a good one. But yeah, this is looking very nice for Rochelle Wu at the moment. She needs to convert this position. Actually, if we look across the four boards, we have to pay attention to everything that's going on here because the St. Louis Archbishops need 3 out of 4 points. And the top right, Nicholas Theodorou, is no longer worse at all against Amin Tabatabai. In fact, if anyone's better, it would be Theodorou, but I do think we're going to see a draw shortly on that board. Aman.
Yep. Yep, I agree. And that's not a bad result for Theodore, considering how poorly it started for him. You have to also think that, hey, Team MGD1, Amin Tabatabai, he knows it's 7-5. So he's probably thinking, okay, look, I'm making a draw with black, like comfortably. This is a good result for the team as well. So he might have gone into this game thinking, hey, I'm fine with a draw.
Yeah, the draw will be guaranteed with Rook A1 back to A2. There's nothing that White can do but bring the king back and forth. And I don't think White has any winning chances because of this threat, and your A pawn is stopped. So I think that this game will be a draw. It seems like the result is all but guaranteed. So we'll just want to show the position. Although, I mean, maybe Amin's playing for a little something, something. I don't think he'll get it, but it's a good game, a good save, I should say, for Theodoros. Let's get out of here. Just because other games I see the eval bars going up and down, seesawing. The only one that has remained stable is the Caruana Arjun Erigaisi game. That one looks very even. So let's maybe tune in because it might be our last time.
Yeah, this game at the moment looks like easily the closest and most dull of any of the matches. With this game trending towards a draw, still chances, but trending towards a draw. And we already know there's a draw on hand and likely, could even just be taken in Theodoru's game. That's already 8 points for Team MGD1 with those two draws. So it does mean that the pressure is on Rochelle and Varuzhan Akobian to win their games. And honestly, Robert, those aren't guarantees anymore because the evals are flipping left, right, and center.
That's what happens in rapid chess. We do think that Fabiano, if anyone, has winning chances just because he is a knight against a dark square bishop and black's pawns are on light squares, but it seems like Arjun is comfortably holding, although he's down under 2 minutes. So actually, let's get out of here. I know we're hopping around to each and every game, but I see what you're saying. I'm on bottom left, Varuzhan Akobian. He's no longer better. If anything, it looks like a great opportunity for Harika because he missed a tactic. So let's actually dive into that position. And it all stems from this beautiful bishop on G2. Harika, she might be the hero that MGD1 needs themselves because after Rook takes knight, we're going to see a swap of everything. And knight C6, you think, wait a second, I'm already at one piece. Give me the second piece on D8. Black looks great. I have 2 minor pieces for a rook. But now I give up my rook for your queen thanks to the bishop on G2.
And the worst part about this is even if you take black's queen and you put it on D6, like a square that's safe, it's still winning for white because you're actually mated there on the back rank. But yeah, that's a really good variation. And it must have been, did she just take the pawn on E5? Is that the last move? Yeah. So it must have been all based on that tactic.
Oh, bishop went to the worst square, keeping the back rank a problem for black.
I think she saw it. I think she saw that tactic, realized with the bishop on F5 that rook A8, bishop C8 was available, and said, okay, G4, let me see where you're going to go with that piece, and was waiting in the wings for bishop H7 and uncork this tactic. Really nice spot.
Yeah. Really, really good stuff from Harika Dronovalli. Now, whoa, VAR is not under a minute. He goes for this, but I guess he has to take on D3 or something. Wait, the knight can take back. What am I talking about? So what's he going for?
It's almost like queen E5, knight C6, queen D6, knight D8, and then take on D3. Something weird like, I mean, I definitely don't trust it. Rook A8 coming in next, but I don't know.
So he goes for this way, but if you take, maybe this one's bishop takes, and he claims the rook on E5 is loose, and so is the C4 pawn, so is B5 after that. Okay. Varuzhan Akobian complicating matters right now.
Definitely. Yeah, no question about that. I'm trying to see if there's a way to simplify nicely here for Harika, but not that easy to do.
No. And with Amin Tabatabai securing the draw, a full point for her. Oh, wow, that was sick. I turned to see the score for a second.
Wow.
Rook D5. You can have my rook back, but now your bishop is threatened, and behind it, your D4 pawn is going to be captured. So she turns an exchange advantage, a rook for a minor piece, into an extra pawn. That's brilliant stuff.
So smart. So smart. Especially when you think of the match strategy. That's just genius.
That's just a clincher. Like, now rook A6. Go after this pawn on B6. It feels like white controls the entire board. The bishop on D5 clearly better than the counterpart on G6. And she swings to the E file. Can't blame her. But wow, she's just up a healthy pawn.
Yeah, VAR is in serious trouble now. But you know what? I was just sneaking a peek at our four-board view, Robert, and it looks like Fabiano Caruana he's got serious winning chances in his game as well, which is amazing news for the Archbishop.
Yes. So let's go to that game because suddenly it seems like the Archbishops, if they can survive on the other boards, but they need wins. They don't just need draws on two of the other boards. But Fabiano Caruana in the top left, we're going to dive in there in Argent Erigaisi's time trouble. I think it's just a winning endgame. Just trade queens, bring your knight to the D7 square, and then march your king over at some point.
Yeah, and he's spending his time here. How much time does he have? He has a minute. He plays H6. Wow. Sickening.
He just wants checkmate. And now just knight D7? He just changed the move order.
Trade queens in knight D7. That's nice and simple.
Oh, wow. That's also just brilliant. I think knight D7 leads to checkmate, right?
That's right. Yeah, knight D7 is like very, very good as well. Yeah,
it's mate.
Good call.
Mate on F8. The king has to go to G7. Wow. Fabiano, looking to win this game and go to 3.5 out of 4. Arjun, we thought that he was just even. It was, but time was not his friend. So Fabiano Caruana wins, which means that if Varujan Jacobian can somehow survive, and if Rochelle Wu can score a victory, then the Archbishops have a chance. But as we zoom away from this one, it's not looking good for St. Louis despite that Fabi win.
No, Fabi, I mean, he did all he could there. Theodora with the draw, and that was from a really bad opening. So, I mean, all things considered, that was a good result. VAR had amazing position, but right now has just been outplayed by Harika after spotting that tactic. It is looking really bad for the Archbishops, and if Harika can win this, it's all over.
And look at Harika's lead on the clock. Her domination of pieces against her opponent.
You can almost not even move here as black.
And rook c7. I'm not sure what the threat is, but I like it. Now queen takes b6 can be played because the rook's no longer in attack. Great move, though, by VAR. f5. You need to start creating chaos if you have any chance in this one.
That's right. That's right.
And, well, I mean, what is the best move for white? Because if you take, the h5 pawn is loose. Maybe there's some chances there.
I was honestly looking at, I was thinking of g5. g5 with h6. And trying to play queen e5 mate.
Yeah, that's actually sick. I mean, you're just on fire. She takes on f5 with the queen. Whoa! Bishop takes b5. I wasn't expecting that. And she missed it too. You could see it by her reaction.
Yeah, the thing is, you can still kind of calmly play rook b7. And, you still got a great position.
Yeah, that's true. It feels uncomfortable to miss a tactic like that. But she still is up a pawn. She can go, as you just said, win this pawn on b6. And she remains up a healthy passer. I don't know how you can stop it. Watch out. Do not get checkmated.
Yeah, it's just so difficult for it to happen. White would do well to even play bishop f7 to g6. Just put that king in a permanent prison. So there's always checkmate threats.
Oh my gosh. If she falls for this, that would be the ultimate swindle. But no, she smartly brings her king up the board, up to f4, and she has it under control. She's just cruising.
Yeah, she's been playing really, really well in the match, but especially in this game.
Yeah, this is a great display of technique from Harika Dran. Oh, and speaking of technique, swapping off the rooks. You can't do anything, otherwise you lose your bishop. And now it's easily winning in the bishop and pawn ending.
Yeah, at least black has an h-pawn, but you're right. This should not. Oh my goodness. The technique is immaculate from Harika right now.
Oh my gosh.
So good.
Just push it and push it. And then bring your bishop around to e6, and that's game.
Yeah, not c7. Well, yeah, I guess you could play c7 first, but I think it's even more professional to bring the bishop to e6 beforehand.
And you said professional. She said, that's me. And she just brings her bishop back. King e7, king e5. The black king can't actually inch closer to the pawn. Oh, you don't even need it. What am I talking about? Just promote. Can't stop it. And she wins
c7.
On time, but she wins on the board. And
wow.
Harika drawn a volley.
I'm so impressed by that game. There were so many little moments there where it looked like VAR was getting some counterplay. She spotted all the tactics. She gave back material to get rid of counterplay. This was a masterpiece game by Harika. And hey, Robert, it wasn't just her that secured the victory. Obviously, Fabi tried everything to lead the Archbishops to victory, but MGD1 got it done on multiple boards.
Yeah, MGD1 They only needed 1.5 points. They decided, that's not enough. Let's get 2.5. So Fabiano Caruana in the battle of these superstars of the chess world, he takes down Arjun Erigaisi in what looked like a pretty level game. But when all was said and done, Fabi, his knight against that dark square bishop, it was a win for him. Nicholas Theodore played a very bad opening against Amin Tabatabai and was kind of lucky to survive. But it was good enough for Team MGD1 because Harika Dronavali and Aditya Mittal, Aman, those bottom two boards, they were powerful for the Indian squad.
Absolutely. I think the St. Louis Archbishops just got themselves in a hole that they couldn't dig themselves out of. Fabiano had a great day. He actually looked, I'll be the first to say it, a little shaky at the beginning, but he quickly got into stride. I mean, there's a reason he's been a champion and MVP before in the Pro Chess League. 3.5 points there for Fabi. It's just that his team was not behind him in this one.
Yeah, really great performance by the St. Louis Archbishops top board. And as you said, the others all had minus scores. And for Rochelle Wu, she gave it her all, but the other team outrid her in each and every single match. So a good win for Team MGD1. And, well, that means they go to 1 match win, 1 loss. And for the Archbishops, this is going to be the biggest surprise of the early season. They're 1 match loss away from elimination.
That's right. You don't want to find yourself at the bottom of the standings at 0-3. If you get to 3 losses, then you will be eliminated from the Pro Chess League. You will not make it to the playoffs. And, I mean, it's just insane that I'm even saying this out loud, but the St. Louis Archbishops are at risk of doing just that with another loss next week, Robert.
Surprising stuff, but MGD1 was rewarded for bringing Amin Tabatabai onto their roster, and we are going to bring Amin Tabatabai on for an interview. So, chat, if you have any questions for the highly rated Iranian Grandmaster, please put them in the chat. We'll maybe feature them. So, Amin Tabatabai will be joining us for an interview after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
So I first learned about Il Cafe through my buddy Aaron. He was like, hey, me and a group of fellas meet at this cafe downtown on Sundays, and we play chess there. It'd be really cool if you could stop by and hang out with us and, you know, just feel the vibe. And so I showed up, and it was a nice vibe. I was like, yo, Il Cafe is pretty ill.
It appears we tricked ourselves. Amin Tabatabai will not be joining us for an interview. It is extremely late for the Indian team, so we understand and we congratulate Team MGD1 on their excellent performance. And what does this performance earn them? Well, it gives them a better shot at making the playoffs. Let's remind you all of the standings, because 3 wins and you're in. And Aman, after 2 weeks, the full week hasn't finished yet. We do have some matches tomorrow, but we know the 3 teams at the top. We saw the Shanghai Tigers win their match earlier today.
Yeah, that was a great, man. Shout out to GM Canty. 3 wins and we in. That was a nice one by you, Robert. Absolutely. 3 wins is the target here for these teams. And while we don't have another 2-0 to speak of course, we do have an 0-2, and that is the St. Louis Archbishops getting closer to 0-3, which would eliminate them from playoff contention. But MGD1 getting back on the right track here, moving to 1-1, Robert.
It is extremely surprising to see the St. Louis Archbishops down towards the bottom of the standings. Team MGD1, you just asked, okay, after 2 weeks, 1-1, what do you think? You say maybe they have underperformed, but for the Archbishops, 0-2, they have a lineup led by Fabiano Caruana. In week 1, they had Lenier Dominguez. I guess they just haven't found a week where they put the 2 of them together. And
right,
if we're being honest, board 4, having a much lower rated board 4 has not worked out for them thus far.
Yeah, and who knows what the optimal strategy is, the correct strategy. We need more data in order to figure that out. So it's not like they're doing it incorrectly, but hey, it might be a cause for them to switch things up. If it's not working, then maybe shuffle the lineups, try to go for a more balanced roster. I'm sure that they could try to mix some things up. There's only been 2 weeks, and there's a lot of players on that roster.
And some teams haven't even played 2 weeks, and there will be 2 great matches in store tomorrow. An All-American Clash will be the second half of the doubleheader, but we start with a European showdown. The Berlin Bears and the Croatia Bulldogs. They start us off at 7:30 a.m. Pacific time. And Aman, we finish the day with the Gotham Knights, led by Hikaru Nakamura, taking on the California Unicorns that have the likes of Ukesh and Sam Shanklin.
Yeah, 2 extremely exciting matchups. Especially, the Berlin Bears nearly shocked everyone when they played the Gotham Knights last time. Eventually, the Gotham Knights picked things up from a crazy first round and managed to win that matchup. But I think all these teams we just don't know enough. It's only been 1 week. We might see some brand new rosters, brand new lineups from their rosters, that is. And that could bring just a whole different dynamic. So just because you watched a team maybe take a tough defeat in week 1, Robert, doesn't mean anything about their playoff contention.
Aman, I'm going to put you on the spot. And I'm sorry to do this, buddy. We've had a great show together. Tell me, who's going to win those matches tomorrow?
Well, it definitely, I will say that while I'm being put on the spot, I'm also not, it's a little unfair because I don't know what lineups they're going to go for. So if I knew the lineups, I would be able to make a real call. But let's just say, going off what we know, I'll go for the Berlin Bears and the Gotham Knights.
Okay, so you're saying that Josephine Heinemann, who famously defeated Hikaru Nakamura for the Berlin Bears, she will be playing tomorrow. So for all those who became a fan of hers after that win, she will be in action tomorrow, as will Hikaru, of course, as he takes on the California Unicorns. They have Sam Shanklin, Ray Robson, Christopher Yu in the lineup. So it's going to be an American-heavy clash in the second half of the doubleheader. But for now, all the action from today has ended. Aman, what are your final thoughts from what we saw today? Shanghai and MGD1 winning, but the Pro Chess League continues to excite.
Well, I've been a broken record today talking about how lineups that are just more evenly matched, if they get off to a good start, I think they do well in the long run in these 4-round matchups. And that's been my takeaway from today. Those even lineups are very exciting to watch. Teams that are able to field an extremely strong woman player. I mean, look at what we've got as a result. You get like 200 rating points for free based on counting as a 2350 for the average rating. So if you can do that, I think that's a big asset. And personally, I'm loving these lineups that are a little bit more balanced across the board, where everybody has a chance to take points off everybody else, versus kind of throwing a board 4 into the doghouse there with some really, really tough pairings, playing like people 300 points higher rated every single round. So I think those are my two takeaways. If you're able to field a super strong female player, Robert, that's a massive asset to the team. And, just having players across the board that can take points.
And you're not just saying that. We saw that happen today. Ju Wen-jun scored 3 out of 4 for the Shanghai Tigers. And then Harika Dronavali, board 3 for MGD1. She scored 2.5, including that very important final round victory over Firouzja Nakobian. So I just want to say that is a very good point. And I want to thank everybody who has tuned in, watch us throughout this Thursday afternoon, at least in the U.S. No matter where you're watching, we appreciate you. And your bosses, tell them it's okay. I'll write you a note. You should continue watching chess. Tomorrow, we'll be right back at it. Same time, same place. We will have the Berlin Bears and the Croatia Bulldogs starting off the day tomorrow. You will not want to miss the action. This is the Pro Chess League. Thanks to all of you for watching. Thanks to our producers. Thanks to everybody at Chess.com who makes this happen. Thanks most of all to Amon Hamilton, you, my co-commentator buddy, and the players, because without them, this doesn't take place. But see you tomorrow, everybody. We'll have to have a night off before we have another fun day of the Pro Chess League.